Good morning, folks. Sorry, I'm late today. Well, kind of late. Starting in just a moment here. Spent a little bit too much time working on the thumbnails. Didn't realize it was almost 8 a.m. I think we're good to go. Well, sort of good to go. We're good to actually start. Fire up chat. That should be it. Good morning, everybody. Okay, now we begin. Sorry about that. Ay, Dios míos. It's been one of those mornings, but it's a Friday, and that's what makes it a good day. Now, last time we ended in the afternoon, which is a little bit unusual for me. So we're all over the place today. That's fine. Now, I was looking through my vehicle database on a whim for research purposes. And of course, it reminded me that, or I found it unusual that I didn't have my combat truck in this area. And that this would be why. I didn't have my combat truck in this area when we logged out. It was a very long stream yesterday, unexpectedly long. I'll occasionally go very long, but if I don't plan for it, then it feels very weird. Alright. We brought the contents of the gun store home. A lot of this will just want to come forward with us. At least some of it, yes. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you, folks in chat. Good to see you. We're just getting started today. So one of my gun storage boxes is completely full. I should not be surprised with this. Got a duffel bag. This is a duffel bag of supplies that can come forward with us. Yes, okay. Everything that's in the ambulance right now can stay in there. It'll come forward with us to our, whatchamacallit's forward base. With, of course, the exception of another magazine for my collection here. We're up to 5 issues here at Jericho. The furnace setup looks yes, okay, so this, lot of effort into the placement here. The most important thing that I would like to communicate to everybody is that you can access your workstations in this game from 2 tiles away. So I can reach the forge from where I'm standing right here. That enables you to put storage containers full of materials in front of the workstations. The game doesn't really explain this anywhere. Now, another thing is I store a lot of my tools and materials in the trunk of the truck, because the trunk of the truck can be accessed from a wide radius, like a 4-tile radius here. A little explanation of my map? Yeah, sure. I can give a general breakdown. So what we have when it comes to how I approach the whole Zomboid map, I have a central hub, a central operational hub, and then forward bases for each town, or in the case of Louisville, each section of Louisville. So before I came to Louisville, I basically cleared the entire map before coming to Louisville. That's always how I play. In this character's journey, I made a central hub at Phallus Lake, which is here. It's a small farming town in the center point between Riverside, Rosewood, Muldraugh, kind of West Point and March Ridge as well. It's a lot less convenient coming back and forth between Brandenburg, Ekron, Echo Creek, and Irvington, but that's a different story for another time. Point being, what we did is we just consolidated all of our assets here at our Phallus Lake base before making the final journey here to Louisville, where we set up a new centralized hub here at a grocery store in the southwest. I call it Jericho because there's no real name for it, and it's like kind of like a walled city. So Jericho base here in the southwest. From there on, we've been just, establishing forward bases is what I like to call it, usually at gas stations. We had one up here, I called it the Cozy Box. That's a custom one that I built. We actually still have some assets there, I think, that I need to return home. This one was a parking garage forward base, and this one is our current one. I call it Wellington. It's a gas station base right here on Wellington Heights Street. All game settings are talked about in the description. TLDR, we do everything default. Everything default. So yeah, that is our current goal. We're just going to finish emptying any superfluous stuff from the current loot vehicle, and then we're heading back to our forward base here at Wellington. I already parsed through everything in there, so we're good to go. I'll do one quick pass at my generators here before we leave. I'm pretty sure I hit them recently. Okay, not very recently after all. These, the outdoor ones are down to 56%, so we're going to refill them before we proceed. Hey, Kitty, good morning. How you doing? Good to see ya. We might just have enough in these cans to refill these generators. The outdoor set. Yep, just barely. Cosmic timing, if I do say so myself. Only like less than a liter left in these gas cans. I'm going to refill the gas cans by siphoning from the current vehicle. Then we'll fill it up at the station when we go out. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. The ambulance literally ran out of gasoline. I should have known I wasn't operating on full tank here. That was a doof moment. I'm sure that most of these other ones are full. Yes. Most of these other ambulances are full. How do I proceed with that? I'll just use the fuel cache tanks here. That's fine. We have to refill them at some point anyway. Might as well use them for their intended purpose. Hassan, how's it going? Good to see you. We just got started. We're doing some base maintenance. And then we are headed back out into the field here. second of our 4 generators refueled and repaired. I don't like having these, like, less than 1 liter amounts left over, so I'll transfer that into a bottle here. Alright, 2 out front are taken care of. Something I started thinking about yesterday. The interview that we watched yesterday, Cerulean was talking to Big Bad Beaver. Big Bad Beaver is a Twitch streamer, and the Cerulean, one of the lead devs of Project Zomboid, was talking to him, and he said that he likes to lurk on live streams all the time, even the smaller ones, and yet I get this strange feeling that he was not talking about YouTube in the slightest. So I've always known that Zomboid had a bigger scene on Twitch. I'm not a big fan of Twitch. I don't like Twitch very much. That being said, I'm a little bit more incentivized than I have been before to branch out a little bit. I might fire up my old Twitch account, and I might fire up a DLive account too, and I might see what's going on over there. Yeah, Beaver did a pretty good job at getting some useful information out of Cerulean there. I mentioned that Cerulean actually said a few things that he probably didn't intend on saying, which I'm totally okay with. For example, he talked about the helicopter event, and he said that he wasn't going to say, you know, he wasn't going to tell us, but he still told us a few things. He said, and I quote, "How did the helicopter breach the no-fly zone?" He didn't say how it happened. He said he kind of presented that as a question, but by presenting that as a question, he communicated that there was a need for it to breach the no-fly zone, which means it wasn't military. So he has, probably without intending to say so, he did in fact confirm that the helicopter event in Project Zomboid is not a military helicopter. It couldn't be, because if it was, then the no-fly zone wouldn't be an obstacle. Like I said, the whole reason a no-fly zone exists is for a military to enforce its own air superiority over an area. Yeah, that's definitely something worth thinking about right there. What's going on, KTO? How you doing? Yeah, I have seen, I've seen Kick as well. Haven't really done any of my due diligence on any of that. I am sure it is a worthy endeavor, though. What I need to do is get my Restream server set up so that I don't have to pay somebody else to do it for me. But that's going to take some effort. I'm wondering if I should wait to pull the trigger on any of that until I start a new character. It would feel a little bit weird to just dive into a different streaming service, starting on a character who's been at it for 1 year and 10 months. Not that I'm saying I won't do it, but that's a factor I'm thinking about. So now we want to put that gasoline into this gas can here. Sorry, that was me. Okay, all the generators should now be synchronized. Right, and another thing is, I don't... Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I'm pretty sure that none of the other platforms we're talking about here, be it Twitch, DLive, or Kick, those are the three that I'm considering right now. I don't think any of them actually have VODs the way YouTube does. Maybe Twitch does, but I don't... It doesn't seem very reliable. If they did, I probably wouldn't have had so much trouble trying to find my old Firefall streams from back in the day. I definitely remember I would have turned on VODs for that, but didn't seem to be an option at the time. You can't mention other chats in Twitch? Well, I guess I won't be streaming on Twitch then. That, what? There's no way that can be real. Do I prefer B41 or B42? Definitely B42 at this point. There's like a few things about B41 that's, no, at this point, at this stage of the game, I like B42 better in pretty much every way. I used to be like, okay, well, at least B41 had stable multiplayer, but they're closing the gap on that for B42. It's getting a lot more stable. Twitch deletes the VODs after a while. Well, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're not allowed to stream to Twitch, no, okay. So I suppose the last question I have on that is that just a thing for Twitch partners? I feel like Twitch is not going to turn down free content just because somebody's talking to a different stream's chat. I don't know. I don't fucking know. From afar, every time I hear something about Twitch, it's never something good. So I've never really had a high opinion of it. Am I playing Apocalypse? I talk about the, whatchamacallit, the settings in the description. Short answer is it's Apocalypse. Alright, so after we got our generators fixed up there and refueled, we are headed back out to my field base at Wellington. Now, that being said, Wellington is probably going to start to fall off in terms of strategic value soon here. It is, now that we've explored a lot of what I wanted to see in southeast Louisville. But we'll reassess that after we get the contents of this ambulance distributed properly. You can't show other chats in the Twitch stream. And that applies to just every Twitch streamer. If that applies to every Twitch streamer, then I guess I'm not going to be a Twitch streamer. Because I take a very all-or-nothing approach. I will have... Anytime I stream to a platform, I'll have my chat for that platform on screen. Or I won't stream to that platform. Shorts ratio... Ew, okay. Yeah, that... Okay. Well, you know, okay, so he's... I see him farming shorts. I do actually see him going out there with short clips. That is part of his strategy. Not something I would ever want to do personally, but I understand the appeal. YouTube definitely will help promote you if you want to do shorts. I'm just going to straight up eat this whole salad because I think I might be a little bit behind on my weight gain regimen here. Definitely over 8, but that's okay. We are trying to put on the pounds right now. I mean, be honest, how do I survive for so long? A series of strategies. If I had to like put it into, you know, a single paragraph, I've got a series of strategies and principles on how I approach things. That is extremely tedious and probably definitely not going to be very fun for a lot of people. But it helps ensure my character's safety. That's probably, if I had to, you know, summarize in a paragraph how I survived this long, that's probably how I would put it. And that's not to say that it's not something that everybody couldn't do if they tried. My personal philosophy is if you can drive 60 miles an hour down a highway and not experience any car crashes, then you have all the reflexes and comprehension in order to, you know, succeed in Zomboid. At that point, it's all just a question of knowledge and adapting your capabilities properly. So we had a couple of loose cartons here that I'm putting into the ambulance directly. and we'll very easily be able to assemble a couple more. I just need 1 box of 357 and 12 gauge, and if I have it, 2 boxes of 556. I think the fastest way to deal with this is to just move the ambulance. Let's move the ambulance over here and then just bring the SWAT van over to it. If anybody's not familiar with my ammo logistics at the moment, what we're doing is we're putting all of our cartons of ammo are being distributed to step vans over here. This lineup of step vans, starting with the white one going to the right, these are just ammo carriers, cartons full of ammo. But the SWAT van is unique. It has all of my individual boxes of ammo. Just went gung-ho into a police station on Insane. That's, well, yeah. I mean, you'll definitely have a little bit of fun with that, but, when you're on Insane Pop, I talked about this a few times, but when it comes to population, zombie population, when you turn the number up, what you're really doing when you do that is you're just creating more obstacles. And if you think about Zomboid as a road, is a road fun to drive on because it's full of potholes and, you know, obstacles that you need to dodge? Or, you know, is the experience made more enjoyable by dodging the occasional one while actually driving on the road itself? That's, you know, that's kind of how I think about it. It's zombies are an environmental threat. They're not the end-all be-all of the game. There's a billion other things to do in this game than just kill zombies all day. Okay, so we've got about 28 encumbrance free in the SWAT van. Let's just stand right here and see what cartons we can assemble. I knew we were ready for a shotgun here. And a carton of 556 coming right up. Well, yeah, I mean, okay, so high pop with respawns off. Sure, I mean, you know, because then at that point, I go through all the effort of clearing an area and then it stays clear. Sure, yeah. Extinction mode is high pop with respawns on, though, so that's something worth thinking about. Okay, we'll put that in there. Whatever, none of those will fit. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just take the cartons. I'm just going to take them all out of the ambulance. We're going to leave them on the floor right here. We're going to need another step van. We do not have another box of 357 over here, at least, but we should have one in the heavy combat truck. Would you look at that? We got one right there. That's enough to put together another carton. And that's, you know, wouldn't mind playing sprinters if we had movement superiority, but alas, we don't. So there's 149 encumbrance worth of cartons now assembled on the floor. That's pretty close to another step van. So the remaining loose boxes of ammo go from the ambulance directly into the SWAT van. And these 2 empty magazines go directly into the empty magazine bag. Okay, the SWAT van is now kitted out, and it's not quite full. I probably do not have room for... Oh, we can fit the M16 in there. This is an M16 we looted from the last gun shop on the map. Yes, the last gun shop on the map. We finally looted it. We have looted every single gun store on this map. Oh, here's an important thing. I almost forgot about this, which is cursed in and of itself. We found 2. Make that 2, KTO. We found 2 JS3Ts in the gun store, and both of them had ammo straps on them. So we now have a total of 4 ammo straps. Total, after looting every gun shop on the map. So these 2 JS3Ts can go... I don't have room for them in the trunk of the ambulance. Or, sorry, in the trunk of the step van. Let us put them... Or let us see if we can put them. Nope. We have no more room anywhere. Let's expedition ambulance then. I planted them. If I was going to start planting things, I probably would have given myself something more than just ammo straps. I probably would have given myself some soybeans. We spent a lot of time last stream looking for soybeans, and we never found any. I can't remember if this sledgehammer belongs to the SWAT van or not. No, the SWAT van still has it. Was it the fire truck? Yes, fire truck has room for a sledgehammer on the passenger seat. Over there you go, back to where you belong. With that, the trunk of the ambulance is completely emptied. We do have random stuff on the passenger seat and the glove compartment. Okay, this ambulance completely emptied. It is now on standby. I may need to establish, and that might be this ambulance, at some point I may need to establish a dedicated gun carrier. Right now, the SWAT van is kind of hybridized between loose ammo and guns. And when I say guns, I mean backup guns. But that's something I'll be thinking about. I'm not sure yet. We've got 30 minutes till bedtime here. Extinction has got like a whole set of settings that are different between it and Apocalypse. If you want to see the exact differences, what you can do is go to start a new game, and then go to the sandbox settings menu and go to the presets. And what you do is you set the preset for extinction mode, and what it'll do is it'll show in yellow the changed what sandbox settings get changed by Apocalypse. That will show you exactly what Apocalypse is dealing with. My current sword is ready to be retired. We will leave it here. Forevermore it shall be a decoration. And we should have a new one, at least one new one, waiting for us in Expedition here. We may be almost empty on those. Oh, we are empty on those. Okay then, I have no replacement sword. That's disconcerting. And my machete is ready for replacement too. So, here's what we're going to do. We'll leave them both here. I will get one replacement machete on my belt here. And we're going to have to stop by Jericho and build some more swords. In any case, it is 2300. That is our bedtime. We go to sleep. Good morning, Richard. How's it going? Are there any more zombies left on the map? Oh, absolutely, yes. Just not in the areas that we're operating in. If you want to see my map here, we're looking at some beautiful green arrows. I worked very hard to get these green arrows put on the map. The green arrows mean there is no chance of a zombie showing up because I very tediously cleared every single building next to the streets. You'll see that there's not very many green arrows in total. I couldn't even get green arrows on Rudy Grady Boulevard here, despite spending several hours trying to clear it out. That is, yeah, lots of unfinished effort there. The southeast has been our target for the past couple of streams here, and we have explored most of what I wanted to see out of it. I think one of the last couple of things here, there's a PD, police department, and an annotated map here. But at that point, these are like at the outer edge of a triangle. We've got Jericho over here, and we've got Wellington over here where we're currently located. It's 6 one, half a dozen the other in terms of driving distance. So, yeah, I'll think about that. It's getting more and more tedious to drive all the way out there. That's why I'm considering just establishing another field base. But we're almost done with Louisville exploration, at least. Lots of things to consider on that. So as an overnight task tonight, we are going back to Jericho again to forge a couple more swords. SWAT van with loose ammo goes back into the lineup. And I will probably take the expedition ambulance to Jericho. The expedition ambulance is the one that's supposed to be carrying my swords and backup cutlery. I call it the expedition ambulance because it's one of the best in my fleet, and it has enough in it that I could take this ambulance alone to a new location and have everything I need to survive pretty much indefinitely. Not that I would ever necessarily operate that way, but it's the principle behind it. This one's always usually one of the first into the fray. But we haven't needed to operate that way after getting to Louisville, because Louisville has been a slow crawl from location to location. A slow enough crawl that it's never really felt like an expedition, right? Going to a new town, that's an expedition. That's when we spend most of our time in this kind of ambulance here. Still has a very important purpose in my fleet, though. Alright, we are back to Jericho here. Jericho is the only base in Louisville that I built with a forge. Forges are a lot of work. A lot of work. Do not want to have to be building too many of them. The forge here has got plenty of charcoal, so much that I had to dump some on the floor. And so many steel materials in the boxes here that I quite literally will have to worry about the boxes overflowing before I'll ever worry about running out of anything. Let's have a quick bite to eat here. We are still rapidly gaining weight. How about we have some chips? A very easy thing since I forgot my salads. Possibly, yes, KTO. That is something that I have had in the back of my mind. The question of when comes up because, of course, that going to Spiffo's HQ means I'm going to use the Cozy Box, which means it's whenever it feels convenient to go back to the Cozy Box that we'll be considering that. So we're standing in the correct location here to access the material supplies and the trunk of the truck where our tools and charcoal are stored, so we can forge anything we want. We're going to do... I'm going to start with 2 machetes, and then we're going to do 4 swords. That's easily going to take up the rest of the night here. Thank God for being able to fast forward. If you could not fast forward, if this was multiplayer, that would be something people would just go AFK for. Alright, some machete blades into my backpack here. And now sword blades, we are doing 4 of them total. And there's 4 sword blades. Sorry about that obnoxious noise. I'm not a fan of it either. It's not me who set that noise in there, by the way. That is the devs who did that. If you do not like that obnoxious noise, make sure they know about it, please. We've got a billion small handles here, so we are going to go ahead and assemble and sharpen everything. Alright, so we put handles on all 6 of the weapons we just made. Now we just sharpen them all. We're going to be about an hour late for bed after doing all this, and that is perfectly fine. Time well spent. I usually prefer to get my second sleep at 5 a.m. Here we are at 6 a.m. Quick question. When 40, quick question. One that I've been asked many, many, many times. I have no choice. So the short answer is yes, but the long answer is I don't know if I'll do it immediately when 42 stable comes out. That all depends on how substantial the update is. I predict it'll be substantial. You know, a lot of new changes that make the new start, the early game, worth it. The last time we had a save-breaking update, that was when we started this character. My previous character, we retired her save, we started over. I was very excited to experience the early game at the time because it was, you know, they changed a lot of the default settings and whatnot. They'd fixed a bunch of stuff and all that. So it definitely just depends on what 42.20 actually brings to the table. If 42.20 doesn't bring much to the table, but it breaks my save anyway, I will probably switch games. You know, just play a different game for a little while. I will need a break from Zomboid in that case. But if, you know, if it comes out and it's great, lots of new changes, then sure, absolutely, I'll be starting a new character right away. That will, all contingents on that. So I made 2 machetes and 4 swords. Those are what I wanted to put in standby. I don't actually have a sword ready for use, though. So I'm going to go ahead and make 1 more sword, and this is going to be the one that I actually put on my belt. Alright. Hilt. And sharpen. If anybody is not familiar with swords, stick around a little bit longer. You'll see exactly why we use swords here. Swords are best in slot. There is no competition. So here is our expedition ambulance with the big bag of blade in it. And the big bag of blade gets my swords and machetes that we just built. We now have a total of 4 swords, 3 machetes on standby. Now, let's just say that we had fog this morning, if the weather was ugly looking. I would probably have forged a few more swords. But since we've got good weather, we got great weather. This is sniping weather here. We're definitely going out and doing some combat. Hey, hey, KTO, I would actually be okay with it if they changed the respawn mechanic completely. I get the feeling that's not gonna happen though. I feel the likelihood of that is probably -1. I have maintained that respawns inherently are not the worst concept, but they need to feel more organic. Like there needs to be a clear and obvious reason why those zombies are reappearing. And I don't know if it'll be very easy to justify that before NPCs come along. Because once NPCs come along, you can absolutely justify, hey, some dude led a horde into this area because he showed up, you know, he was trying to escape them. And, oh no, now he's leading zombies right past your base or some shit. I don't know. There's so many things you could do with NPCs that will make respawns feel like they belong in the world. The way respawns are implemented right now, respawns are just a punishment for not looking at an area for 2 weeks. That's literally all they are. If you don't look at an area for a couple of weeks, 10% of the population shows up every 2 weeks until it's back to 100%. Or not even 2 weeks at that point. It's like every 72 hours at that point. It gets stupid really fast. So the 2 ammo straps we found go in our heavy combat vehicles attachment bag. I do a quick pass over of my active use weaponry here. Everything's looking mostly good. We've got 3 pipe bombs on standby. Loose 556. That belongs in the SWAT van. Hey, I mean, you know what? That's your decision. That's your decision. Me personally, I will clear the zombies and then make that decision. Because I always view NPCs in games like this as potential assets. Not guaranteed assets, but potential ones. We have some eggs that went stale here. Let's put those into the trash. We also have some fish fillet that are... has been sitting in the fridge for a couple days. That's getting me nervous. Fish fillet is not going to last very long if you just leave it in the fridge. So I'm going to cook it and put it in some salads. What can you do with mussels? Can you put them in salads if you cook them? Or are they just one of those things that's hard to deal with all the time? Might have been the only way to lose the tail. That was, that's something that happens actually very often in RimWorld. Somebody will like, you know, you'll hear a, oh, I need help. And we're gonna come to your location because then you can help us deal with them. Sometimes there's a little bit of undertones of you're going to have to help whether you like it or not. All right. But RimWorld will also teach you very quickly. Do not assume the best of people who just show up at your colony, ever. So we got one helping of kale. We cannot put mussels into salad. I'm just going to eat them straight up. I have no time for trying to figure out what you can do with something if you can't even put it into a basic-ass salad. Nah, I ain't got time for that. So I'll put 2 helpings of fish in each of these salads. Still have a little bit of fish left. I suppose we can do one more. Let's see how that goes. Beautiful. Now we've got pretty much nothing but leftovers. And the rabbit meat has just gone stale. That's okay, though. That was also just leftovers. Leftovers all eaten up? Yes, okay. That's what I want to see. I hate having leftovers, but we've gotten rid of them. Two of those salads are food for today, and the other 3 are on standby. Oh, wow. I did not realize that my satchel was completely full of guns. That is a bit of a skill issue. We're going to get those guns put... I don't have anywhere to put them. I'm going to put them on the ground right next to these cartons that are on standby here. And we will figure out exactly what to do with those later, because right now I'm not in the mood to be figuring out more logistics. I've had my fill for the immediate moment. Ammo check. 357's good. ACP is our... 45 ACP is our primary platform at the moment. Oh, yeah, how's it going? Good to see it. Yeah. Wednesday, the 29th of July. No shit. Is that a new post? Okay. What do I say, chat? Do I say something? Do I say something? Do I give another winter is coming? Or do I yeah, you know what? Whenever you're the first person to reply to a post. All right. Build 42 stable plans. Here we go. Wednesday, 29th of July. Hey, there's my girl. There's my girl right there. There's my girl. Oh, I love to see her. Jackie J right there. That's my girl. Wait a minute. That is her, right? No, she's got the LBMW mic, but it's blue, not red. Why is that? She should have a red mic. The blue one is for LBMW, the TV station. The red mic is for the radio station. Whatever. I guess same franchise, right? Nobody's going to read this, by the way. Nobody's going to read this. This is how you stay on build 41 if you want to continue your save. Nobody's going to read this. Everybody's going to go to Steam discussions and be like, how do I go back to 41? No, I'm serious. Count the number of people who are just completely taken off guard because they don't even look at the posts. Yeah. Make of that what you will. Oh, look at that. They plugged Big Bad Beaver. Oh, how kind of them. How kind of them. How kind indeed. But yeah, that's the big news. We're feeling more stable by the minute, boys. Alrighty. So we have got about half a day worth of daylight here, and it's looking beautiful out here. I'm not seeing any cloud cover. We are going to clear that last unexplored bit of territory down here. Honestly, that feels like I'm going back to Jericho full time. It really does. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to top up the generator up here at Wellington. We're going to top up the generator here at Wellington. We'll top up our gas tank in the fire truck here. And then we will proceed with today's activities. After today's activities, we're going to give a good hard look at what we need to do to rebase back at Jericho. Right. I cannot pump into a vehicle unless I turn on this separate generator here. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, you know, alternative builds of a game are not something everybody participates in. So that generator right there was just necessary to reach the outer pumps. These inner pumps should be reachable, but they're not. So I'm going to check the generator on the roof, because that's the one that's actually powering the base. It's kind of good, but it could use a top-up. It doesn't even have its own dedicated, anything. Needs a gas can and a duffel bag with some parts in it. You'd think I would have a gas can at a gas station, but my tendency to centralize things works against me sometimes. Oh, right. This one is the one with the parts and the can. It belongs next to the active use generator like this one. Engineer next time. Personally, I feel like engineer is it doesn't get you enough yet, but I also haven't tried it myself, so I cannot really speak from experience, only from theory. Engineer gets you a bonus to electrical, and it gets you some recipes that are kind of hard to get. I think you can make pipe bombs right out the gate, which is great, but you still need to go find other materials to make those pipe bombs. Those materials can be difficult enough to source that, yeah, I don't know. But you will be able to get to electrical level 6 and make your own remote controllers much more easily, so I don't know, make of that what you will. Personally, I would so much rather prefer to be a somebody with high strength and high stamina, or high fitness rather, so that I don't have to worry about leveling out any of those. I'm just combat effective out the gate. Pipe bombs are a lot of fun, but they're also kind of a niche use case. There's very few situations that can be solved with a pipe bomb that can't also be solved with a campfire. And anybody can make a campfire. Oh, generators too, yes, that's true. Again, it's a very specific concern. That's always the thing that I think about the most, is it's a very specific concern. Whenever I'm building a character, I always think about very broad concerns. As broad as I can possibly think. Alright, now entering uncleared territory. Going past the school. And we want to take eastward turns. We do have a small unexplored territory there. And there. And then this whole chunk right here behind the commercial sector on south side here. That is our goal for the day. Another thing, there is a tiny pocket up here. I seriously doubt it's anything overly substantial, but I want to make our former character, Nora the Explorer, very proud with our Louisville journey here. It's true. And if you're specialized builds, again, that's definitely something that'll help you out in multiplayer. But it's been a very long time since I played multiplayer. This is a bit of a gamble. I think this will be fine. Yes, okay, we're good. That was a dead end, though. We want to go out on Lincoln and then take a turn on Audubon and then onto Roosevelt here. Definitely take KTO's word for it. That man has spent 100% more time in multiplayer than I have, on B42 at least. That's not Audubon, is it? Would have been better to find out before I got surrounded. No, Audubon is the next. I'm going to pull a maneuver here. This is going to be one hell of a maneuver. Get everybody into the yard. And here be Audubon. Take this turn and then the next right. I think if I understood correctly, Cerulean said that they're definitely not done with their changes to the the changes to the injury system in this game. In which case, first aid skills will be probably more valuable in the future than they are today. Is that it? Yeah, that was it. Roosevelt Street is not overly substantial. It might make for an amazing angle of approach, but that all depends on how many are in these trees here. Looks to be a lot. So many that I'm just going to straight up avoid them. This is now Southside Drive. So we have successfully explored everything, all the way up to this cutoff here at Phoenix and Opal. I believe. Let me just one more pass through this. No half measures, Walter. No half me. We haven't explored Heisenberg Street. What is wrong with me? It's actually kind of hard to tell because the annotated map here, like, partially revealed the area. So we saw these, you know, it's just this darkened bit. It's technically unexplored. No half measures, Walter. No half measures. Watch the new video. Phallus Lake isn't quite what I remember. New video? Do you mean the one from the notes? Hang on a second. I cannot stand Steam doing that. Copy the address, please. We'll use YouTube like a sensible person would. Or a web browser, rather.
Confirmed by eyewitnesses that this is not an island.
This time at a gas station. Police are on the...
We have a reporter on the ground. Jackie J, what is the current situation?
Horrific scenes here in Riverside. I just went... Teenagers stranded on...
Hold on a second.
Scenes here in Riverside. I just went... Teenagers...
I don't know if that's exactly how I pictured her. Or pictured her voice, rather. This might be one of the first times we hear her voice, canonically.
Police are on the...
We have a reporter on the ground. Jackie J, what is the current situation?
Horrific scenes here in Riverside. I just went... Teenagers stranded on the rooftop of...
To survive, you need determination. You need...
Live at the military blockade, the message is clear.
That is... Where is that? That doesn't look very familiar. Oh no, this is the little zoom. This is the zoom in on the house.
The Knox event is contained. I repeat, the Knox event is contained.
Yeah, no, it's not.
But it's not contained. The whole street was silent. What's happening here?
I'm not gonna watch the whole thing.
I didn't know my next step, but I was running out of food. It looked like... found an empty farmhouse. A place where they would never find me. I prepped, built the fences. I farmed, I fished. I found a generator to keep me warm through the winter.
And then you turn it on indoors.
But I needed fuel. There was a gas station back on the road.
They didn't even show him turning it
It was
on.
a necessary risk I had to take. And though I thought it would be quick and quiet, I would never make it home.
This is Project Zomboid.
Who set that on fire? Who set that on fire? Somebody had to do that. Or we don't have NPCs yet, and he left his window open. That's mistake number 2000 right there. But no, that you guys are telling me this is Phallus Lake here. That does not look to me like Phallus Lake, but neat if so.
I knew I had to leave this place.
Why would you
take my home, but they kept...
All you have to do is tap E to close the door.
I barely escaped. I ran as far as I could, no matter
Minus
the cost.
20 stamina right there. Again with the window being open. Bro, just roll it up. Roll up the window. It takes a zombie almost 20 hits of a window to break it.
I found an empty farmhouse. A place where they would never find me.
Incorrect.
I found an empty farmhouse. A place...
That... Yeah, nothing about this neighborhood particularly looks familiar. Neat. Cinematic for the cinema. Hey, I mean, you know what? Maybe he hates summer even more than I do. Maybe he hates summer more than I hate summer a lot in this game. Summer is really... It gets really cooking. It gets really cooking. Alright, where were we? We need to go, if I really want to go full cloth on the exploration process here, then we'll need to go back up past the music festival here, and then take a look down Bricklayer Street here. That shouldn't be too hard. Shortly thereafter we get off of Southside here it will be cleared territory again. But yeah, if anybody wants to watch that full video, just check the latest blog post for the game. It's not showing up for me on my Steam library page yet. It will show up here at some point for everybody. But for now, you can find it if you go to Steam Discussions and then go to the latest pinned post, which was pinned about 20 minutes ago, I think. So we just got off of South Side. We're on this tiny little road here. Not cleared, but as soon as we connect to the road that goes up to the music festival, it'll be cleared up there. So we can finish filling in. I've never fully explored Louisville in any of my characters. I have done a pretty good job of clearing it on Annie, but I never fully explored it. And that is that's going to be kind of a tertiary goal for me here. Thank you, K2. Muchas gracias. Video we were looking at, linked in the chat. I can't remember if we ever actually did get a chance to look in the trunk of this thing. Yep, there we go. Shotgun, rifle. Don't really care about the other stuff. Since I have a moment, check the glove here. Shit. Fucking tree, man. I didn't see them until the last second. I hate trees. Say that I've taken this place in chunks. We've actually done a little bit of killing here already. Closer up to the bend. Can you decapitate zombies in this game? Zombies, okay, so when it comes to this game and its violence, there's no dismemberment. And there never will be, because dismemberment would make it unsellable in certain countries. Just like we'll never see child zombies. There are certain types of violence that this game will never show, because the devs want that sweet, sweet cash. They want everybody to be able to buy the game on the Steam store, regardless of how pathetic and authoritarian their local nation laws are. I believe the chat approach is to say to somebody who can't play the game because of local regulations, why don't you go talk to your government about that and get a better government before coming to talk to some video game developer. But I digest. We'll never see decapitation in this game, nor any other form of dismemberment. It is what it is. Unfortunate. I mean, I personally would. I play Dark Tide, guys. I enjoy a little bit of gratuitous violence here and there. But yes, in terms of how to tell when a zombie is truly dead in this game, you're listening for a specific sound. There's an audio cue. You'll get to recognize it pretty quickly. We're one-shotting all these guys, so it's kind of hard to tell. Let me use the knife here. See if I can. So it's that extra little splatter sound at the end. Let me poke this guy. You probably won't hear it if I just poke him. Yeah, see, no splatter, no splatter. There's the splatter. That's what you're listening for. That's how that's basically the game's audio cue, a way of telling you that you've wiped out that zombie. Its brain matter is gone. And of course, there was nothing in the glove compartment worth looking at. That was the last thing I wanted to check. I will tell that to the lovely people of the oldest nation on the planet. I will say that to them every single day of the week. Lovely, lovely people. Horrific government. Actually worse than ours in an objective, measurable way. But make of that what you will, because you know people put up with a lot of stuff, and you can't necessarily fault them for that. People will do what seems to be the most convenient thing for them at the time, and just dealing with the CCP as they are. That's what the good people of China are doing at the moment. Their bread and circus is just about as good as ours at the moment. Actually, I would go as far as to say that the bread and circus over in China is not that bad right now. Not that bad at all, because they still get some Western media. Not all of it, but some. minus 10,000 social credits. Yeah, my social credit's been in the gutter. It's okay. I never plan on visiting. Okay, so now we have re-entered cleared territory. The place that I wanted to look at here is just right up here. It's going to be the next left, actually. The next left that is not going into the musical theater, or the music festival here. I said this is cleared territory, sir. I'm not allowed to spawn here. China. Yeah. I find it personally to be even more insulting when moderation, filtration, if you want to call it censorship, I prefer to call it censorship at the corporate level. Oh no, censorship is only when the government does it. No, that's not true. The government outsources things to the private sector all the time. The tale is old as time. Alright, here is our turn. I'm gonna go pay a visit to Walter. Heisenberg Street down here. It's not gonna be very substantial. I don't expect to find anything. Actually, would you look at that? We got some boarded up windows, boys. This has not been not worth it. We've got a survivor house. Okay, I mean, do I really need a survivor house? Not really, but it's the principle of the thing. The one unexplored corner of Louisville on the entire, like, northeast area here. Yeah, we're kind of in the northeast area still. We did actually locate a survivor house. Now, I don't know if both of these are. Maybe they are. I'm starting to wonder if we've got some abandoned houses here. We're going to take a look at both, of course. I feel like lightning didn't just strike twice. I want to say that we've also got a clean angle of approach from the right here, because much further to the right, and that is the music festival area. We cleared that area by firing up the light bar. Let me double check. I'm literally just gonna mosey out into the forest real quick, just look around, see if I see any groups. Because I don't. Nope. There's the music festival. That's close enough. That's close enough. That I don't think we're gonna see any substantial groups. That means weapons free. Now, doesn't mean I'm not checking over my 6, but it does mean I don't expect extreme resilience from my 6 here, or extreme resistance. If anybody's not familiar, we're using a trapper carbine with a 4x scope on it. So our optimal range is either medium like that, or point blank, as appropriate. I need to move my truck out of the way a little further here. Never accidentally shoot your own vehicles, ever. You can and you will. I think we're actually close enough to the other survivor house that we're clearing resistance from both at the moment. that is them about to break out the front door. You hear the extra splintering sound there. Oh, the splintering sound was coming from both. Okay. Come on out. Let's go. They just broke the door and the window. I had a feeling. That it? Ah, there you are. Huge losers in ponchos coming out of that house. Beautiful. I am very much down for it. We have not had map changes for several builds. So that means, assuming the map people have been at work the whole time, that means we might see a notable map change in 42.20. Yeah, maybe. Can't rule it out. Rosewood has not been... There hasn't been much done to Rosewood for all of B42, really. Specific buildings, but not much beyond that. Now this right here, I don't like this. I can't back up because there's a tree. I usually like to pop doors and then back up. But there's a tree right there, so no, I'm not doing that. I'll flank her, whoever it is. This would be outside here. Yes. You don't need to break that window, I'm right here. Thank you. Needless wanton destruction. Now, am I still weapons free? Sure, why not? This is a quiet gun. Gotcha. I think I recall hearing it mentioned that the Trapper Carbine right here has a sound radius of 70 tiles, which is surprisingly quiet as far as guns in this game go. But if I want to start grabbing loot, it would be better to stop shooting. Even though a quiet gun will pull them from a long distance. So, usually if I'm going to do a survivor house, I want to have multiple ways in and out. In this case, we've already got a door broken. Ooh, this guy had a hydration pack with a lot of books in it. Almost all of them I already have. Yes, all of them I already have, that's fine. Can I fit that into my trunk? I think I might just barely be able to. Yep, trunk is almost full now. So this is not a looting truck. I will not be able to fit large quantities of loot in it. The plan is for these two survivor houses, we're going to extract the loot into... Okay, if we need to, we are going to extract the loot into garbage bags and then come pick it up. There might not be that much loot we actually need, but guns are always welcome. But before we even go inside, we're checking the zombies that came out of the house. So that was one, there's another. These two, I believe, also came out. Okay, then. We're going to assume that that person was walking a dog and that they weren't wearing that leash. Otherwise, there may have been some very, very unusual things going on in this house. VTSS, how's it going? Good to see you. For anybody joining, welcome. We've got a confirmation. B42 stable is coming apparently in 5 days. Apparently. Focusing on rooms with no doors first. Kitchen clear. Bedroom clear. Okay, now we can focus on doors. Other bedroom clear. Bathroom last. Clear. Kitchen is usually where most of the loot tends to be for these survivor houses. Doesn't guarantee it's going to be substantial. Got tools. We got really early game weapons. Now, this is what I'm talking about. We got some ammo. And a good set of guns here. So we found a bulky ammo container with an ammunition box that actually has ammo in it. E-tool is something that I could use a spare of. It's one of the easiest to carry shovels. Most of the rest of that I don't care about. Okay. That is the first pass. We might come back for those guns in a moment here, but I'm going to eat the rest of this salad first. Bedroom has one loot container and nothing in it. Alright, so that's it for this survivor house. Let's go ahead and just take the guns, put them in this bulky container that we found here. These guns are all loaded. That is not necessary. I'm going to take the ammo out of them. This is one situation where removing the attachments will actually help me fit them in this container because These all weigh 4 encumbrance. Without attachments. And then I can fit them all in there at once. Right? Well, maybe I can fit them all in there regardless. One of the carbines is only 3.5. Shotgun shells are bulkier than I thought. Alright, let's just get out of here with this then. That is all of the guns, all of the ammo, and anything else that I care about. So this survivor house is done. As you can see, we've got a number of dudes surrounding this other house we wanted to look at here. I do not have a lot of time before the fatigue kicks in, so I'm going to drop this, drop the box of loot, put this, one of my colleagues here to rest. My character being a fire officer. Thank you for your service and your duffel bag. The door has had its, the door has had its barricade broken, so we can pop that and kill that guy. I'm gonna do a perimeter check before we worry about that. I saw you up there. Come out of them trees. Bedroom clear. Back door I can see into. Yes. Kitchen more or less clear. We are now fatigued. Not to worry. We're still doing half damage. I picked up a key from somebody. I might be able to just pop this door. Nope. How about you? You got keys? No. Farmer John, you got keys? Nope. If I had another view into the living room there, then I might have risked jumping in the window there. But I don't, so I won't. I would sooner take the bedroom here. Make me break all the windows, why don't you? Door now unlocked. Bathroom, quick check. Clear. Kitchen, already confirmed. Let's check the closet first. This guy doesn't have anything on him. Cheapskate John magazine. It's the street violence issue. Blacksmithing 5. If I was in the market, that'd be amazing. Replace my battery while we're at it. More Cheapskate John. It's always a magazine I'm happy to see. More blacksmithing. These guys knew what's up. I like these guys had good taste. Clear that, clear that. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently in the last unexplored segment of Northeast Louisville, and we happen to find 2 survivor houses. I was not expecting that in the slightest, but I'm here for it. So we're clearing those before we head back today, after which point we will definitively be done with this side of town. And this was a very poor excuse for a survivor house. That's it. We just looted everything, and there's not a single gun in the whole joint. No wonder these guys died. I was saying something about them having good taste. I take back everything. Hey, Kraken, how's it going? Yep. 5 days, apparently. 5 days. All right. That was the electrical stuff that I had. I believe we have no further business on this side of the map. So we did not have to come out. Oh, you know what? Okay, hang on. I did forget one loot box in this place. The bedroom, which we infiltrated through, has this closet. Have a bullets bandolier, but no guns to shoot the bullets with. What about the other side? Nope. So, not a single gun in the survivor house. Like I said, poor excuse for a survivor. That's probably why they didn't survive. They had a bulletproof vest, but no guns to shoot. I guess they put all their points into defense. Roll of barbed wire on the ground in front of the Ekron house. Interesting. Could be yeah, that could be an event of some sort. I'm gonna get some markers on the map for those places we just identified and subsequently cleared. Alrighty. We're actually not far from Wellington. Yeah, we've come pretty much full circle. But we have fully, with no stones left unturned, explored all of Northeast Louisville now. And that is exactly what I wanted to do. Southeast, of course, still plenty of pockets. Like all over the place, south and southeast. That is probably us rebasing here at Jericho. So I think the time has come to retire Wellington. It has served us well, very well. But we are now concluded with all of our operations in the Northeast and the East. Right, I was holding on to it for both the Northeast and the East, where it was relevant. But it is no longer relevant. We are now definitively in the Southeast, which means we're just going to operate straight out of Jericho for a time. There's going to come a point where I'm going to want a new vehicle. A new main heavy combat truck. And I know exactly where to find them. Louisville Airport is right here. And they've got the airport security trucks. Some of my viewers know that I was very partial to those on my previous character, Nora, because they are just as good as the fire trucks. Different color, different aesthetic. Same powerful engine, same open bed trunk. Perhaps a trunk that has not been repaired so many times that it is now experiencing diminishing returns to success. Wellington Heights is going to be best reached by not that direction. This direction here. Hey, D&D Dorks, how's it going? So, based on just what little we've seen for 42 Stable, the fact that there's going to be map changes, that's pushing me towards a yes on the question of whether I will be starting a new character immediately. But again, we'll see. A couple new houses and a couple new, non-substantial POIs are not exactly going to be the most, the biggest thing ever. But if it's true that the map team has been cooking for the past several updates, but they haven't actually pushed anything out because they wanted everybody to not have their saves broken, then that means we're getting several months of map work getting added. I am not going to talk about the pretty houses. I have decided today that I'm going to be happy today. I am not going to talk about the pretty houses, because if I talk about the pretty houses, I'm going to get salty. And today is not a day to be salty. Today is going to be a good day. Are we taking a left or a right here? Definitely left. This is Rudy Grady. What am I saying? This is Rudy Grady. We know where we're going. You're going to have to forgive me. All of these, once I get back to looking at these brick townhouses, they all look the damn same to me. And we are actually going to make it home for bedtime, right on time. I am here for it. This box full of guns can go over here next to the other guns that we don't necessarily have an immediate purpose for yet. I have been mulling over doing a full gun carrier van, but TBA. All right, bedtime, and then we will start sorting loot by category. Hey, nice. That just says Gaben's putting work in, right? It's easy stuff we can put away. This electrical, first aid stuff, that's all local. Got some memorabilia from the local area. Memorabilia container is full. Overflow going over to the books here. Canned food for the canned food god. E-tool for local use. I'll leave that here. And a couple of guns. One of them has ammo in it. We're going to fix that. Got enough loose boxes of shotgun that we can assemble a carton. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Oops. Among the remaining ammo, we've got 2 that are in active use. 357 and 45 ACP, they can go directly into the combat truck. And then these leftovers go into the SWAT van. Local tools over here gets the needle and the thread. Every one of my field bases should have such things. More guns in this bag over here. All right then. Bed sheets made out of money, because of course, why not? Still in rapid weight gain at 83 kilo. Gloria, how's it going? Good to see you today. We are, we're 5 days out from build 42 stable. It has been confirmed. I cannot remember if my truck up here needed a new radio, so I'm checking that real quick. That would be a negative. So this radio is just going back to base then. Sunballs should already have a little bit of general loot stuff that goes back to base, yeah. General loot stuffs, it will start to have more than general loot stuff soon here. That is all of my bags emptied. We put some stuff into the trunk of the fire truck. Mostly stuff that is not overly important. Local stuff. Books literally might as well be decorations. Just put them in here for now. So this bag in my hand here is another bag full of guns. You know, I went through all the effort of putting in a back door and I never use it. Gonna put it out here with the other bags of guns. So what we're looking at on the floor here is ammo to put into another step van full of ammo. And then guns. I'm thinking about setting up a step van specifically for guns. This is a step van specifically for vehicle parts. It's already full. I think I'm just going to designate the ambulance as a gun carrier for now. Yeah, I could definitely say that, Kraken. Gaben really loves his proton compatibility layer. Wait a minute, that's ammo. We're doing weapons. Weapons into the ambulance here. Not quite enough to fill it up, but we're not done yet, so put that container in there as a thing to hold on to attachments. That's pretty close to being set up, so I'm going to go ahead and leave it here. We'll pick one of those three in the lineup here, one of the other two, rather. The sunballs, that is general loot. One of the other two will become another ammo carrier. Yes. Otherwise, we are ready for our second bedtime here. Forgot about the shotgun that was in my hands. You know what? That can stay here. It's a sawed-off. I seriously doubt I'm ever going to use it. Sawed-off shotguns are not good for repairs, and their range is so short that I almost never will ever use them because I don't fight short range, ever. If there's an engagement that feels like it's forcing me to fight in short range, I'm gonna change the engagement until it's not. I don't do short range engagements. That's how people get bitten. All right, a little bit late for our second bedtime, but we are good to go. So, as I was saying before, actually now we've got fog today. That's actually pretty good timing. Fog means we're not going out and doing any exploration or heavy combat. We are breaking down Wellington Heights and mothballing it. Like many other good bases, I have gotten what I need out of the area that it's in, and it is now getting mothballed. That doesn't mean we're leaving forever. We might come back, but that does mean that anything that is not a minor asset is now going to be exfiltrated. So, starting with over here at this workstation in front of the dinosaur, we've got a bunch of tape sitting around, as well as a golf bag. The golf bag is my golf bag of respirator filters that are waiting to be recharged. The act of recharging some of them will use up some of these materials that I don't have room for in the bag. So I'm going to do that first. That will actually reduce the amount of stuff I have to take with me. If anybody's not familiar, you recharge filters with a recipe that you got to find a thing to unlock. And then the materials, once you have that recipe, include charcoal, sponge, filters that are not, that need to be charged. And then you can either use glue or wood glue, and then adhesive tape or duct tape. Personally, I do not ever recommend using glue for this because glue is a critical reagent for remote bombs. Wood glue is not. Literally the same principle for duct tape, although duct tape has many more uses. So what I do is I save all of my adhesive tape and wood glue for recharging filters. But I need charcoal and I don't have any. So we're going to go burn some stuff. I do not have a burning barrel at this location. So I will go get a shovel and we will create a burning pile. Do not get too used to being able to do this easily. Someday we will not be able to do this easily. Someday it will be extremely annoyingly difficult to do this. Because the game is not tedious enough yet. Just a bit of a dark prediction on my part. We're going to need that shovel. Left it over here. Finish off my salad. We'll grab another 2 out of the fridge here. Charcoal burning pile can only be placed on grass, I believe. Oh, fuck, man. Don't do that to me. Don't give them ideas, please. Perfect spot for a burning pile here. Alright, now we already have material to do 1 burn. Of these large branches that we had sitting around. I was going to carve those into bats, but I don't need to anymore. This will get us 12 charcoal. That's 12 filter recharges. That's not quite enough for my purposes right now. Beyond that, you do your burns in counts of 9 small form lumber. So we're talking like 9 tree branches or 9 saplings. I recommend tree branches much more readily than saplings. Every one of these bushes is a potential tree branch. And I think we might have a few hanging out at base too. At least 3 if I recall. We're getting hot just from running around a little bit. I am taking my scarf off and my bandana, and we're going to see how long we last with that. We might need to start sacrificing more layers after that. Yep, we need to start sacrificing more layers. I cannot stand springtime for that particular side of things. See, I've taken off my long johns and my cotton shirt, but now I can guarantee you later on, we're going to stand still for a little while, and now we're going to get cold. That is a level of tedium that just, I don't know. I don't know if the game can really do anything about that. Not quite as many tree branches as I thought. Yeah, we've got 7 here. Give me 2 more and that'll be enough. That'll be enough charcoal. That's more like it. All right, we got 9 tree branches. That's another 12 charcoal. Total of 24 filter recharges. That will get rid of a bunch of materials out of that area. It'll probably also take 1 or 2 sticks of wood glue. Something I should have done a while ago. 24 wood charcoal in my backpack now. Apparently we can do as much as 13. That is because we are limited by our rags. We have 13 rags. So if I want to do more of those, I will need to do Well, we might run out of tape, too. Oh no, we will have exactly the correct amount of tape. That's actually amazing. Let's go get a few more rags then. All I would need is something like a sheet. Which I don't have right here. I do have some dude's tank top. I have no need for this. It's long sleeve t-shirt, no need for that. There's another 10 rags. For a total of... enough. I think that's enough for now. We can now do 15. I don't know what's holding us back after that. It's probably going to be wood glue. But let's find out. No, it's not wood glue. I literally have... Oh, it's, we don't have any more filters to recharge. Ah! We actually ran out of filters that we used up. I'm okay with that. That's a good thing. That means that we're ahead on filter recharges. Basically, my workflow is, if anybody's not familiar, every time I use up a filter for keeping my character protected from zombie stench, every time I use up a filter, I go and put the used up filter into that golf bag. And then I recharge it from empty to wherever it needs to be. I am going to take a trauma bag here and designate this as my trauma bag full of recharged filters. Now you can recharge filters, I believe. We have 4 of those here. I thought that would be superfluous. But no, we'll do those too. So we do still have a little bit of wood glue left, and a little bit of tape, and a little bit of charcoal. But by and large, we've used a lot of that up to get our filters refilled. And now we can resume carrying this bag with us to deposit anything that we loot that is relevant for filter recharges. So as we find more adhesive tape and wood glue, we've got a place to put it now. That's why we needed to do that now. Also relevant to crafting is on this side, our bomb making bag. We've already consolidated all of our glue in there. Let's just combine these last couple of sticks of glue and duct tape so that we are not wasting space on that. We got rain outside. That's actually a good thing. That means when the rain goes away, the fog probably will too. The remaining space that we have in the bomb-making bag shall go to scrap electronics first, and nothing else second. That's all we need for now. Oh, there's a whole other tube of wood glue. Glad to consolidate that because I didn't have room for it before. There'll be places elsewhere that have that. Okay, we are clear to put these... These need to go into the expedition ambulance if we have room for it. Yes, we do. I'm going to use it to my time machine to continue with Dani's up. No, so Gloria, we have I haven't decided 100% yet, but I am definitely leaning towards the, whatchamacallit, the new version of the game is, it's looking like there's going to be map changes. Now, I do not know how many map changes. Maybe they won't be very substantial, but that's something we need to find out. We need to find out how interesting the map changes are going to be. If they're very interesting, then we'll be starting a new character right away. The time machine is already, set up. We've got a copy of 42.19 isolated from this version right now, so that when the game updates, the devs can never take it away from me. We will always be able to come back and play Dani whenever we want to, and that is that's how it needs to be. Now we got this garbage bag full of broken iron pipes, but we're not going to be able to fit all of them into the expedition ambulance. The golf bag of filtration. Okay. We cannot put all of those broken iron pipes in there, and that's okay. I'm just going to put like 4 or something like that. There needs to be enough to make a few pipe bombs on the fly if necessary, but our large storage of broken iron pipes, these can go elsewhere. That's fine. In fact, those can go in the SWAT van for now. I think we don't have any room in the SWAT van at all. Okay then. Quick check of my ammo vans. Plonkies could actually use a small top-up. I'll come back to that though. Maybe just the combat truck then. Yeah. That's all right then. Not the optimal solution, but it works. I'm gonna move Sunballs out of the way here. This is our going back to Jericho vehicle here. We're going to fill up all the gas tanks that we can while we're here. Since this gas station is going to get mothballed, there's no point in leaving a bunch of good gas in the pumps here. So I'm actually going to just go ahead and pull the whole fleet up. Anything in this row does not need gas. The front row, I have barely used them and they're all still full. These ones, very different. I don't know if that one will reach the generator that's out front there. That one there. Short girls are either very sweet or very vicious. One of my best friends in high school was a 4'11" girl. And being as I was, I reached my peak height in high school, I'm 6'4". That was a very funny thing to watch. I think that's the right side, but we're about to find out. That is the right side. I can't remember if these guys had good gas tanks or not, but it doesn't really matter at this point. No, it's not perfect. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to be taking any of these other vans on long expeditions. Oh yeah, don't ask me why these out of gas signs spawned. None of these pumps are out of gas, but these signs spawned anyway, so make of that what you will. We are not done yet. The ambulance down here that's loaded up with guns needs to get gassed. Oh, we are taking the, of course, we're taking the signboard home with us. Jackie J memorabilia will come with us, of course. In fact, the appropriate thing to do would be to leave this at her grave. We have a grave for Jackie J. We put her in the ground ourselves. We gave her a clean ending. She is buried at the, where the trailer is, where her zombie spawns. Yeah, I'm absolutely bringing that down there at some point. The helicopter lasts, what, 8 hours? That's substantial. All things considered, that is pretty substantial. If anybody watching is not was not around the other day we did a live reaction to the interview that Sorelian, the new game director, that he gave to Big Bad Beaver. And Beaver didn't catch this. I don't know if anybody else did. But Sorelian let something slip that he probably shouldn't have let slip. He was, I think Beaver asked him about the helicopter, if there's lore behind it. He was coy about it. He said, there is a story behind it, but we're not going to reveal it yet. We're not going to reveal how they got past the no-fly zone, blah, blah, blah. But when he said we're not going to reveal how they got past the no-fly zone, he revealed something right there. He ruled out military. Because I always got to say this, the military does not need to get past its own no-fly zones. The no-fly zones literally exist so that the military can do whatever they want from an air superiority standpoint. So he, without really knowing it, without intending to do so probably, he confirmed that it's not a military helicopter. So all the theories of it being National Guard or a rogue branch perhaps, none of those are as viable as they used to be. I can't say that they're 100% wrong. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the National Guard, the Nasty Girls, and the rest of the DoD just broke off from each other. I'm finding that a lot less likely now. I'm thinking it's a civilian helicopter. Maybe Finnegan Research. Maybe checking out to see how their virus is working in the field. I don't know. We'll find out someday. Spiffocopter. Yep, Spiffos are, Spiffos corporate has got to find out what's going on there. Alright, so, this van is now an ammo van. It is the least full of the ammo vans in the lineup, but it is an ammo van nonetheless. So it gets parked behind an ambulance like the other ones eventually will here when we get them staged for the exfiltration. This van is not yet purposed. I don't think I'm going to need a second loot van. I don't think so. I'm going to park this right here for now. Yeah, TBA. TBA. There might be a lot of stuff here that I want to get out that won't fit in the other vehicles. That's what this is there for, if that is the case. But otherwise, I think most of our assets here have a vehicle that they will go to. Now, some people might be wondering why I would be putting books in there if I've already read them. You can read books again to get rid of stress. Rereading for the sake of getting rid of stress does work after a long enough period of time. Just gotta put some crap down here. We don't have a lot of room left in the storage. Yeah, you know what? This garbage bag can just stay for now. It is nothing overly important, and it just needed to get out of the way. Can't have stuff all over my seats now, can I? Now, Sunball's over here slated for RTB. That is going to get some more stuff. What we're going to do now that we're done filling up gas, we are going to swap the generator that's in Sunballs for the generator that's on the floor out there. The generator that's on the floor out there is a yellow. We do not need to leave yellows at mothballed bases. We leave blues at mothballed bases. This one needs a can of gas. One of these two had a can of gas. You know what? We're going to leave a red here, actually. I forgot I had a red. We're going to leave a red here. That's even better. Forgot that I could just put it there. Doesn't matter that the floodlight is there. I can put it there anyway. Hey, Mish. Today, the plan is we're exfiltrating... Currently, the plan is we're exfiltrating Wellington base here. We have finished exploring the entire northeast and east of Louisville. So starting up here at the Grand Ohio Mall, which we hit several parts ago, we've explored and looted everything we want from all this residential nonsense out here. Except for the southeast, the far southeast, and the southwest, really, and the south. South Louisville is kind of really not really processed much. We'll be operating out of our main base, Jericho, for that. There's no need to be coming back up here to north of the Central Park area to Wellington. Wellington has now served its purpose. Sunballs, since it's not yet done getting filled up with loot, gets parked on this facing here. And I still don't know exactly what happened to my local gas can. That's alright, I guess. See, I've been centralizing my gas cans a little too much. And now when I need one, I don't actually have one. Perhaps I put one on a passenger seat somewhere. That would be a negative, Ghost Rider. This is all welding stuff. Do I even need it? Nope, I don't need it. This generator's already filled up. Couple of electrical items that were slated for disassembly here. We can repair this generator, top it up. And then the yellow here goes into, if we have room for it, goes in the ambulance. The ambulance up here with the dirt under it, this is one of my base builders. So, of course, I need a yellow for a base builder. We do not have room for it. Okay. In that case... I shall trade. The base builder does not necessarily need 2 blues. It can have a yellow and a blue. Alright, now this blue goes to... I mean, it should be, honestly, this blue should be filled up if it's going to be in one of my vehicles. Let's at least put something in it. This is why I wanted to have a gas can. Having a bite to eat, as we are hungry. Alright, the stuff that's in the freezer, I'm going to go ahead and garbage bag up. Call it garbage bag freeze, so that I know that it is a freezer bag. Keep it separate from the others. Now, at one point, we had already mothballed this base. This will be the second time we've mothballed this base. But each time we do it, we want to do a pass over everything to make sure we're not leaving any critical assets behind, like these katanas. Yes, we have 2 katanas. The problem is we can't sharpen them. Katanas are... They have a sharpness value. They have a sharpness value like every other sword, but the re-sharpen recipe in the crafting menu that we have to use in order to sharpen them does not include katanas. The devs must just have never expected us to find any. So yeah, we can not really use katanas very effectively, despite them being, they are still the best melee weapon in the game by far. So I'm just carrying them around as decorations. Alright, Expedition Ambulance is 200% full. Pulled a couple of magazines out of it. Let's put those in here. Shoot. Last thing I ever want to do is mix empty magazines with fulls. Because if you do that, you are a fool. Alright, we have not... It's going to be a long and tedious process deciding exactly what firearms should be exfiltrated from the SWAT truck and put into the ambulance that's going to be a designated weapons carrier and only weapons. SWAT is multi-purpose. It's got weapons and loose boxes of ammo right now, so it's all over the place. I need to think a little bit further about that. I'm not going to make a hard decision yet. Just going to put that in as it is. It's full of loot anyway. I think just about everything else here, we do not need to be leaving leather behind, so that's a garbage bag right there to go into sunballs. Also, coffee, we only leave like 2 behind at our field bases now. The rest of our coffee is to be centralized properly. In terms of fattening foods, I'm going to leave behind some chips and some cereal. No more than 2. And rare stuff like syrup, pancake mix, peanut butter. Yeah, rare, super rare stuff comes back with me. All right. We brought a lot of extra bowls here. We're going to take more than half of these. Yeah, we can leave a couple behind. Okay, looking good there. Looking good there, looking good there. Nothing particularly unique jumping out at me anywhere else. I think this base is officially mothballed. Of course, it's not that far away. If we find out that we left something else there that we shouldn't have, we can come back for it. Easy peasy. The rest of this food stuff is just going to come forward with us to our next location. Wherever that ends up being. We probably don't even have an idea for our next location yet. And that's okay. Don't need to. Not necessarily. With that, we are getting the vehicles in position for the exfiltration. Yeah, I watched part of it. The only thing that truly stood out to me that I really was happy to hear is we've got an official voice for Jackie J now. That I am happy to hear, because so far we've only seen her in text form for the radios. If anybody's not familiar with my overall logistics strategy here, for every step van in the fleet, we usually have something capable of towing a step van. In this case, all of our ammo carriers have an ambulance to go with them. Now this is the welding truck, or welding ambulance. I am going to see if there's any room, or see if anything on the floor down here can be put in there reasonably. This is just the remnants of a burned wreck we disassembled. Steel bars and rods and wire, scrap metal. That can all go directly into the trunk of this one here. Well, they did voice acting for the trailer, Kraken. We have official sound for what Jackie J sounds like, because the trailer included some footage of Jackie, and I was totally down for that. Jackie is my hero. Well, not just my hero; she is humanity's hero in this universe. If anybody's not familiar, Jackie J is the one who broke the story, the news media story in the Zomboid lore. She's the one who told the world what's going on here. So by, accurately describing what's going on, which the authorities refused to do so for the longest time, she probably saved a whole lot of lives from people who, didn't understand what the virus was, what was coming their way. Giving them a heads up. Yeah. definitely saved a bunch of lives. Oh, wait a minute. This van does not have a full tank. We're not going to be leaving a gas station base with one of our vans not having a full tank. Unacceptable. Yes, that they are. That being said, I feel more obligated to say this just as a federal contractor. Whistleblowing, there is a procedure to follow with it. Whistleblowing, now I know that sounds really rich, right? You know, your organization's doing bad things. You got to follow the procedures of your organization. No. There's a procedure for it, because if you just do what Snowden or Manning did, and you just go straight to the news media, then you have no idea, and trust me, because of compartmentalization, no whistleblower ever is going to really understand the ramifications. You know, what undercover agents are they going to get killed by leaking this shit to the press? Bradley Manning and Edward Snowden, a lot of people consider them heroes, and not without good reason, but not a lot of people understand that what they released got a lot of people killed. Manning and Snowden, their leaks, how they, you know, you're not necessarily looking at their leaks from the perspective of an enemy state. You're looking at the leaks from the perspective of a civilian who didn't understand they were being dragnet surveilled, that's completely understandable. But they got a lot of people killed. I'm sure some of them were good people. Some of them might have been not been good people. When you have a federal agency, you got to sway the general public. And yeah, that was not a good thing. The correct way to do a whistleblower is to well, there's multiple ways of going about it. Your agency, for one, if you truly suspect your entire agency that you work for is corrupt, that's when you start going to your senators. You need to go to a senator, somebody, you know, a politician, an untouchable politician who has clearance, who will sympathize with, you know, what it is that you're going to tell them. Now, that is always going to, you know, don't do that as a first thing, because that's not a good, don't do that. But if you feel like you have no choice, if you feel like everybody around me is corrupt, oh no, there's nothing else I can do, you can still go to a senator, you know, somebody who's got even more clearance than you do, who has some public interest in mind. And not a lot of senators like that, but, you know, there are some out there. There are some good senators. Yeah, just don't blow. Yeah, okay, so corporate whistleblowers are screwed, man. Corporate whistleblowers are screwed. They don't have... I mean, you know, corporate whistleblowers, they can still go to senators. The problem is even senators can be sued. And even senators can be sued and won against. Never underestimate the private sector and how far they'll go to protect their bullshit. Yes. And that's again, you know, I have a very mixed take on Snowden. I think he did a necessary service by whistleblowing. He could have gone about it in a way that didn't get a lot of potentially really good people killed. That's just my long and short of take of it. What he said, what he told the American public, we needed to know that. I think that knowledge could have come without costing, you know. Again, I don't even have numbers behind this, because if anybody doesn't know, when a CIA agent gets killed, for example, nobody hears about it, ever. A star gets added to the memorial at Langley, and that's it. Because you can't even... Some assets out in the field, you can't even tell anybody when they're, you know... You literally can't say anything. And so we'll never actually truly know. Maybe it wasn't that many. Maybe it was a lot. Again, when that's what you have to think about when you're going public, as they call it. You got to think about that long and hard. These torches are almost all empty. I don't even know why I left them here. These need to go somewhere where there is a thing to refill them from. And these spare engine parts I was going to put in a bag at some point. Do I have a bag? You know what? I do. This hydration pack is perfect. We do want to leave a couple steel sheets. All of my bases get a couple steel sheets. Passenger seat gets the engine parts. This is a vehicle part carrier here. Now, the important thing to remember about the cars in this lineup, the race car can tow anything. Well, the race car can tow literally anything. The race car is not bound by the paradigm of what we see at the bottom of the screen here. The race car can tow anything, and it will tow anything. The only problem with the race car is it's actually a little dangerous. You'll end up towing too quickly and put yourself at risk. We also need to take LBMW and the fire truck here. These are both like low priority transfers, but I still want them. We Kiriko? Okay, I have no idea how to pronounce that. That sounds even more complicated than Japanese. The hardest thing to talk about the CIA is because they benefit from people overestimating their capabilities. They truly do benefit from people. So when there's people coming out with conspiracy theories, oh, the CIA did this, oh, the CIA did that, they are very happy to passively take credit for that. Because that actually, you know, that leaves their adversaries wondering, did they actually do that? You know, a very, very sophisticated adversary, Russia or China, is probably not going to take the bait on that. But pretty much everybody else on the planet is going to probably, you know, maybe some Five Eyes people wouldn't, but, you know, yeah. Okay, so one thing is if the government's talking about aliens, they're distracting you from something. Don't fucking... If there were aliens out there, you trust me when I say you would not be able to cover it up for long. There is no government on this planet competent enough to cover up a secret of that magnitude. There would be way more people going public than there are now, because the implications are just that profound. On the CIA torture program. Okay, now again, I'm thinking about this in the Fed mindset, right? And I know a lot of people are going to be like, ew, why would you think of it as a Fed? Well, there's a reason the Feds think that way. When you talk about, if you're talking about, you know, torture programs and the techniques that are currently being deployed, even if they're techniques that people already knew about, simply knowing the techniques that are currently being used by field agents, that right there is extremely valuable information to our adversaries. Now, does somebody deserve 20 years in prison for just for letting the public know that the CIA is currently into waterboarding or some shit? I don't know. That sounds a little bit nuts right there. But I do believe he deserves something for that, because now the CIA has to change everything about their program, because otherwise their adversaries are going to know. They're going to train their agents to resist it, and it's all in the mindset of escalation and whatever tactics are being currently deployed. Think of it like smallpox. You know, nobody has immunity to smallpox, but that's mostly just because there's no smallpox out there right now in the wild. The only smallpox exists in research labs in certain places. Don't ask me what they're going to do with that, if anything. Surely they're just researching it, right? No, I don't really care about none of that. It's the principle of the thing, right? Nobody has immunity to smallpox because nobody's trained against it. Torture tactics are a similar thing. Nobody's going to have resilience against a specific type of torture strategy if nobody knows it's being used. Maxed out my aiming skill. How did I get it that high? Books were the most important part. we collected the books before we even started trying. After that, we just really slowly turtled it. We've always been a proponent of doing melee combat primarily and guns secondary. But we just, we got ourselves into a groove. Maxing out the aiming skill with jamming is very annoying, but yeah. Yep. Nywire 1250, thank you for reminding chat. We have confirmation that 42.20 stable is coming, and I believe the number is 5 days out. That is on its way. Alright, how to proceed with the tow jobs here. I mean, we've got the exact correct number of vehicles. The problem is, I do not have anywhere close to, like half a dozen throwaways. And you cannot daisy chain them, no matter how much you want to. I don't know. We'll take this, we'll play this by ear. Yeah, we'll just have to play this by ear. I might leave some of the ammo vans. Like, I might just straight up leave them. And then just come get them with throwaways later when the time comes to establish a base at Louisville Airport. And thank you, KTO just linked the trailer for the latest update. That is a stable candidate. I do believe that they're going to say the words about save breakage no longer being a problem. Save instability can probably be expected if you start a save immediately and go through a bunch of hot fixes. I'm just gonna put that out there right now. Even a hot fix can make a save slightly unstable, but full-on breakage should no longer be a problem. So what I'm going to do is, after we get back to Jericho here, I am going to drop these two vehicles off, because that's what I wanted to do with these two, just drop them off. Then we are going to go and pick up a bunch of throwaway vehicles. That will make our tow jobs a little bit easier. We'll put these in the south lot here. I may actually do a full part swap. No, I'm not going to steal parts from Fire and Rescue here. No. Let's put the trailer over here in front of my animal farm for now. Alright, if nothing else, I will need to repair this Fire and Rescue truck, so I'm going to go ahead and leave it here. I don't think it has anything in the trunk or the seats or anything. Well, now it doesn't. Alright, so I have a second race car in the fleet. These are the only two race cars that ever spawned on the map, so don't get too excited on that. We're going to take this and go steal a car or two. Or have I reached the point where it literally is just better to do, I think I've reached that point, guys. I think I've reached the point where it actually is just better. We're not going that far. If we were a little farther away, a throwaway car would be the best way to do this. But now, we have used so many throwaway cars, there's not a lot in the area anymore. A throwaway car is just, like a standard that I would never normally drive. Maybe even a wreck like those two. I just go down the street with them, use them one time to get back, and then I'm done. But at this point, we're not going that far. it's probably just faster to use the race cars to tow everything. So this is going to get a little tedious. I'm not, like I said before, I'm not going to do all 5 of the trips. No, we're not going to do all that at once. Nope. We're just going to do the essentials. This would, of course, be easier if it wasn't raining. We'll start with Sunballs. That's a very easy win. Sunballs was just supposed to be RTB from the beginning. So we can take that and park it straight in, directly inside of Jericho. Isn't it based on Mapseed, KTO? That was just a hood collision between Sunballs and the police car, right? I think. Possibly hood and side door. I'm an idiot, but the damage is not that bad. Still an idiot, though. Really? So you do get different spawns for vehicles on the same map seed, huh? Okay. That is interesting. I don't know if I would ever do that. Because I think being able to just illustrate that we could be in a world with no race cars, that in and of itself, that for me, that's yeah, as a streamer, that's I would love to have another Nora situation where I could just be like, yeah, no, I've got no race cars anywhere in my universe. But maybe we won't need race cars. Maybe 42.20, they're supposedly going to fix towing. Supposedly. Are they going to fix towing? I don't know. That's what they said they're going to fix. The last time they did some stuff to towing, I feel like they made it worse than better. So, TBA as to whether we're actually going to get a towing fix. But that's what they said that they're going to target for 42.20 stable. Your save has no NASCAR? That is... Ew. Ew. Brother, ugh. If I was not live streaming, I would not settle for that. Nope. I would absolutely not settle for that. Definitely not the best spot for Jorgensen's to park, making this job a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. I can't park it at the bottom there. The bottom is quite full. You know what? It's a shit parking job, but it works. It's enough room to turn around. That's all I care about right now. Let's see you do it. Let's see you do that well without getting out and actually getting into the vehicle itself. Towing in this game is a rather silly skill. You know what? Okay. I've decided one thing that I'm going to do. I am going to use both of these vehicles here, these crashed wrecks. And I'm going to literally just run down here and use them. But in order to do that, I need to get into them, charge their battery. It's not like they need to go far. They're literally just going down the road. So if you want to get a wreck going, battery is completely dead. Gas tank is also close to dead. When it comes to the gas tank, I'm going to wait until the last minute to put a little gas in it. The gas tank needs to... It's going to leak a little bit. So I need to assume that the leakage... Can I just tow one of them back with me now to make it even easier on myself? I probably can. That way I only have to do 1 foot journey. All of the step vans is definitely not a technically correct statement because there are many, many, many more than what I have in my fleet here. But we have a lot. There's some that I recently found that I took literally just because I'd never seen them before. But I know for sure that there's a few that we don't have. If nothing else, there's the LVA catering van. We might find some of those. We might find some with really good engines. Alrighty, so off to bed we go to maintain our bedtimes. 2305 a.m. every time, but before we go to bed, these 2 batteries that are garbage, but able to carry a small charge onto the battery chargers. Leave those running while we sleep. I'm outside tomorrow morning with a couple liters of gas. Get the shit one going, we'll bring the battery and gas to another shit one. And then we will have at least 2 transits ready. Thankfully, we're not missing much in terms of weather opportunities because, as you can hear from the rain, it is probably a multi-day storm out there. We've also lost the music. I don't expect to get into combat anytime soon. That's how you fix the music, get into combat. So instead, I'm just going to play the Project Zomboid hype playlist here. Play the music ourselves. I'm literally just going to leave my backpack. There's no need to carry it right now. It's going to take several tries to start, and that's fine. It's also going to have a high chance to tire pop, randomly engine cut out, whatever. This is a one-time use vehicle. I don't think it's intentional, D&D dorks. I literally think the devs don't necessarily play their own game in long enough sittings to experience all of the different scenarios where the music cuts out for no reason. And that's okay. That just means that their QA needs to step up. Now, the brakes are actually one of the most dangerous things about driving these wrecked cars. Do not exceed 60 miles an hour in a wreck. Your brakes are just that terrible that you'll be putting yourself in... Well, that was a tire. You would be surprised. You would be surprised at how well a car can go without a tire. Not in this universe, though. Oh, look at that. We're doing okay. In real life, I've been watching a lot of Midwest safety, so I've been seeing these police chases that have been still going at 80 miles an hour, even though they're on rims, or 2 or 3 rims. It's fucking wild. That's just modern cars, though. I don't know if that was true in the 90s. Of course, we don't want to clutter our parking lot with a piece of trash, so we are now done with this thing. Don't need no gas in it no more. Come on, there you go. Into the satchel. We're not moving the race car yet. Race car can tow the fire truck itself. That'll be one of the last men out. You know, I should have kept in mind this is one of the lower priority transfers. It's too late now, I've already started. That's just something that I should have kept in mind. Yeah, D&D Dorks, I do think he was talking about Twitch streamers specifically. That was one of the reasons earlier on when I started the stream today, I actually said that I am, more than ever now, I'm considering pulling up a Twitch channel. But apparently, according to some folks in chat, I may not be able to last long on Twitch. Because I would dare to have chat from a different live streaming service on screen, apparently. Apparently that's not allowed. I didn't really get a confirmation. Is anybody aware, does that only apply to Twitch partners, or is that like literally everybody? Because if that's literally everybody, then, well, Twitch just doesn't get my content then at all, ever. Just how I would have had it otherwise. I also just spotted another standard back there that we can use. It's not that much farther away than this one here. Well, okay, I would be great, maybe, but what about that caveat? You can do both at the same time, are you sure? I had some folks telling me that I couldn't. It's always been because of the terms of service that I have felt like Twitch is stupid. Very stupid. But you have it show on your stream. Milktoast does. I mean, again, I feel like that can't be... I could understand completely if that was like a rule for a Twitch partner, for example. That would make sense, actually. Because that means Twitch has a financial investment in you. So they would not want you splitting your loyalties. As degenerate as that sounds for a freaking streaming platform, from a cold, calculated business standpoint. Okay, good. In that case, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't really fucking care if I do it and then I get banned for it or some shit. Okay, fine, whatever. I genuinely, you couldn't pay me to care about Twitch. It is only because the PZ devs are probably lurking there more than anywhere else. It does feel like it might be a useful thing, like a mutually beneficial thing, to spend a little bit of time somewhere where they might actually see me. If they're not gonna spend any time on YouTube, then, well, what are we gonna do about that, right? I am going to... I've got to have similar cars next to each other. I can't not have that. So we're just going to put this guy on the gravel over here. This state trooper mobile is just a carrier for vehicle parts, or scrapped vehicle parts rather. So extremely low importance. You're not going to have me not have a lineup of similar cars next to each other. Nah. That's got to happen. All right, so now what we're going to do is we actually have on the floor right here, we do have a charged standard battery. This is a really high quality one. We were reserving use of that one because we wanted to only put it in something worth taking it. And we may have spotted one up there. So hold on to that. We've got another gas can here. I will siphon a small amount of gas. We'll just use Jorgensen again. And this time we are going to sprint. Our girl is a good runner. She can handle it. Let's just make sure she gets a bite to eat before we go. How is she on? Oh, look at that. Look at that, boys. We stopped gaining rapidly gaining weight. This is the perfect time to go sprinting. Because we'll stop gaining weight. So I'm just going to have a granola bar. Those are light on calories. That will keep us from getting hungry. And now when I say sprint, I really just mean run. If you alt sprint like this, even at level 10 fitness and high level running, you'll still piss away your stamina. It's not worth it. We're unencumbered. We can go pretty fast like this. We're almost 10 miles an hour with regular running here. What's the plan for the 42.20 run? I'm waiting for the patch notes to say for sure. But after seeing that they're looking probably at map changes, possibly very significant map changes, I'm leaning towards starting it right away. Leaning towards, like I said. I would put it at like a 70% chance at this point that I will just go ahead and start over right away. Now this one is already prepped, so we're just going to use it to get around the corner. And the stuff we're carrying should go in the next one. The Spiffos in Riverside is different. Yep, that's good. I have been waiting for a Riverside glow up. The only thing that I hope with that is that they don't change it so much that the gas station is no longer close to the river. That's the most important part of Riverside for me. Does this thing already have gas in it? It does already have gas in it, hell yeah. Broke the window, maybe I should get in the side I broke it on. Right, now just put a charged battery in there. This battery is garbage and uncharged, it gets dropped. I'm just going to leave it so that it keeps the battery going. We'll leave it running. We'll be back to it shortly. If anybody joining is not familiar with our strategy here, we have a lot of assets at our field base at Wellington, and having these, what I like to call throwaway vehicles, are a tremendous assistance to getting two of them out at once instead of one at a time. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm using my imagination, Gloria. I've got to admit, I'm using my imagination a little bit. I'm trying to imagine what they're going to dump for 42.20. And I'm imagining some good things. Especially if they actually fix towing and it's not just a meme. I don't know that. I don't know about the second part there. I have not seen very good things when they talk about fixing towing and then actually show it to us. For example, 42.19, right now, towing is more stupid than it's ever been. We can't hook up front to back or front to front or back to back anymore. Why? Why indeed, right? I don't know. We just can't hook up fronts to back or fronts to fronts or backs to backs anymore. Meanwhile, they said they had improved towing. They said they had improved some problems with the physics with hooking up. We also can no longer hook up at 90-degree angles. We have to be very straight now when hooking up. So what they said that they had improved some things about towing, but what they really did is fuck up a bunch of other things. So I don't want to sound, you know, like I'm not looking forward to it at all, or, you know, like I think they're definitely going to fuck it up or something. But no, there's definitely going to be a mixed bag. I can almost guarantee you that. There is definitely going to be a mixed bag. Anyway, these are probably two of our most important vehicles that need to be moved and kept wherever we're actively working out of. This is the Expedition Ambulance with some unique items in it, SWAT van with all of my loose ammo boxes and backup weapons. Yeah, I know, right? No front-to-fronts, no back-to-backs. We do front-to-back the way God intended around here. Yeah, there's not going to be any new vehicles. I'm just going to come right out and say it. They're not going to do any new vehicles for 42.20. We're going to get new vehicles when, whatchamacallit, what's that guy's name? I was excited to hear, Filibuster Rhymes. When Filibuster Rhymes, who is now on the Indy Stone staff, when his update is ready, basically. And I found it quite curious. Sorelian didn't seem keen to mention B43 for a vehicle update. He, if I remember right, I could be misremembering, he was dancing around. He did not want to, it did not seem like he wanted to say it's coming in B43. So it might not even be B43. So this is the vehicle we use next, right here. You know, in theory, we could just run the whole way. I'm not going to do that, though. If I can shorten the trip a little bit, I will. RV run. Yeah, RVs, I mean, honestly, 1.8 million downloads. You would think the Indy Stone would take the hint. I'm sure they will. I'm sure Filibuster's working on something. I trust in Filibuster Rhymes. Fuck you, Baltimore. I trust in the power of saying profanities to Baltimore. Alright, now SWAT van gets preferential parking in the ammo lineup, probably to such an extent that I'm going to put it, it's going to be like right here in the front somewhere. Yeah, I'm actually going to move KY Ranger over. Yeah, I'm going to move KY Ranger, and SWAT is going to get its spot. Oh, that's going to fuck up my colors. That's going to fuck up my colors. I got yellow going to light green, going to dark green, then going back to red. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm obsessive about stupid shit like that. Sorry about that. Y'all gonna have to forgive me. You know what? I'm gonna dodge that problem entirely. KY Ranger is gonna get off lot. It's a Ranger truck. It can get parked off road. This fire and rescue truck, this one specifically, is a steel sheet carrier. So I need it somewhere in the area. How about over here next to the other one? Sure. Sure, why not? Our ethnic enclaves of fire and rescue vehicles over here. Oh, absolutely. Well, not only me, but yes. Not a very common thing to do. Definitely. Now this, of course, being Citrus Wave, it is... Logically, it's my propane carrier. 20 full tanks of propane in the trunk. It does need to be near my welding, kind of general welding area, which is on the floor in front of the, out in front of the base. So I'll just crank it over 2 spots, maybe. No, just one. And we'll put SWAT in its spot. Like I said, SWAT needs to be very close to my, you know, main entrances where I'm going in and out of. I have to, SWAT gets a lot of traffic. Lots of traffic. This parking spot is a little bit precise. This tile space here, this needs to be kept open. That is an entrance that the blue truck goes in and out of. And Expedition Ambulance, also preferential parking Just the front of the ambulance lineup is all. Gun ambulance is the next one that'll go there. And that's the next one we're going to go pick up. Do we need to get a bite to eat? I think we're fine. You know what? I'm going to go just have a couple of cooked eggs real quick. Hard-boiled eggs. Easy meal. Because I know she'll get hungry if I don't. Very, very light on the calories. We're still at risk of getting fat here. We're at 85 kilo. We're still slowly gaining weight. If we get to 85.5, then we're officially fat. So this is actually it's great that we're running. It's actually great that we're running. This just happens to be a very good thing to be doing for our health. Oh, it is now 11 a.m. I am now signing out of Microsoft Teams. I can do that while I'm running. Microsoft Teams, you are gone for the week. Don't have to look at that again until Monday. Assuming nothing breaks over the weekend. Skateboard park with ramps. Maybe. Perhaps. Where's the skateboard? Do we get a skateboard? That's a necessary prerequisite. We'll need bikes along with that too. All right, so this is our last throwaway. There literally are no more throwaways that we could like turn to on the road between these two bases. I might just do one run all the way back, like 100% of the way back. Just because I need to make sure that I don't get too fat here. Hopefully it's not too late. Nice. That's very nice. Lore accurate to IRL. Now we looked at this thing and it doesn't have very impressive parts. So I will leave it over here with the other garbage. And we're going to take the battery back out of it. The battery is one of my perfect batteries. We are not leaving that in here. Did I leave one of these running? Oof, don't do that. Alright, so here is my most recently assembled ammo van and the gun ambulance. Everything after that in the lineup on this side, the Southeastern Hospitality, that is vehicle part, and these two are like deep ammos. Like we're talking 556, 762. Stuff that I do not use quite as often these days. So I think I will go ahead and leave those behind here for a little while. We will always be able to come pick it up later. After this run, we'll run all the way back here. We'll pick up the race car and the fire truck, and then shut down operations here for the foreseeable future. Nana Madhouse, how's it going? Akil Cuts, yes I did. We looked at that a little bit earlier. I didn't see anything overly new other than the release trailer. You know, maybe while we're walking back, maybe I'll walk instead of running on our way back for the last run, the last leg of this journey, and we'll look at the patch notes while I walk. I think it's safe enough to do that here. There's a reason I put green arrows everywhere. It is safe. So I think we'll do that. We'll take another look at it now that we've got some more folks joining us. Some of my highest concurrence recently. I appreciate everybody joining. Shout out to all my live viewers. It looks like we were going slow there, but as you can see, we are now definitively in third gear. And if we wanted to, we could continue accelerating. But usually, even if you're on a highway, like a long highway with this towing combo, I don't recommend going much faster than 60, and then slow it down to 40 for all your turns. So we're at 40 right now, and we're actually at risk of tipping, especially on a hard turn like this, so I do have to I have to lose third to get around that corner. Maybe for my next streams over this weekend, I'll get a. People love this shit. Maybe I'll put like a countdown timer on the screen. Countdown to 42 stable. Wouldn't be too hard. Now would it? Just got to come up with some PowerShell scripts. That's how I do it over here. Now this lineup is not necessarily engine quality based. This second clean ambulance here, it's actually kind of a shit engine quality. That's okay. That's okay. It still belongs in there. Yeah, so see, we're still fat. We're still 85 gaining. We don't want that. So we are going to walk back. And I'm going to put my weaponry back on. So we're gonna walk back, and we're going to be a little bit over encumbered. Hopefully that will assist with burning some more calories. These are all ammo carriers now, by the way. This entire lot of step vans, they're all ammo carriers, and we have 2 more. So nothing but cartons of ammo in those. Just as God intended. Just gonna dump the cookware here. Come back for it. Alright, so for this last leg of the journey, we're just going to walk all the way back. And while we're walking, we'll take a look at the patch notes so it's not just, you know, boring garbage. Alright, so I'm using... Oh! Didn't realize I could, hitting shift once is enough to run? Maybe I gotta have shift being held when I tab out. Anyway. Whenever I read the patch notes, I prefer to... Or, you know, B42 stable plans. I don't know if we're gonna get full patch notes here. Copy the link address. And we'll open it up in a proper web browser so we can embiggen it a little bit here. Do not let Gaben fool you. Steam is not a web browser. And I'm going to make the window ever so slightly transparent so that we can... Oops. So that we can be reliably assured that we are not going to walk right into a zombie. Damn it. Okay, so that is correct. We don't want to accidentally hit Alt. Alright. So our art director is the one who did the trailer. We've had that linked in chat a few times. It's great, great trailer. We got a voice for I almost called her April. We got a voice for Jackie now. Instructions for people who want to stay on 41. And for those who want to go back to 4219. Damn it. The simple fact that I have to hit Alt-Tab. There we go. Okay, nothing new for 42.20 content. But what's this going forward section? Again, this is repeated information from our last blog. Okay, so I didn't see that part, but no surprises there. There we go. Yeah, there's nothing new here. It's just the trailer. I skimmed it earlier. I skimmed it, and I thought that was the case. But no, there's no new information here. Everything that we're looking at here is stuff that was gone over in the blog post that we got last week, or the week and a half ago or so, whenever that was. B42's support update. Oops. I guess that's another way of doing Alt-Tab. Suppose we could watch the whole video back to back. Stand by.
Confirmed by eyewitnesses that this is not an
We will make this a little bit easier to see, and we'll watch that as we walk.
At a gas station, police are on the...
We have a reporter on the ground. Jackie J, what is the current situation?
Horrific scenes here in Riverside. I just witnessed teenagers stranded on the rooftop of...
To survive, you need determination.
We didn't get a good read on her voice actor there.
The Knox event is contained. I repeat, the Knox event is contained.
But it's not contained. The whole street was silent. What's happening here? I didn't know my next step, but I was running out of food. It looked like the Mathesons had skipped town overnight. We were good friends, good neighbors. I knew they wouldn't mind, but the family was infected. And this is how I died.
R.I.P.
I
homie.
was smarter. There was no room for hesitation.
Next time.
I went downtown and
Next time I was smarter. Okay, okay, so in this universe we have multiple lives then. Okay.
moved between the shadows, between
Alright.
the infected. They were everywhere I turned. I had to get home fast. I found a car nearby. But I wasn't smart enough. And this is how I died. I knew I had to leave this place. I tried to protect my home, but they kept coming. There were too many. I barely escaped. I ran as far as I could, no matter the cost. I found an empty farmhouse, a place where they would never find me. I prepped.
Never, huh?
Built the fences. I farmed. I fished. I found a generator to keep me warm through the winter.
And then I put it
I
indoors.
needed fuel. There was a gas station back on the road. It was a necessary risk I had to take. And though
Notice
I
the
thought
power
it
is
would
still
become
on.
Quiet. I would never make it home.
He didn't even...
This is
Bro didn't even make it a month.
Project Zomboid. Survive together. Scavenge. Build. Fight. Die.
Go into the prison with only 3 of you. Okay, hold on just a second. Hold on just a second. What did I just see here? What did Red right here do? Oh, she tripped. Okay. You know, for just a second, I was like, wait a minute, was that a dodge? No, it was just a trip. We don't have dodge rolls, sorry.
Project Zomboid, the ultimate zombie survival RPG.
So that was the release trailer. That's what's actually new that came out with 42 Stable there. I'm sorry, with the latest blog post about 42 Stable. That's what's actually new about it. We can go ahead and run the rest of the way. I have no idea if we still haven't burned enough calories, by the way. We're gonna need to do some heavy melee fighting to actually burn the rest of our calories before we get fat here. Yeah. Now, to be honest, that could have been either of the prisons. That could have been Brandenburg or Rosewood, but Rosewood is the more famous one, so I would understand if it was Rosewood. I love the fact that I looked at that and I was like, wait a minute, was that a Dark Souls roll? No, that's just what happens when you get knocked down all the way by somebody knocking you down. Don't do that. Don't get knocked down all the way. That would be how you died. Don't do that. All right, we are now done mothballing this base as far as I'm concerned. Meta event top right. Who would be coming at me from the bottom left right now? Probably nobody. Probably nobody. We should have cleared that area down there a long time ago, so. Anyway, We are now shutting down the generator here. You know, okay, here's the deal. This is full of vehicle parts. Some of them really good. I don't want to leave that here and then forget about it. So what we're going to do is we'll just stage this for pickup. And we will come back with the race car and pick it up. And that'll be an easy win. Otherwise, generator is now getting shut down. And we'll turn our music back on here. I get knocked down. I don't get up again. Oh, morbid, but not wrong. Alright, we've got a garbage bag in the freezer already. So we just take that garbage bag out of the freezer. And I'll put it in my satchel here. And the fridge is now emptied, so we can shut down the generator and we lose nothing. Now, there is also no longer a reason to have this yellow generator on the roof. We will revisit that later if we need to transfer it. Looks like I left the red one running, so we were doing some fill-ups. The red one is basically, if I need to come back here, we turn the red one on, and it will catch the whole base and the pumps. That is very inefficient, but yeah, that's how we power it going forward, if we need to stop by here again. This will be a rather fast journey, so I don't think going back and forth like this will hurt much if we do it once. I mean, you see, y'all saw the drift there? I know we call her Dani the Drifter, but we don't want to do that too much. All things in moderation. I mean, okay. What's going to stop us from doing a little drifting out here? There's nothing to run into. We'll need to pull a little more speed if we want to go nuts with that. Let's see how crazy we can go with that. We're towing, everything would go flying out of the trunk of that thing if we were doing this in real life. Don't tell the devs. Friday is no try day. The day I don't feel like trying for anything super amazing. Friday is chill day. Yeah, there's no crazy drifting opportunities on a gravel lot, at least. You can't build up enough speed quickly enough. If we were on asphalt, it'd be different. Falling Grind, how's it going? You caught us at the tail end of a logistical phase here. You shouldn't exist. This is a green roadway. Unacceptable. And after we drop this truck off, we'll go back and pick up just the Southern Hospitality step van. Maldade. It sounds like you're telling me that I'm malding. I'm not malding. I'm neither mad nor balding. Thank you very much. This is our heavy combat truck for now. This one gets parked right here. We are in the market for a replacement. I don't expect one anytime soon. These are very rare vehicles. Ooh, okay, so the race car. Do not go nuts with accelerating in Louisville when you're going to get frame drops. Frame drops make it hard to turn. You will run into something. Alright, so at some point in the future, when we set up base elsewhere in a location that has more throwaway vehicles, we'll take a throwaway vehicle back to pick up one of these 2 tow combos, and then the other. But because Jericho has so few of those left, this is the last pickup we'll do for now. And after that, we have successfully mothballed Wellington base here. Yeah, it is. Now this, okay, so we have less resistance when towing step fans. I almost forgot about that factor. We actually will have to be very careful about not accidentally tipping ourselves over. What if I did it intentionally? That wasn't a full flip, we're good. We fixed the vehicle physics problems with towing. We totally fixed them. Conditionally, asterisk. You see, another thing is I don't want to damage the race car itself. I don't actually really care that much about the hospitality truck because it doesn't have the engine quality is terrible. No, I can't do that intentionally. I need an ambulance. I need an ambulance and I have to be going very fast. So that's an ambulance on a highway sort of thing. I probably still have that in my Premiere project somewhere. See, if I was actually trying to do the YouTuber thing right, that would have been a perfect opportunity to make a short. Probably could have made a goofy little short out of that and got 200 billion views because YouTube is just ridiculous when it comes to shorts. Alright, because this is vehicle parts, we move it down here to where we've got vehicles awaiting parts. And I think this is the moment I will be getting rid of LVA. This has always just been a parts donor. So we're going to yank all the good parts off of it and leave them on the floor. Particularly the seats. I'm gonna need my tools for that. Do I even have my tools? Jacks are in short supply in this area. Of course I don't have a spare jack. Why would I? Okay, I'm not getting rid of LVA yet. We're just going to move it out of the way because it doesn't deserve its own parking spot right now. Ambulance is a full fixer-upper. We're going to need a full set of replacement everything for that. Southern Hospitality probably has a full set of everything. LV Air has got some good glass work. It's got some good seats in it more than anything. 6 perfect seats in it. So I'm just going to kind of push it up against the wall here. Don't ask me how I did that. I don't know if I could put words to it. Vehicle physics are... they work for me and against me in equal amounts. Usually I drag it much farther out of the way than this. Mesh when I if I've stripped something completely for its parts. If there weren't leftover parts in LVA right there, I would have dumped it much farther down the road. Now this battery actually does not belong here. That belongs somewhere else. So much for my ability to drive on this, right through this parking spot area here. That's alright. Now the lineup of vehicles here we've got a solution to this. We put the race cars on a slightly diagonal facing, and it actually looks pretty dank when we do that. Which way, Western man? Red team or blue team? The battery we're carrying around goes right over here. This is for quick recoveries. This garbage bag of freezer stuff. We need to do something with that sooner rather than later. It is just recently thawed. Let's get that into the fridge. Alright, got that handled. I wish we could do that. That would be, yeah. If we could just take a complete chassis, nothing left on it, and scrap it just the same way we could scrap wrecked vehicles, I would much prefer that, but we can't, regrettably. Now, why do I have a collection of police cars? It's not just because they look cool and I found them and I wanted to recover them. That's part of the process. The other part is every one of these police cars is capable of towing one of these step vans. They all have the engine power for it. Same with the ambulances. So the ambulances, obviously, because they store more stuff more efficiently, the ambulances are the priority when it comes to towing an ammo van with us as we go forward. But that's the cop cars are there if we need supplemental for that. That's what I'm talking about right there. We do have 2 ambulances left out in the field, so at some point I'll move that animal trailer. We'll get them all back here, but yeah, like I said, we don't need to do all of that right now. We have finally finished today's tasks. Before we get tired for the day, I would like to have a bit of a palate cleanser with some combat here. We can just go to the nearest segment of South Louisville here that's not cleared yet. It's actually not far away. We have kind of been sitting on South Louisville for a minute. So there is nothing stopping us from literally just going down the road and shooting some Zeds, because that will be valid progress. I literally can't even guarantee that Lantern down to 1394 is clear. So let's do that first. After I get some water. This would be Lantern, a humble neighborhood that happens to have the back fence directly flush with the railroad track. And the railroad track was a very easy way to get deep into Louisville here when we first breached the city. This is the Trapper Carbine, if anybody's not familiar. Highly underrated weapon. Particularly good once your aiming is already high and your reloading is already high, because then you can shove bullets into the magazine a little faster than you otherwise would have to. .45 ACP comes 50 bullets to the box, which means this gun is the farthest you can throw a 50 bullet to the box platform. Any bullet that you can shoot farther than what this gun can do only comes 20 bullets to the box. So from an ammo logistics standpoint, this is one of the GOATs. It's also a relatively quiet weapon, one of the quietest. Sound radius only 70 tiles. So hardly quiet, but I mean, you know, you're trying to not wake up 200% of the neighborhood, then it's great. Now, every single time we reload like that, we're also double dipping on the reloading experience. So because we've maxed aiming, but we're still working on reloading, this is, you know, every time we shove the magazine in, it's additional. It's tedious. Wouldn't recommend it until you're higher level, but it works. Serves our purposes, all of them. Just gonna proceed on foot. We don't need the truck for now. What we need is to lose. Look at that. Too late. Too late, boys. Too late. We're 85.5 kilo. We are now officially fat. Our girl's a fatty. It's unfortunate. We've crossed that arbitrary threshold. She now has -1 fitness, reduced running speed, low endurance, prone to injury. And that sticks with us until we go into weight loss, which means we got to burn another however many calories, and then spend some time in weight loss, which weight loss always happens slower than weight gain. It's tedious, but that just means we'll spend a lot of time running, and we'll be out of it within a day or two. I'm going to be real with you guys. Normally, I'd go very far out of my way to keep corpses out of the road. I don't see myself driving up and down this road very much. I'm just going to kill them where they stand. It is a lot of extra time and effort to keep them all out of the road by making them walk to the correct place. It's even more time and effort to drag them. That's alright. I mean, we still have a drivable path. I haven't, just because I've abandoned it doesn't mean I've... No, we still have a drivable path over there. Just gonna be far less concerned about preserving it. There's the fatigue. So, of course, we weren't able to keep this up for long. Show yourself. I heard that mouth breathing. You can't... There you are. You know, I might have to blame the fish for this, for the fact that I have not been able to get out of weight gain. Fish can vary wildly. There might have been a lot of calories in the fish that we just ate. There were a few slabs of fish in that salad. Might be a skill issue. Without nutritionists, fish, you have almost no idea how many calories are actually going to be in it. You can make a very rough ballpark based on the amount of hunger that it reduces when you fillet it. But after a certain point, it's, you know, could be anywhere between, what is it? 200 calories a helping to like, probably double or maybe even triple that. I have no idea, to be honest. It's, the last time I operated with a stat bar mod, I saw some truly wild fucking values for a fish. And I think they've been changed since then, so outdated knowledge. Alright, 2,210 hours. We get back to base, whip together something nice to eat. Probably don't even have time for that. We'll just go to sleep. We are now entering sound radius territory of Jericho. Yeah, we're just outside of the... I have an animal farm right here. That was actually probably pretty close. We don't want to be shooting guns any closer. The only reason I did it there is because I knew we were getting closer, and I was relatively surprised to see somebody still coming out of the house here. Maybe as an overnight task, I'll do another house by house up here. Check for any house stragglers. We don't want that. want to eyeball my crops here. We had a rain recently, so watering, no need to worry about that. And I'm not seeing any phase shifts on the tomatoes plus, what else did I plant down there? Tomatoes plus leeks. I planted leeks. Leeks, right now, are the only high carb food that you can plant and grow. That is not soybeans, because soybeans, we talked to me yesterday about soybeans. Soybeans right now, for some reason, are one of those things that just doesn't show up in the loot tables. Saw the cookware we just dumped. Let's pick that up, put it in the kitchen where it belongs. All the vehicles inside here, with the exception of the blue truck, everything inside here needs to be emptied. It's full of loot. That's a job I'm going to keep putting off for a long time. The last two characters that I played really long on, both their journeys in the description, they both ended with tons of loot to unload here at Jericho Base at this exact location. It's it just happens. For a second, I thought I heard somebody slapping something. I think we're good. Okay, bedtime, and finish sorting out my loot here. It is now May 8th, 1995. Temperatures are climbing, especially indoors, so we've ditched a couple of layers. Those layers are probably going to get put on standby for the foreseeable future here. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do a laundry load, and some of the stuff that I put in the laundry will not come back into my kit. And we have pajamas over here. We do not need the full set. In fact, I'm just gonna wear the long johns. These are they look funny. I like wearing just the long johns. They're made. I made them out of bright red cloth, and they came out as bright red as they look. I even have a jockey helmet that might match it. Hang on. Holy shit. I didn't plan that. I did not plan that out. That just worked. I just happened to have a spare number 2 jockey helmet, which is the bright red one, right alongside my bright red. That's beautiful. I'm holding on to that for a minute while we're doing laundry here. And like I said, we are going to do a house by house, because apparently there's stragglers that I didn't notice. So we're going to do just a couple of houses going this way. Make sure we don't have any Zeds lurking where there shouldn't be. This one I'm 99% sure I did. Yeah. Going this direction and beyond. People left their clothes on the floor here. Ooh, boxes. Sports and another satellite dish. Hell yeah. That's dank. Oh, that's dank. We got another satellite dish. I forgot to put my scarf in the wash. I'm just going to wash it here. I'm going to put that satellite dish out on the roadside. Come pick it up when we have another vehicle. All the rest of this is disassemblable stuff. Easy win. You can find some very odd things in these boxes, these cardboard boxes in residential loot tables. If you see one, always give it time of day. It's always worth it. Sometimes the chances are relatively astronomical, but that's how I found most of my copies of Longblade books on this character. First time I ever found Longblade 5 in all of B42. Random cardboard box. Who sets an alarm for 3:30 in the morning? I do. I do on Tuesdays. Not even kidding. On Tuesdays, those are the days that I commute, and I now have the ability to commute 15 miles and have only it cost less than $1. But that requires a lot of physical effort. That is me carrying a 100-pound scooter down a bunch of stairs and then riding it on a trail for approximately 15 miles. It's a lot of fun, but it is a lot of work. Loot Goblin, yep. That might be my next character, by the way. Gretchen the Loot Goblin might be my next character. Because I haven't done a Loot Goblin character because of the fact that my saves might get broken by an update. But that's, I mean, you know, why would I bother putting in all the extra effort of looting the entire map if the save is more likely to get broken than not? But 42 stable is coming. I think that might mean Gretchen Loot Goblin is on the horizon. With that, I will have ported about half of my my Sims 4 character library over here. Dani was originally a Sims 4 character. Maybe at some point I'll go back and we'll look at the Sims 4 character inspirations for my Zomboid characters. Today's not that day. Caffeine pills. Only they weren't almost completely useless. As somebody who takes them every day, trust me when I say they're actually stronger than most cups of coffee. 200 milligrams of caffeine. That is even more than a cup of black tea. Now the tea, the way I make it, I use a black and a green bag, but I also dilute it so that I'm keeping myself hydrated. Oh no, of course. I regret to inform you guys that my aesthetics are not going to change much. You're still going to see a lot of black and orange. But, yeah, I don't know. So, there will be subtle changes for sure. Duct tape. Now, we're not necessarily here for loot. More than anything, we're just here to make sure there's not more of this lady here. This lady here is the reason we're doing this. There needs to not be any zombies within 200 tiles of my base. At all, ever. And she broke that, so... Hey, look at that, a gun. Imagine finding a gun in Kentucky. Just leave the gun out here for pickup later. It's just an MSR 700. 700s are not useful for repairing the sniper rifle, so they are even less useful to me. That is a curtained window. Can't look in through that. Try the front door. Of course I did.
Oh.
Ooh, jug of vinegar. Yes, please. All right, 450. I'm relatively confident that these last couple of houses to the top here are clear. If I had more time, I would check them, but I want to keep my bedtime on schedule here. The washer was not actually running while we were away. We stepped out of the area and it stopped being processed. That's all right. Put the stuff in the dryer before we go to sleep again here. Chocolate bar. Riverside Rangers, as it were. Looks like we did get a little cold overnight there. That's okay. We didn't stay cold for too long. Now we gotta manually take off the long johns. Here we go. The long johns no longer needed. They're a little too warm. I think we can leave the shirt actually. Yeah, okay. All right. Coming up next. We are. I'm gonna be lazy again. I know I shouldn't be. I'm just gonna disassemble all the electrical stuff we picked up. And get all of that into the bin here. I wouldn't have done that if we were not... We're short on electrical parts. Pretty much everything. Alright, the long johns that I've been using so far, and the scarf. I think those are retired for the season. Now that it is summer, we have no need to be wearing those any longer. Broken Glass has a home over here. In the pottery slash glass making slash whatever. Duct tape and rope. Mortar and pestle. Found this randomly while we were looting. You can put that there, I suppose. And everything else. Caffeine pills here. Pills here. Grabbing pills. Grabbing pills. Pills here. Everything else that is in my backpack is small form food, or in this case large. Mostly foodstuffs that I exfiltrated from the previous base. But I don't have room here for more of it until I redo my kitchen. So I'm just going to put that in the nearest loot van to be emptied later. This wood glue needs to go get put in the expedition ambulance, and then refilling water and getting some food, and then we're good to go. I'm going to need to use up some of this stuff that no longer is going to fit in the freezer. The freezer here has always been very close to being full. There is a lot of stuff in here that might not even need to be in here. I'll think about that later. For now, we're going to do some stir fries, lightweight stir fries. Do a helping of fish each. And a helping of rabbit each. Honestly, this is going to be a lot of calories. I'm going to prep these, but I'm not going to cook them and start eating them yet. Yeah, we're literally just going to prep these, and that's it. Because if we start eating these are going to be too much calories. We're going to keep getting fatter. I do not want that. I want really lightweight food to make sure I don't get too much fatter. Because at this point, every bit fatter I get is just making it so that I am getting deeper into the hole. So simply putting those ingredients into those stir fries has basically reset the freshness on them, right? So that's why I'm making them. Even though I'm not going to eat them right away, I make them anyway because the simple act of putting the ingredients in there means those ingredients are no longer going to go stale on me. The stir fry will go stale on me, but the stir fry has just been created, so I'm buying more time by doing this. Biding my time, if you will. Now for actual meal today, let's just get out 3 bowls and make some egg with a little bit of kale. Kale actually does have a bit of calorie in it, so got to be careful with that. And we are going to do our best to burn calories today. We're going to go out, we're going to be doing melee heavy combat as we clear our way down to KY841. So we've got 230 salads. These should be light on the calories. That'll take care of the rest of today. There's a lot of ingredients in here that are going to go bad. I'm going to do a couple of, I'm going to get a couple of roasts started. Roasts are actually a pretty good way to just get ingredients into something. Most of this rabbit meat's going to be hard to preserve. Can't fit any more into the freezer. That track is unusually loud. It's not just me. Thankfully, I do have control over the music volume here. Alright, so these roasts. And now there's still a bunch of kale and rabbit meat that I'd prefer to use up, but most of the rabbit meat is leftovers now. Alright, we're out of here. Sorry about that. I know that's kind of tedious, but that's cooking. That's cooking. The devs, Sorelian literally said, they know, and they're gonna be working on it. Somebody needed a gas can, definitely. That was the expedition ambulance. You need a gas can, except you're full. Damn it. All right then. The floor gets this gas can. And I'll put that glue somewhere where I won't forget about it. Brad's 1682. Game settings are in the description. Alright, so we're going down Main Slick, and we're going to take the last turn, loop back, and everything I just said we're going to do after. We take Main Slick to 841. We're going to make some noise. I'm just going to literally just come to Dove Street at this intersection, just make some noise, and see what their movement patterns are. I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with smoking meat to preserve it. I don't care if it takes a while. I've got plenty of time. My characters don't die. Not anymore. Not since the accident. Nah, I think there's definitely smoking meat that needs to be added to this game. It's still going to have a freshness. I'm calling it now. Smoked meat will be a thing, but it'll still have freshness. Now, we can no longer abandon our discipline for corpses in the road. He's going to wander all the way up to the driver's side door, and he's going to come over here. Thank you, buddy. They really like wandering up to the driver's side door long after you get out. I thank the beast for announcing its presence. surprisingly clean here, for the moment. Like I said, we are coming down to this intersection, and I'm just going to fire up the light bar and make noise at this intersection. I need to see who comes our way and from what direction. Alright, there's still a bunch of them to the top, bottom, right, left. Literally, I don't care which direction. I need them to show themselves. And these trees are, yeah, I don't like these trees. Oops. Check my email while we're waiting for that. Got a couple of slow ones. I'm sure they'll be here eventually. Aha. Wrong way, buddy. That's right, I'm right here. You don't need to worry about the truck. Oh, look at that. Okay. Now, just because we've... Yeah, see, there's still going to be a couple. See, anybody who we're dealing with now is somebody we would have eventually dealt with once we've started driving back and forth on this road. Especially because it's uncleared territory off to the left there. I think I can't see you up there. Nice try. Not today, zomboids. Not today. Yep, see another one from the right up here. This stupid wreck vehicle here is really inconveniently placed. I need to disassemble it. Yeah, I'm gonna cut off the light bar. Cut off the light bar, we'll hang around for another moment for stragglers. And if nobody shows up, then we are disassembling that wreck. I'm done with it. Ah, look at that. You do not enter the road. Too late. You cannot pass. Too late. It's annoying because they always fall forward with ragdolls turned off. In fact, you know what? All right. We're far enough away from the big buildings. The big buildings are where ragdolls start glitching out and actually become a threat to the stability of the game. We're turning ragdolls back on. That's what I like to see. Force of knockback from the weapon. Getting them out of my roads. Alright, I think we have a moment. Let us proceed with a disassembly here. I'm gonna miss having welding goggles. Proper welding goggles. Couple of small steel sheets. And we'll come back later for any of the rest of that. Sheets are the only thing that I'll immediately care about if I disassemble something like that. And we have one final guest. I still can't quite declare this area secure, but we will have pulled in most of what could possibly get pulled, except for, you know, of course, super slow ones here. Are we talking about square shapes and round holes here in chat. I've got a meme for this. I've got one of the best schematics ever. I want to, if anybody is interested in that discussion, I want you to pause and look at this real closely. I've got the ultimate schematic for you right there. Sounded like possibly one to the bottom left or bottom right there. And would you look at that? Yet another slow asshole who took forever and a day, but finally showed himself. Damn it, see? It's just using sound to declare an area secure. It can grate on you. It can grate on you a little bit. And again, like I said, I still can't declare it secure because more people just like those will take their time, as they do. Now, the skeletons, as you can see on the road here, those are from recent attempts to clear 841 here. If I'm not mistaken, this is 841 going this way. It becomes 1394 going the other way. I probably knew that on some level, but seeing it just spelled out for me like this, that's good to know, because yeah, that explains why my brain kept overlapping those numbers. No, Morbius loop is more correct than you know. Now, I don't necessarily need to kill them when they group up like that, but it gets annoying after a while to hear them scratching at the fence, so free shooting gallery threatened me with a good time. There's probably more. We'll let them come of their own volition. They seem to want to gather at that corner, so I'll let them. Well, yeah, that's, if anybody in chat is not familiar, our homie Kitio there, he plays on High Pop, so zombies actually breaking through fences is a not so novel of a concept for him. For us, we don't, regular Pop here, we don't see them actually break through fences very often at all. I've never seen it once happen with a wooden fence, and 2 or 3 times I've seen it happen with chain link fences. Now, of course, we got lots of bumpity bump on this wall over here. I'm not even going to bother challenging it. Not right now. That's IKEA from the Hell Dimension. Yeah. Okay. So, Star Trust, we're not going to do that anytime soon. But I mean, of course, I will preserve a copy of 42.19 so that I can bring up Dani's save at any time. That's just a order of business for us at this point. Anytime I put this much effort into a character, I want to make sure that I can revisit her whenever I want to. So I'm going to discharge on this one first. Let this guy get attention. Get out of the road. Get out of the road. Get out of the road. Thanks, sir. Oh, we're out. We are out of ammo completely. Let's open some more of that ACP, shall we? Seems to be a lot of forest on the other side of that fence. You know, it wouldn't... Actually, it doesn't look like it's that hard to go around that. Let's just survey this. This truck is on the tail end of its lifespan anyway, so we're not going to be doing another full rebuild of this truck. The parts that are in it right now are the parts that are going to stay in it until we stop using it. We have hit diminishing returns on the repair success for the trunk, so I'm going to have to find a better truck at some point. The engine quality still sets it above pretty much everything else in the fleet, but we're going to be moving in the direction of LVA at some point, Louisville Airport, and I do predict we'll find at least one or two of those lovely airport security trucks, which tend to be pretty decent engine quality and have the same horsepower as these fire trucks. It's actually surprisingly wide open right here. Get a good shot off on this one, and then pull anybody who's up against the fence right now. Pull them away from the fence and deal with them up here so they stop thumpity-thumping while I'm trying to drive past. I might be surrounded. We have you surrounded, at least from this side. I am not going to let them surround my truck. Oh, we fixed the music. Been a little while since we've had zombies in sufficient quantity for that. Okay, you know what? Let's just not fight them in this backyard here. That's just... There's one good spot, but we're going to get surrounded there, so we need to... Yeah, let's just... let's avoid that entirely and explore this little segment. Maybe gather some folks up together here. Ooh, would you look at that? Would you look at that, boys? Some of you know exactly what I see here. If anybody is not familiar, what this is a street light out in the middle of nowhere. And there's potentially a lot of zombies in the area. Would you look at what we've got into the trunk here? We've got remote pipe bombs and remote controllers. We're going to link those up together. We've got ourselves a linked remote pipe bomb, and here we place it. What's our current timestamp? We are at 4 hours and 16:30. 4:16:30. For people who watch in the future, I'll put a timestamp in the description of when we started this activity. The activity that is about to begin now. Average Louisville neighborhood. I'm going to do a little maneuver here, going all the way to this side of the road. I'll wait for Pink Shirt to get out of the way. And then we just go around him. Don't have to run into them all. This guy knows some maneuvers. He's listing lazily to the left. I'm way too easily amused. 2 tiles wide is technically wide enough for a truck. That was very kind of that dude to get out of my way. I mostly did that for the sake of exploration and an easy loop back here. This is my favorite track. I very much would like to have this one playing. Let's get it to hype up a little bit here. And because this is a residential group, we'll probably need to pull them in phases. Similar to what we did last pipe bombing, actually, if anybody was here yesterday. We had to pull them in groups, and what we would do is we would ditch those groups near the bombing site, and then go out and get some more. We'll probably end up doing the same thing here. TBA on the exact strategy for that. I knew I'd be getting DMCA'd by Nintendo sometime soon. We got way too much Wii U going on here. It was a gamble that there wouldn't be any bushes blocking my way completely here. That gamble paid off. Our bombing site is over there to the left. And these houses will be the perfect way to ditch the fast ones of the group that we've put together here. Preliminary group. Can also pull some people down from this direction. I'll come up here to turn back around and toot. The toot does go farther than the horn, or sorry, than the siren. Boost into 10 miles an hour to get past these guys without bumping into them. Once I get some distance, we'll go back down to 5. 5 mile an hour cruise control, if anybody's not familiar, is the best way to keep the zombies on you, while also actually staying ahead of them. But they will start bumping into your trunk if you stay at 5 for too long. And that's how your vehicle takes damage. Remember, we placed the bomb right here. Hang on. Do I have enough? No, I don't have enough time for that. I was just about to see if I could cut a couple of these trees here. I might have enough time for it, but I would have to ditch these guys farther away. Which we could do that. YOLO. I always push them out of the way. I do my best not to knock them down and force myself to run over them. That's not good. That's how you get stuck. Ask me how I know. Not one of my most popular videos. Suppose I could always just get a little closer to these houses, just in case I hadn't actually spawned them in yet. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, now we're going to go a little faster to get past them on the return trip here. And we'll use the time we've bought as they catch up to us. We'll use the time we've bought to chop some of those trees that would otherwise make it difficult to do a loop around this street light here. That's all we needed, just those 3. This is the niche of the wood axe, by the way. The wood axe costs more stamina per swing, but it will kill a tree in fewer swings. So if you need to kill a tree very quickly, that is the niche for your wood axe right there. Alright, I am now going to ditch this entire group, now that it's reassembled, and we're going to go down another one of these streets and bring a little more. As you can see, there's plenty down here who are not active at the moment. All we have to do is go down here and pick them up. Residential groups take their time to assemble. They got to flip through houses and break out of doors and all that nonsense. But it's Louisville. There's definitely enough of them for it. A few minutes with the light bar is enough to bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. For anybody joining, welcome. As you can see, we're the Pied Zed Piper right now. We're just bringing them all in. We've got a surprise waiting for them. We got a surprise waiting for them. It's a surprise, and it rhymes with Couldn't think of anything clever for that. It's a pipe bomb, and it's gonna be a big one. Don't know if we'll clear the Shadow Zombie threshold. Not quite a 500 group. A lot of what we're seeing now are people who actually made it over from the group that we ditched earlier. I might be able to get away with just going straight down this road here, or the sidewalk rather. Yeah, this will slow them down. 10 miles an hour for a moment. Stay ahead of this little group. Oops, maybe I should actually keep cruise going. There we go. And here we are. This parking lot right here, and this street light right here is our trap. The blast radius is 7 tiles in each direction. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 2 beyond the white lines in that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 into the grass tiles in this way. So I actually should have gotten rid of a couple more trees there. We'll make this work, but we're definitely not detonating on the top half there. Yep, it's a recurrent problem with me. I mean, this is a very impromptu pipe bombing. I literally saw the opportunity and I immediately took it a little too quickly. We had a moment there. If I had a little bit more foresight when I made the decision to go forward with this, we could have cut a couple more trees without being interrupted. Hindsight, 2020, all that usual stuff. I'm going to freely drive through here, no more cruise for a moment, so that I can get past anybody without taking damage. We don't have to worry about being slow here, because everybody can hear us at this point. The whole group that we want to assemble can all hear us at this point. So right now, the fast ones are going to have to fight their way through the houses to the left, except the ones that are directly behind us, but can't win them all. Looks like the better path is to go over this instead of under. Yeah, I mean, okay, so pipe bombs... a pipe bomb is the delivery method. The explosive reagent is, whatchamacallit, gunpowder in this case, but you can, in real life, there's many other things you can use. I won't mention any of them specifically because, you know, obvious reasons. But, yeah, gunpowder is just one of many. The TNT, you could, I mean, if you had nitroglycerin, you could use TNT to make a pipe bomb. Remember, TNT by itself is literally just an explosive. All it does is produce explosive force by itself, you know. A little bit of heat, a little bit of fire. Whatchamacallit. You would usually want to put... The chassis of the pipe bomb is what creates the shrapnel. That's what shreds things. So the pipe itself, it's also, you know, there's two factors to it. It's creating the compression for the explosion, but when it explodes, it's also creating the shrapnel. You know, this dangerous YouTube terms of service skirting here. Probably shouldn't be, you know, explaining to people how to make pipe bombs, but, you know, explaining how they work in the pursuit of academic knowledge. I am one of those believers of knowledge is power. Whatever you do, if you watch my streams, do not go and buy anything like gunpowder or fertilizer after watching my streams. That will set off some AI somewhere, and they'll, you might get a knock on the door. It might look like the group is taking shape, but this is only about half of them. I predict we've got well over half more to attract from the mostly the bottom rightish of the screen right now. I'm going to do a 10-mile-an-hour loop up here so that we stay ahead of them. We're going to kind of try to improvise this since we've got a lot of trees in the way. I think we can handle this. I'll go back down to 5. Yeah, we got enough room. It's fine. We just didn't intend to get past the bushes. There we go. Now we can see a little bit easier how much more are yet to come out of these apartments. I might do another ditching here. If I can swing it. So I know that there's going to be more of them that... Yeah, I'm going to kind of speed past them this way. Sheepdogging moment. SHEEPDOGG. Okay, yeah, I'm going to try to ditch the group and see if there's anybody else I can bring to the party. Yes, I had the feeling. Just a few stragglers here, though. What about up here? It's not like I'm going for like a 200% full clearing of this whole sector. But in the words of Arthas, this entire sector must be purged. We might have lost the music. That is truly cursed. We were so close, too. Nope, we didn't lose it. Hell yeah. I know my lows. I know the low tracks. I don't hear them very often, but I know them. While we're at it, let's just finish exploring up here. There should be no more dark tiles. That's part of our goal. Ooh. Now, bringing this group all the way down here might be a little difficult. Let's see if church was in service. It might not even matter if church was in service. There's a lot of foot mobiles up here. Church is in service now. Free confessional. Step right up and confess your sins. I will release you from your suffering. Ooh, that's another step fan that I've never seen before. The Friendly Butchers. Okay, we've got another. Your step fan will make a fine addition to my addiction. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. I'm not a racist. I think that Rey could be a perfectly good character if they just put a little bit more effort into writing her. Alright, a loop back from up here. Yes, I like this. Okay. Gather all these guys up. Pull them down out of residential here. Damn it, that is why you don't want to push right over them. That's why you don't want to do that. You'll have to drive all the way over them. Imagine doing that to more than one at once. It's been so long. Nobody's ever come along. What's your name? Rey. Rey who? Rey Sith. Dark side of the Force is a pathway to abilities some consider to be unnatural. We don't have too awful far to go here. It's just beyond where the gravel road here curves. Just beyond this, that's where our bomb site is. Boosting it to 10 for a short loop back here. We don't need to fully go back, because once they're up to like where this red van is here, they'll have no problem hearing us from the main area down there where the bomb is. So this group, just like kind of the other one, we just want to get them close enough, and then, you know, actually go back to the proper bombing site, because they'll be able to hear us from there at that point. I'll just do a bit of a loop around. You see one of the people coming from the bottom now. They're probably all from the main group, the people coming from the bottom. So let's do it a couple times there, and then this will allow the fast ones to slow themselves down by coming through the houses. I mean, she was a Palpatine all along. Imagine your family legacy being supplanted by somebody from the enemy legacy. The house of Romeo completely fell, and all that was left was the house of Juliet. Would that be a happy ending? For some people, maybe. And there's the main group down there that we ditched. So we are now uniting the hordes. Fully this time, properly. Boosting to 10 to avoid collisions. This is going to take some improvisation. I might not be able to stay on cruise control long. I also may have slightly overestimated our sound radius with the pointing out of that red van. I might have been wrong about that. That's okay. I know the red van can be heard from here. So as long as we do a little bit up here, anybody who's up there at the red van will eventually make their way to us. Wow, it's 2200 already. That's summer for you. The daylight was deceptive. Now we've assembled a group. This is a party, folks. This is a party. And this still isn't everybody. We don't have to go out to get any more people. We just need to get them to show themselves, come out of the trees and whatnot. No need to be shy. Everybody mingle amongst yourselves. Lowering it to 5 so that the collisions don't do too much damage. And this is the final group. This is the final group. We are not going to be able to assemble anymore. We now proceed to the bomb site. No more pass and go. No more collecting $200. Or in this case, 200 Zeds. We've had one horde, yes. What about second horde? Because everybody to our right is a slow shambler, we won't actually get too much interference, I don't think, going around this way. Because there's... Oh shit, well, the trees. The trees will cause interference for sure. It's these diagonal tiles, man. Isometric bullshit strikes again. Push in a little harder. And then the two fast ones you didn't even know were there. Clever girl. Alright, if anybody is just now joining us, right here. This is the bomb site. We definitely shed a few live viewers during that. Not the most entertaining part of the pipe bomb process, but it's necessary. I'm going to be getting my money's worth, or my bullets worth, rather. This is going to be interesting. This group is so large that traveling in circles around them to get critical mass is... It'll be possible, but it's going to be interesting. Oh yeah, we're not getting out of this unscathed. Not anymore. I can no longer afford to concern myself with vehicle damage. Regrettable. We can minimize it, but it's now completely unavoidable. If we want to actually be able to do this, we have no choice but to loop back a little bit in this direction. There's just not enough maneuver room. And cutting trees would not have helped it at this point. This group is just that big. Like I said before, we could not see the scale of it until we start getting a lot of them out of the trees here. Alright, I'm going to try something slightly risky here. We didn't confirm if there's another path further to the side on this side. If there is, then this is a great idea. If not, then we'll come to a dead stop and we'll have to take a lot of damage to get out. I think this is going to work. There's not as many small trees between the large trees in these larger forests here. thankful. The small trees show up at the edge, like right here. As you can see, successful loop back, completely successful. We don't have critical mass yet, but we've got a big, that was a successful loop around the whole group. Critical mass requires no obstructions. I don't even know if we'll ever get that. There's way too many obstructions. If it seems like nighttime crept up on us, yeah, that's summer. That is summer. I had that happen to me IRL the other day. I was looking at my, heard some really weird noises. I guess one of my neighbors was moving out or something. And I was looking at my exterior camera. And I looked at it once, you know, saw that people just loading up a van. I guess they're moving out. Then I checked it like half an hour later. Just half an hour. And suddenly I could almost see nothing. Like, just the sun just disappeared that quickly. Like I said, there's no avoiding damage at this point. This is also a bit of a gamble. I am assuming that I'll be able to squeeze by on the right side of the group here. That is my gamble. That is my gamble. That's my Airwinds Gambit right there. And I think I'm successful. I bet the Survey Corps on this one, boys. And there's nothing but slow ones left up here. We're approaching critical mass. If anybody watching is new, critical mass means I can drive circles around the group freely. That's the point where you can collapse them into a singularity of flesh. I'm gonna boost it to 10 to get through these bushes. Now 5, I've got a little distance. The blast radius of the bomb, which is on that street light, takes us all the way up to one tile into this grass. So all that means is we've got to be very careful about not trying to detonate it at the top of the epicenter here. I am only going to be able to do this little maneuver here where I go around this side of the trees. We're only going to be able to do this 1 or 2 more times. At this point, we won't be getting enough distance to pull them all back out afterwards, so once or twice more tops. But as you can see, they're a lot closer to being in the correct position now. Boost into 10. We have critical mass, boys. Critical mass has been acquired. I may have to retract what I said about pulling them out of those double tree areas there. I see it. I see it in my mind's eye. All right. 2 tiles out beyond the white lines is our blast radius in this direction. I didn't count the other directions because I can't really afford to right now. Okay, on the bottom half, or the bottom of this circle, we're gonna try for it. Getting my UI ready, right-clicking on the remote controller. I have no view cone right now, so I'm gonna have to do this blind. Maybe not the bottom, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And oh. Okay, not quite. Not quite. We're calling this one 94%. Yeah, 94% of the group blown up. Now we're a little bit tired. I don't think that's going to stop us from cleaning up the stragglers with the carbine. I think we got a great one here. I'm going to need the M16. Yeah, we couldn't handle that with the carbine, but the M16 made short work of them. Never allow the temptation of automatic fire to take you over. Controlled, semi-automatic fire is the only way to shoot in this game. Automatic is for PvP. That we call that suppressing fire. Suppressing fire requires the target to be scared of getting shot. Last time I checked, zombies don't feel fear, so... Alright, GG. Friggin' GG. We're not going to be able to put anything back into the trunk right now. Took a lot of damage. We took a metric lot of damage. When ragdolls are turned on, you can do this. Just knock them down, pull out the knife, and good night. You can do that when they're off, too, but it's a lot easier when they're on, because you ragdoll people very easily. Alright, we're out of here. That, right there, is how you deal with a neighborhood in Zomboid. Detonation time was 4 hours and, let's just call it, 4:48 something. Yeah, I'll search and figure that out later. Making my job a little bit easier when I go back to... for anybody watching in the future, we'll have a pinned comment below, so that you can catch the pipe bombs, the pipe bomber, as it were. How the fuck did we get out of here? We just literally just off-roaded to get in here. Yes, we literally just off-roaded, and that's okay. Easy peasy. Nice little connection right there. Would you look at that? Missed a spot on the exterior. I know I heard something to my right, but maybe that was surround right. There's no surround center, so I actually can't. Can't even get that with 7.1. Surround center is nah, it doesn't exist. Okay. Back up to Jericho it is then. We are super late for bed, but super worth it. It's going to cost us several steel sheets to repair the trunk. I estimate 4 or 5 maybe. It all depends on our luck. We are now... There's a chance that we'll completely fail to repair the trunk, and that will cause a steel sheet to be completely wasted. Yeah, okay, so something KT is talking about bullet pen in the chat there. Bullet penetration you see with rifle calibers most often, so that's your 7.62, your 5.56, aka the M16. I was seeing 10 times more bullet penetration just now than I ever did when ragdolls were turned off. If anybody watching is not familiar, we had to turn off ragdolls for quite a while because anytime a ragdoll zombie ragdolls because they fell off of like a 3-story fall, for example, the game can glitch out and can cause crashes and shit. So while we were in the depths of Louisville, we turned off ragdolls. So I only just now turned them back on. It's been a while. I am noticing way more bullet penetration now that it's actually turned back on. That is significantly more. And I find that to be quite interesting. We're out of food. I'm just going to park this next to the trunk repair station here. We'll grab a quick bite to eat, a hard-boiled egg, and then sleep. And then sleep again as soon as the game will let us. Long overdue. Alrighty, folks. I have to step away briefly, IRL. I'm going to see if I can just sleep again after a few moments here. Just going to fast forward for a second. This is random, by the way, this cooldown, where it says can't get back to sleep, try again later. That's just a cooldown. And the duration is completely random. That's why it's always best to give yourself plenty of time as what I like to call the overnight hour. Go to sleep a little bit earlier, like 2300. Wake up, give yourself like 3 or 4 hours to ensure that stupid little cooldown runs its course. I will feed her real quick, and then I do have to step away briefly, IRL. So I just wanted to do that before we cooked the clock too much. Straight up eating eggs is probably one of the least calorie-dense ways of keeping yourself fed. Just have a seat in my office here. Step into my office. All right. I'll be right back in a moment, folks, and then we will proceed with repairs on the truck. Alrighty, folks, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Hopefully the chair had something useful to add. And first things first, we're going to fix the trunk of the truck. Now, a lot of people would reasonably ask, okay, I'm getting diminishing returns on the repair of this trunk of the truck up here. Why not just start using this truck? Well, I'll tell you. This is something that not a lot of people know. Look at the engine of any given vehicle. And then don't look at the big bright green numbers. Those are good. Those are very good. Look at the numbers up here. There's a specific number that not a lot of people understand. I am going to put this in Microsoft Paint here. And we're going to zoom in on it a little bit. I get the grid. Ew. Engine quality. 87. What does that mean? What does engine quality mean? Subtract that number from 100. So that's 13. What does that effectively mean? That this engine quality is 87 instead of 100. That means we've got a 13% chance to turn the key in the ignition and to get a and then nothing happens. That's what engine quality means. Engine quality is innate. It can never go up or down, regardless of how much damage the vehicle was when you found it or how damaged you got it. Because of that, no matter how similar these vehicles up here might look, they are not all the same. This one right here, as far as I can recall, is one of the only quality 100 engines on a fire truck, as in a D6 with a light bar on it, that I have ever seen. This one is, as you can see, engine quality 100. Now, there are a couple of other factors that will cause you to fail to start your car. Apparently, if there is 3 or more zombies targeting you, there is actually just a random arbitrary percentage added to it. Also the cold. If it's cold outside, another random arbitrary percentage is added. So even a perfect engine will still fail to start astronomically. But this truck will never fail, almost never fail to start in the summer. And because of that, it's extremely important to us. Not interested in that 13% shit if I can avoid it. So that's why we have been using this truck and almost nothing else. Now we're about to play the lottery and see exactly how many of these steel sheets I've got to piss away to repair the trunk back to a healthy percentage. Currently, the chance of a successful repair is 80%. If it works, that number is going to go down. Okay, it worked. The chance is now 78. Let's do it again. That failed. We wasted an entire steel sheet. Let's go again. That was successful. The chance of success is now 76%. It will continue to go down. So we have hit diminishing returns on a second vector. I didn't even fucking know this was a thing. I don't like this, by the way. If it's not clear, I don't like this at all. I am level 10 welding, level 10 mechanics, level 10 blacksmithing. I should be able to build a new bed for this truck out of metal. But we don't have the vehicle update yet. We won't for a very long time. So we're just going to have to deal with the system that we got. It's regrettable. But like I said, we might be in the market for some new vehicles of an equivalent nature to this one. Louisville Airport, which is right down the road we've been progressing. Louisville Airport does have some security trucks, which have a light bar on them and have the correct amount of horsepower. Another thing that you have to look at when you're looking at an engine, you click on the engine here, and it says engine horsepower 480. There's another type of truck. We don't have one in this lot, but the Ranger truck up here. The Ranger truck up here has a variant with an open bed, and you would think, okay, that's one of those vehicles, right? That might have increased horsepower, like the law enforcement ones do. No, this one's 400 horsepower, and its open bed equivalent is the same. So we do not have a lot of sources of vehicles that have a light bar on the top and are open bed. Now, why is the open bed so important? For combat purposes, I want to be able to come at this trunk from any angle and get what I need out of it. That's extremely important from just, a tactical standpoint. In the heat of battle, I want to be able to run up to any side of this truck and get what I need out of the bed. It's literally the same principle as to why I use a regular truck. This regular truck right here is why it's my tool carrier. It's got a very wide bed, so the tools that I use everywhere can be reached from everywhere. But we got this trunk nice and fixed up, so I can start putting some stuff back into it here. These full M16 mags. And we can drop this welding torch, as well as this other one, and these small steel sheets. In fact, are we looking at a repair to the hood? We did take quite a few hood collisions. The hood's 71%. I'm going to do a small steel sheet fix up. I'll just need another torch here. Yeah, honestly, I'm going to be real with you guys. The 87% truck rate there is probably not... It's probably going to be one of the second best I have ever, even after we go through the airport. It's a complete dice roll. The airport might have some really good ones, but it is perfectly possible we'll come out of there and none of them will be better than the one we already have. Now, the solution, of course, would just be to stop using this truck to lure hordes. That would be a solution. But then, what's my heavy combat vehicle, truly? Right? My heavy combat vehicle is the one that carries all of the stuff that I need for those events. And, yeah, no, that's... I prefer not to split my heavy combat vehicle up. I'll leave this. This is, a bag of pipes for pipe bombs. We'll leave that right there. My M16 itself, we just need to reload it. We expended almost all of the ammunition in the magazine here. 3 rounds from the last magazine. Here's a full one. We always leave the M16 fully loaded, even with one in the chamber. We don't mess around with the M16. Remote controller put away. And we have some stuff that needs to go to the kitchen. Everything else in here needs to go to my SWAT van, which is right here, of course. Empty magazines for the empty magazine god. Loose bullets for the loose bullet god. We actually have a couple of shots of 9mm that we should top up. My 9mm, just like the M16, should always be fully loaded. Its value lies in the high capacity. Alright, so I go put away these bowls. We get a little bit more food for the day. We are not in weight loss yet. We are weight neutral. We're weight neutral, so we need to continue to not eat anything calorie dense. I'm just gonna straight up drive in, that's fine. That instant startup right there, I start to take it for granted sometimes. The fact that this truck, pretty much every time I turn the key, it starts up. You play Project Zomboid long enough, you'll understand the value of that. Most vehicles are hilariously bad when it comes to reliably starting up. Two eggs and 2 kale makes for a pretty decent salad without too many calories in it. The kale is a little calorie dense. I could do without the kale if I was truly focused on calorie minning, as it were. That's all right. We'll be fine. We have some vinegar and pasta. Vinegar goes this backpack here. Pasta doesn't have a solid home at the moment. We can put it in here. And we've got food for the day and plenty of magazines. Let me top up my water, of course. You're new around here. How's everybody doing? We're doing pretty good. You have the game, thinking about playing. Okay, so this game is a monster. It's a behemoth. One thing I can recommend to new players, just unironically, You picked up the game at the right time. So in about 5 days from now, the game is going to change significantly. Build 42 is on its way out. So if you're thinking about playing but you haven't started yet, be advised it's going to change heavily. The default build of the game is going to update in about 5 days, and it's going to change a lot. Once you get in, you'll be greeted every time you launch a character, you start getting in the game, you'll be greeted with this survival guide. Pay attention to everything in the survival guide. Literally just top to bottom, learn everything in here. Even if you're the type of person who does better with hands-on learning, these are not like, there's no scroll bar here. It's just a little short video and a couple of sentences. I have nothing but good things to say about this. Everything here you want to learn a little bit about, and thankfully they've all got videos now. So like I said, nothing but good things to say about this. If you're new to the game, fire up B42 when it releases in a few days. I don't think the survival guide anywhere near as good in B41, so you won't be able to learn it that well. And yeah, this will teach you literally everything about the game. I would say probably it's prioritized pretty well too, from top to bottom. The fundamentals first here. The less important stuff, like extremely long-term stuff, farming, ranching, fishing, cleaning, that's all at the very bottom of the list. So I would go as far as to say that it is actually prioritized pretty well too. It's just F1. It's also open by default whenever you load the game, whenever you load up a character, for example. But if you want to pull it up after you've launched the game, after you've closed it, F1. Now, again, like I said, if you were to just launch the game right now by default, you'd be playing build 41, which is the old build that is going to be updated in about 5 days. You can start playing the new builds right away, but that's going to change too. Like 42.19 is what we're playing right now, and 42.20 that's the big change that's coming. So, bunch of new stuff in about 5 days here. A lot of the fundamentals, if you were to fire up 42 right now and start learning the fundamentals, none of the fundamentals are going to change. The fundamentals will stay the same. Everything in that survival guide, for the most part, will stay the same. It'll be, I'm hoping that the 42.20 will be mostly quality of life updates. Towing, multiplayer fixes, a number of other things they were talking about in the patch, or rather the blog post about it. Anyway, for anybody joining, our current objective is to clear a strong path here down KY 841. This is one of our next supply lines. Now, that was part of what we did last night, is this big neighborhood that could constantly be spilling out into 841 from Market Street here. We annihilated everything here. We did a, where was it? Yeah, we did a pipe bombing right about here and blew up several neighborhoods with the zombies. Now there's several more neighborhoods worth of zombies right here. But a good chunk of the zombies up here will have been pulled out of there when we did the bombing up here. Was it there? It was actually right around here-ish, yeah. So what that means is that Market Street right here, it'll have some people on both sides of the road, but not like an extremely deep group. So I might just go straight down Market Street and see what the game has to, what the spawn rate has to look at. If you look in the description, we talk about our game settings. TLDR, we do everything default. And currently, the default settings for Apocalypse, that's the game mode, default Apocalypse, respawns have been removed. For the longest time, they have been enabled as a part of the default settings, but they are now disabled by default. Which is great, because respawns, the way they were implemented before, terrible. I hated it. That's not good. Don't do that. This is when I hate having corpses in my road. I really do. Thankfully, I can veer down to the other side here. And whenever I see a corpse, I swerve. And, yeah, no, I need to be swerving this way. Alright, here is Market. So we go a little ways down this road, past where we were last night. Last night was up that way to the top left. Now, this is not a supply line. I do not care if I kill people in the road. So we are just going to go loud, starting right here. I will try to leave a drivable path if I can, maybe on the left side here. But we're not going to be going down this road at high speed. Looks like we got a fair few coming around that corner there. That ragdoll's probably getting up. Maybe? Nope, okay. Mostly just everybody coming from the top right at the moment. Come on! I hate trees, man. Falling back a little bit. I missed 3 shots in a row because of that tree. She couldn't get a crosshair on that one Z. Ammo check real quick. We should be good. We're at 46 of ACP. This guy right here. Ramping my style. Come over to the right side of the road, bud. Give me a drivable surface after I kill you. Come on now. Almost there, buddy. Come on now. Almost there. Thank you. Nah, this one. I'm again. Sometimes you just gotta give him a nudge here. Any number of people could be in those trees there. Finish you off with a knife. Very messy engagement, but like I said, I don't predict that we're gonna get like surrounded by massive quantities right now. Otherwise, I would never have gotten out and done this. This up here is a zombie wearing a mask and carrying a bag. Potentially a survivor zombie. Survivor zombies may or may not have bags of loot on them. Come on, come out of that tree. They really don't like coming out of those trees, so I'm going to fall back a little bit. Give them a moment. Falling back once more. Try not to lose line of sight of these guys to the left if I can manage. It'd be great if I could shoot them before they come out of there. I know I said something about, you know, not caring about bodies in the streets. I lied. I always care. It's just am I willing to give it a break? We're gonna run out of 45 ACP soon. Oh, we just did. Okay, a couple more boxes coming right up. This is why we have a heavy combat truck with all of the ammos we're currently using. Might sound like there's a lot of people slapping doors and windows and whatnot. Really only sounds like there's about 2. I will go ahead and door test these guys. Oh, he was on the outside the whole time. Good. Bedroom doors. I am not going room by room in this place. I have better things to do. You've seen one Louisville townhouse unit. You've seen them all. They tend to drag on a little bit. Maintain a little bit of distance from the corpse piles so that I can give her a break from the bad stench. Give her a bite to eat. Now, let's see about my drivable path. No, I can't yet. It's there. It's kind of there. If I moved, like, 3 corpses, I would have 1 entire lane. I'm gonna stick to melee for a moment. This is recoverable. I can save this. I can save this road. It does not have to be loaded with corpses. I'm gonna stick to melee, he said. Fucking trees. You may notice that I'm switching to the revolver when they get to close range. Very intentional. The revolver. This gun has like a it's medium range or point blank is basically this gun. I can point blank with it, but the scope that's on it kind of creates a bit of a dead zone, if that makes sense. Where it's like anything between medium and short. I start to get shit aim quality. So for that niche, that's when I pull out the revolver. Damn it! I did not want to shoot him there. Okay, so make that 4 corpses in a potential road here. Being around okay, so you see the Moodle in the top right now, the face that looks like she's struggling because she smells something bad, the disgusted face up here. Basically, whenever you see this Moodle, just imagine a countdown timer in the back of your head. When the Moodle is really light, like it is now, where it's just like a very light pink, that could be like a 15-minute countdown. When it starts getting redder like this, imagine it as like a 5-minute cooldown. It's actually not as bad as it could be right now because we are wearing a bandana on our face. That suppresses the impact of the bad smell just a little bit without causing any discomfort. So the bandana is just sort of a trade-off. We could get rid of the bad smell entirely if we had a full-on mask, but that would be really hot and uncomfortable. And discomfort comes with its own penalties, like stamina regeneration and stress after a long period of time. Do not ignore anything in the top right up here. If you see red in the top right, understand the consequences before ignoring it, because a lot of people just straight up ignore everything up here, and they just keep fighting, and then Pikachu face when they stop doing damage with every melee swing. Pay very, very close attention up here. Damn, some people do live more than a day. Yeah, every once in a while. It happens. Gonna start a new character when the update drops. Yes, I'm leaning... Okay, so I say yes. It's about a 70% chance at this point. I've been hearing some interesting things about the update, and I'm pretty sure... I'm almost 100% sure that the update's going to be a map revamp. There's going to be some more map stuff, new stuff to explore. Maybe not entire new towns, but like, new content in each of the towns, so a reason to explore again. That's usually reason enough for me. I'm easy. I'm really easy. So that, like I said, I'll put that about 70%. The rest of the 30% there is I need to see some substantial patch notes. And I also need to see... There's a small possibility. There's a very small possibility that I'll pull up the game and I'll see that towing is broken worse than it already is. despite the devs claiming that they're going to fix it. That's something that might actually just make me stop what I'm doing and go play 7 Days to Die or something. Because if they don't make a substantial update with this 42.20, I'll need a break. I'll need a break from this game so that I don't burn out on it. I love this game very much, and I'm willing to put a lot of effort into it. But I'm not going to have my save break just for a couple of minor changes. No, I'll be taking a break if that happens. Oh no, we have a Reddit link in the chat. I'm going to need to take a look at that at some point. Sounds to me like some unofficial patch notes, maybe. If it's mainly discomfort, no, you don't die from discomfort. Discomfort indirectly contributes to things that could make it easier for you to die if you don't pay attention to them. Stress, for example. Discomfort can lead to stress. Stress leads to your aiming capabilities being cut by fractions. Stage 1 stress, 25% worse shooting. Stage 2 stress, more than 25%. So it scales pretty linearly. I think it's almost to the point where if you're at the breaking point of stress, like Beaver and Cerulean were for most of their run, you're not shooting. You're wasting bullets every time you shoot. Your aiming capabilities are just that bad at max level stress. It's pathetic. I've literally tried. Don't bother. By the way, this up here, this moodle up here, Queasy, this is what happens when you stay in the stench for too long. As you can see, it just went away. That's because we stepped out of the stench area for a little while. If we go back in there for like another 10 seconds, it'll come back. It's an invisible stat that builds up over time, and it goes away slowly over time. So if we just keep our distance, it'll continue going away. In my case, what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to drive straight through, get past the corpse piles here, maybe set up a fighting position on the other side where we still have some Zeds, but not a big corpse pile. It takes at least 5 corpses in a nearby area for you to start getting a bad smell. That is true, I think, even on Extinction. Oh no, this game is... Okay, so this game is... You could say it's trying to kill you. That would not be an unfair statement. I will tell you that the vast majority of things that will try to kill you in this game can be accounted for. It does get a little... You're probably going to run into a point where, you start to understand the basics. And then you start looking at the advanced stuff and you're like, wow, that's a lot of things that could kill me. I don't have enough time of day to memorize all the different things enough for this to be a fun game. And that's a perfectly reasonable reaction to have. This game does... One of the only reasons I feel like I'm good at it is I just have an above average recollection. That's one of my biggest strengths with this game. Reflexes are one thing, but reflexes aren't even necessary if you have good memory of all the different silly little rules you got to abide by. You can put yourself in situations where reflexes aren't required to save you. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to fall back. I'm gonna fall back, and because I don't want to get sick again, I was talking about before, we can put on a respirator. So that we do not have to worry about the corpse sickness getting us queasy. We've got a half-mask respirator right here on my passenger seat for this exact situation. There are filters in this respirator that have a finite lifespan, which is why we don't use it all the time. We use it when we need to, and you can recharge the filters. It is a tedious process, though. Yeah, no, the trailer is pretty dank. I actually kind of liked it. I especially liked that they've got the music. I wonder if they pulled Beaver in to do some more... Zach Beaver, by the way. I'm not talking about the streamer this time. Zach Beaver is the guy who did the... Oh, hang on. No. I got the backwards. Zach Beaver did the originals tracks for this game a long time ago. He's not like a part of the Indie Stone staff. He just he did the music, and then he started doing some more cool stuff on his own. Armin Haas is the guy who has done the remixes, the epic versions of the soundtracks that have come out with B42. Armin Haas is probably the guy who helped with the trailer, if they still have him contracted. I assume it's a contract. I mean, keeping a musician on staff full time would probably be a lot of money, and not a lot. You wouldn't get a lot out of it as an indie studio. That was a jam, by the way, where it just unexpectedly clicked on us. And that happens. There's no predicting it. You just hit X, clear the jam. And yes, it sometimes will jam twice in a row. Actually, a lot more than sometimes if you're low-level aiming. That's the experience of low-level aiming, is very often click. But there's a bullet in there. Why won't it shoot? The bullet's not where it should be. Clear the jam. Hit X. So, I have no idea exactly what kind of density to expect as we go this direction a little bit. It's possible that there were some huge groups just outside of audio reach, and now we'll notice them. But it's also possible that we already pulled the lion's share of this area. I predict somebody coming through these trees. Maybe. Boom, he's got a forest in his front yard. What city? I only ever do Riverside. Doesn't matter what the changes are, what anything. Riverside is where I start. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. If I start a new character, she starts in Riverside. Now, we got somebody hitting this door right here. But we've also got a broken window right here. I might be able to nail the door slapper from through this window here. I'm getting a crosshair. Got him. That was a blind shot, but it worked. Same deal with these garages. Same deal with these garages. We got windows on both sides of them. I don't even know who that is on the left. I'm going to do a bit of an orbit here. Now, discomfort up here. I'm at stage 2, uncomfortable. If I was not level 10 fitness, I would have to be paying a lot closer attention to my stamina levels. I'd be getting winded a lot faster because when you have discomfort scaling, your stamina regeneration is slower. Sorry, endurance regeneration is slower. Being fitness level 10, I can pretty much just power through that. So I'm making it look easier than it is to deal with stage 2 discomfort here. This is one of the many reasons that I start my characters out as maxed physical traits. Level 10 strength, level 10 fitness, very few fighting or crafting skills. Because once you have that foundation, that strength and fitness foundation, you can build whatever you want on top of it. Just don't die. And the strength and fitness will ensure that you don't die. You can have your 0 to hero runs if you really want to sit there and watch a character do push-ups for literal dozens of hours IRL. No thanks. Got better things to do. This game has got so many fun things to do in it. I'd rather not sit there and waste all of my time doing exercises. And his name is John Cena! So you may be hearing a deep thumpity thump in your left ear. That would be the fence thumpers. In sufficient quantity, they will stress us out. I do not hear a sufficient quantity. But even without sufficient quantity, if we spend too much time here, they'll stress us out. Fences, chain link fences don't do that anymore, but wooden fences do. I still, to this day, do not know if that is intended or not. it would be very much a Zomboid dev thing to do for them to be like, yeah, we removed stress gain from zombies slapping fences, and then just completely forget half of the fences. That would be a that's a Zomboid dev thing right there. We are out of 44 again. Or, sorry, 45 ACP. Get out of them trees. No zombies in trees. Nope. At a certain point, we'll catch up with with cleared territory here, but I do not know what that certain point is. Definitely not coming up anytime soon here. Nope, none of that. Okay. I'm also gripping my mouse a little too tightly here. Now, some of these people showing up behind us might actually be people who were slapping the fence and then lost track of us and then walked around it. That does happen. A lot more often than it used to, by the way. But, yeah. You hear them slapping now, that's because they can hear us. But if they stop hearing us, then they'll path around it, and look at that, there's a low fence down there they can flip over. I even see a dude over there. So I'm gonna focus on melee for the moment. Outside of the bathroom. Okay, this is an opportunity for the 9mm. The 9mm by itself has actually got a similar range to the 45 ACP. Slightly less chance of killing on hit. The high capacity is its true strength. But we only carry two reloads with it. What I'm going to do now is triage targets based on speed. We got a fast shambler in the middle here. Shoot him with the 45. I'm sorry, the 357 here. The slow ones, we deal with at our own pace because they're not that fast. We just make sure we don't forget where they're at. Identifying the targets based on their speed is also extremely important early game. That'll help save you. Prioritizing them based on the ones that can keep up with you. Ammo check for the 357, we've got 46 shots. I'm going to put the trapper carbine away so that my backpack will make it so I'm not over encumbered anymore. Come on, there you go. Otherwise, we can start running a little bit more freely here. I'm going to also replace the mask with the bandana, because I do believe that we are definitively out of the stink zone here. And would you look at this, we're no longer exploring unexplored territory. That's because we've been all the way down here before. We are now linking up with cleared territory. Yep. Up to the corner of Evergreen from Rogers here. Now, when I say cleared, that's a bit of a strong word, but yeah, we have been up here before. We have wiped out large groups. Mostly when trying to take Iroquois Park, 'cause that was new to me for this run. No zombie games in this house. Stop calling. But do you support our country? Because right now, a heartland of our country is under attack, and we need your help in Project Zomboid, the only realistic zombie survival game with deep mechanics. Mechanics so deep. No, I was going to say something very inappropriate. Nope, that's okay. I don't deserve to be pretend to be the epic trailers guy. He can do a voice better than I can. Oh, okay. She actually locked her door. Go figure. We'll flank her from the living room. Now, sometimes the simple act of making noise like breaking a window is actually enough to distract them from slapping the door. Looks like it wasn't in this case. And I'm not going to take over somebody's house like this without stealing their flags. We always capture the flag here. I'm going to step away from this corpse pile over here. Get a little distance while I have a bite to eat. So, now you guys get to witness the fruits of my labor. We have kept a very good watch on where we killed the zombies. We have a drivable path down this road. It's not a very straight path, but that's okay. This is not a supply line, so we won't be going down it, trying to go down at speed. And we just deal with the stragglers, as always. We're not going for green arrows here, we're just going for red arrows. Yeah, money well spent. I probably left the truck running again. I always do. You know what? Okay, 2 corpses right here. Just 2. And all we gotta do is rotate them. Minimum viable drivability. And I left the engine running because, yeah, reasons. Just because I have a vehicle that always starts when I turn the key, that does not mean I'm not going to forget to not leave it running when it doesn't need to be. What's the goal at the moment? Clearing a road. We're clearing, this is Market Street in Louisville here. This is Old Market Street, sorry. And this is one of the last pockets in the southeast. Or the south in general, actually. Yeah, we literally have just a tiny pocket over here, a little closer to base, next to the school. Then we have this pocket here and a small bit beyond it in that direction. And that's literally it. We can say that we have completely cleared the southeast of Louisville. Absolutely. Now, when I say cleared, that does not mean house by house. That just means we have explored the area, identified assets that are worth recovering, and ignored the rest. But feast your eyes upon the work of art that is a drivable surface on the road. It's lovely. I'm here for it. We got the bank up here. Oh, this is, we're linking up with, there's the food market. Aha. I had a feeling there would be a pocket somewhere up here. I do not know if this area is going to be dense enough for a pipe bombing. It might look like it is, but honestly, looks can be deceiving when they're distributed like this. Past Jay's Chicken, we got a Spiffos up here. This is where we found the animal trailer. Yes, this is where... Okay, this is where we found the animal trailer. So we stole an animal trailer, but we didn't clear the zombies out of the area, because of course we didn't. So there actually are probably still a fair few up here. And that does make sense. We have a safe place to sleep right there. It's close enough to bedtime right now. Let's just focus on clearing this unexplored terrain. So we've got this tiny little chunk on Daffodil. Let's just explore that real quick. And then this map, this part of the map right here has always been a little deceiving because the annotated map here revealed it for us. But we actually have not looked at the bottom of Red Drive and down to Sheriff Street here. Sycamore Court, any of that. We want to take a peek at it, just see if there's any survivor houses that are worth marking. So we got our course set. We're turning on Daffodil here, doubling back past where this is where we found the SWAT van originally. Random chance at a Louisville parking spot, I think. And we want to take a turn at Gray. I'm going to have to check the map again for that. No memorizing that, not for me. Morrow, good to see you. Yep, we are 5 days out from a new start, most likely. Again, I must continually stress this. It is possible that they come out with an update that is so thoroughly underwhelming that I'm not going to feel motivated to start over and keep up with a new save. But right now I'm putting it at about 70% likelihood that I will be inspired to start a new long one and go right away with it. Now, if I was not going to dive right back into Zomboid, what would I do instead? That is... I'm glad you asked. I was talking before about 7 Days to Die. That's one of the other games that I play. But another game that I play is Terra Invicta. Terra Invicta, they are recently coming out with their first DLC. They dropped a 1.0 for the game, and they've got a DLC coming that gives you a alternate start. And that is something that I don't know how I feel about. That is a much bigger question mark. Did I actually make it down? No, I didn't. Not down Daffodil there. So let's just loop back around this way. Extinction mode is... you're going to die. Everybody's going to die. Extinction mode is fundamentally unfair. You will eventually get cornered by sprinters, and there won't be a fence. And there won't be something to cheese it. Because sprinters right now, the only way to beat them is to either have enough room to run away, which is environmentally dependent, or to have a fence, which is environmentally dependent, or to do, or, you know, basically environmental features are the only way to beat sprinters right now. And that means eventually you're going to run into a situation where there's 2 or 3 sprinters closing in at you from multiple angles, and you have no environmental advantages. And you're just going to fucking die at that point. It's the old guy shrugging, guess I'll die. The action economy in this game is not sufficient for an enemy that moves that fast. You need something else that matches their speed. I've always said it needs to be a dodge button. A simple dodge button would fix everything. I hit one button and I'm one tile over, and it takes them a couple seconds to, just 1 second even, just 1 second for them to re-target me. That would be sufficient. I swear that this is the road right here that we are... Yes, okay. This is the road. This is why I haven't explored it, because it's so hard to keep track of these roads. Okay. I don't even know what these 2 commercial centers are. I'm going to take a quick peek inside, because the logos are on the other side. Looks like clothing, looted and trashed. Office, looted and trashed. And tool store, also looted and trashed. Am I looking for anything specific in a tool store right now? Not really. No. And then just a laundry convenience store. Okay. We are out of here. we are out of here. That's why if I could just... I'm not saying that I have a huge list of things that I would love to chat with Cerulean about, but if I could get his ear regarding things that... relatively small things that would make Extinction Mode a much more fair proposition. I know that the Brits are probably not interested in the fair proposition. I'm pretty sure, and I don't even know whether Christian and the other guys are on the same page on this. I am almost 100% sure that the Brits, you know, the original designers of this game, they haven't made a public appearance in forever, and they probably never will again. They created Extinction Mode to pigeonhole the people who can't feel anything unless they're constantly watching their characters get eaten. There's a small portion of the player base that just feel that way. They just have to see their characters get eaten. So they turn up the pop to 16 times. They create these scenarios. Oh no, I'm surrounded by zombies from the very start. That's who Extinction Mode was created for. That being said, they also made Apocalypse a little bit easier when they created Extinction Mode. So there's some push and pull on that. I personally, nothing about Extinction Mode I find fundamentally unfair, except for the fact that sprinters have movement superiority over us in numbers. Are you ready? Are you ready to witness in just 5 days the legendary Build 42 to get last version and be proclaimed the stable version of Project Zomboid? Sorry, my voice is actually starting to die a little bit. I get croaky. Alright, so we're only 30 minutes late for bed. Not even fatigued yet. That was the sound of a light bulb going out. Which one was it? Sounded like it was in my left speaker. Probably a couple upstairs. Would you look at that? There's a couple upstairs that went out. And yes, we do have briefcases full of light bulbs because this always happens. This is a little superfluous to have lights on the second floor facing this direction. I don't care. I don't care. It adds to the vibe of this place. I'm post scarcity on light bulbs for the moment. If I spent enough time chilling here without going out and constantly getting more electrical stuff, I would eventually run out of light bulbs, and I would put a kibosh on these constantly running floodlights. Hello and goodbye to all unstable releases. We came home with a couple of flags here. Where shall I put? I thought I put one in the corner up here already. What's going on with this? Let's put a KY State right there. And let's put a Stars and Bars over here. Oh, I couldn't. Right. I wanted to, but I couldn't. Right. Okay. Well, easy fix. Just put them both there. We're going to need to make another one of those salads. We are now, thankfully, in weight loss. So a few days of being in weight loss, we'll finally fall below 85.5, and we'll stop being a fatty. Yeah, I'm ready. I am ready. If they've got good stuff, then I'm ready to create Gretchen the Loot Goblin. That will be my next character. I might even get some character art put together for her ahead of time. Usually with my characters, I do... like, my character art, my fleshing out of the characters is usually a slow process. But I have been planning Gretchen the Loot Goblin for a minute. I might have something right out the gate for her. We'll see. Definitely be wary whenever I make promises for future content, because I am a bit flaky. Remember, I don't do this. This is not my living. I don't make money doing this. If I ever do, it'll be pocket change at best. I will never be quitting my day job for this, so other things get priority. See, now that we are definitively in weight loss, I feel a lot more safer putting a little helping of rabbit in each of these. So we've got a couple more 30 salads here. That'll be enough for another day. So something that happened that while we were fighting, we ran out of 45 ACP again. It's a beautiful platform. I love it. It's the reason I keep running out of it. It is 50 bullets to the box, and it shoots at medium distances. So nice, I load it twice. Respirator belongs on the passenger seat of the fighting van, fighting truck. SWAT van gets the empty magazines, so we come back, reload them later. SWAT van also has got a few loose boxes of 45 ACP. I'm going to merge these into the combat truck. We also expended a 9mm magazine, so we're going to take that out, load up our kit. We're ready for another box of Magnum as well. Beautiful. Everything looking good over here. Actually, these boxes of 556 don't need to be back here. That's probably another carton if we merge it in here. No? We're one box away from a carton. Okay. Actually, are we? We're 2 bullets away from another carton. We're 2 bullets of 556 away from another carton. Because we have 18. That's 18 out of 20 for another box, and then we're at 11 out of 12 boxes. That's funny. Sometimes shit happens. Sometimes shit happens. It's a lot easier for me to put it out of my mind if it's in a separate vehicle. That's why I do it. Here's something that I should have done a while ago. We got more ammo straps. These rare ammo straps. One of them can go on the L92. We don't use it often, the L92. It's a great gun, but the Trapper Carbine has taken over the niche. The L92 is basically, it shoots the same bullets as my revolver, but it's a lever action rifle, so they go a little farther. However, I cannot put scopes on it. Because of that, the only niche use case for this is when, let's just say I have no 45 ACP, but I have a fair bit of 357. I pull this out, we start using that as my medium range. And the only attachment you can put on it is ammo straps. So now it's got that. Oh, look at that. A couple of loose 556. Boys, we're doing it. We got another carton put together here. Packing 20 rounds into a box. Packing 12 boxes into a carton. And what we're going to do is go put that into the ammo van that is not full yet. The farthest to the right up here. It's our most recently acquired one. Beautiful. Okay, we're about 40 minutes early for our next bedtime, but otherwise we are in a great spot. No further prep to do. Just gonna wash up a little bit. And we're about 20 minutes early for bed. That's fine. Within 20 minutes, I don't care anymore. Alrighty, folks. We are now progressing further down 841, I think. It was a bit of a sidetrack to start going down Market Street. We didn't need to go that far. I was just kind of curious to see how far I could go before I started entering cleared territory. How bold am I feeling today? Maybe not quite so bold that I'm going to take the race car. Not yet. When we finally get to the point where we're ready to start, like, scouting out a new base, the first thing we'll do is use the race car to tow the heavy combat truck with us. So then we can take the race car to come back and take another one of our vehicles, probably the expedition van. That is kind of the plan with that. May 10th, 1995, the weather is great. No, no fog, no rain, none of that bullshit. Let's catch the weather report. It's coming on in less than 10 minutes here. Tarkov is dead. Long live Zomboid. I never played Tarkov, so that's doubly true for me. Knox Power Grid. Blackout. All personnel. Order 511 has been issued. Today, average temperature 44.6 Fahrenheit. Minimum 35. Maximum 52. Humidity 46%. Mild wind from the southwest. Maximum 18 miles per hour. Clear skies. Tomorrow, average temperature 44. Minimum 34. Maximum 53. Humidity 44%. Mild wind from the north. Maximum 10 miles an hour. Clear skies. So we've got... Damn it! Light fog. Light fog. He just had to ruin it. He had to ruin it. So tomorrow morning, we're probably going to have fog. And what is light fog? We don't know. We don't know what that means. The weather report doesn't tell you the duration. So it could be 6-hour fog. It could be 8-hour fog. There is such thing as 18-hour fog. I don't like it. I don't like it. I strongly dislike it. Oh, we went right across 841. Okay, I was paying way too close attention to the weather. It was encapsulating. What can I say? For the uninitiated, watch John Cena prank call God. That support our military call was legendary, but not as legendary as Project Zomboid getting final release of Build 42. If the epic voice is getting old, I'm sorry. I genuinely am. I don't do that all the time. I'm just in the mood. I'm hyped. What can I say? We're going to stay on the south side of the road here. Yeah, we're staying on the south side because there's still going to be corpses littering the north side. I believe I've done a good job at getting all the burned wreck vehicles out of the way. But I'm still not going to go faster than 60. Yeah, see all these stupid corpses? I got impatient. And thanks to that, there's no good lane on that side. Okay, so from here on out, uncleared territory. And I'm here for... Oh, no. That's the next one. I keep confusing Market and Southside, and that's okay. I don't spend enough time down here. A lot of the time that I spent down here has been... Ooh. This is not unexplored territory, but we have clearly not cleared it. I see an opportunity here. Here's what we do. We hop over the fence. We do a little discharge on this side of the fence. Anybody who comes at us from the other side of the fence makes a noise when they come at us. So we don't necessarily have a clean 6. We're still going to be checking over our shoulder. But the fence gives us early warning. See, I had a feeling, I heard the footsteps, but then, you know, we didn't hear the chink-a-link of the fence, so we knew that he was not upon us just yet. We'll call that my safety fence. Because your friends don't fence, and if they don't fence, well then they're no friends of mine. Yeah, this is definitely one of those fields that, thanks to the little trees, you really don't know what to expect. I think the last time we were on this road, actually, it was night. and I completely never even bothered looking in the direction of this field. I have no patience for this. Right here, lady. I've decided that the south side is my clean side that I can drive on at speed without running into corpses, so we will have no obstructions whatsoever. All right. There's probably more as we go this way. I just couldn't see them thanks to that big old cluster of trees. Not too worried about that right now. They would have made themselves known if they were super big groups, because we were shooting all over that area there. 70 tiles is not too far, but it's far enough. Lady. That was me, by the way. There's... Can't blame anybody but me for that. Alrighty. This is a big field. Oh, rabbits. Later. I forget. This is the field that I made the hole in. Yeah, this is a huge field. It's hard to believe that, okay, so I went, before May rolled around, so this was like about a dozen days ago. Really late April. I was trying to find soybeans. They don't exist right now. Like, they exist in the game. If we look at Discovered Recipes and Media, we learned about soybeans by reading a magazine. So, right there, soybeans, min water 60, average time to grow, 90 days. Best month April, poor month May. We have looted every single agricultural resource on this map, minus a few rural locations, like really far away out there in the sticks. We have not seen a single packet of soybean seeds. So that's another one of those things, just like roses and lavenders, that doesn't spawn normally. But unlike roses and lavenders, I don't even know if they spawn anywhere at all, ever. Soybeans, why do we care that much? Not that much, but they're the highest carb thing that you can grow. So you want balanced diet with all the macros. You want carbs and fats. You'll want soybeans in your loadout. Soybeans are one of the things to plant if you want to have a balanced diet with, nutrition as it stands right now. And yet, for some reason, they got nuked off of the loot table. I was under the impression at one point that soybeans were the kind of thing that you could go to a grocery store and find, like, the rotten beans themselves, and then maybe plant the rotten beans and they'll still grow. I don't know. But in this game, we have cleared out convenience store after convenience store after convenience store. In theory, it should only be like a 1 out of 20-something chance for it to show up on a produce shelf. We have not seen a single one anywhere, ever. And we spent a good amount of time looking for them. They're just not in the loot tables right now. But, allegedly, we can find them through foraging. So, because of all that nonsense, because we couldn't find them through looting, we actually did do a little bit of crop foraging. Unsuccessfully, by the way. We never found any soybeans anywhere, ever. I have always said this about foraging. Oh, you can find this through foraging. Yes. Good luck. Whenever you're looking for something specific through foraging, good luck. If you can technically find it through foraging, but like you have to forage trash to find it. Good fucking luck, dude. The sheer number of things that you could find in a trash foraging table, laughable. Laughable to go looking for something specific. You would have to make foraging a lifestyle and just constantly be foraging everywhere you go. Some people do that. Some people really love getting everything around them blurred so that they can look around for something random. Play the slot machine, I guess. What about the soy boys? Well, those are everywhere. They turned into zombies. We're still dealing with those to this day. To this day, you can hear them re. Remember, this is 1993. Reddit didn't exist yet, so there was no containment for them. They were just out there in the world. John Gina. John Gina. Yeah, no, I mean, if you just turn it into a lifestyle, if you can make it a habit, then you're better at it than I am. That is not something that I can. I have kind of tried sometimes every once in a while, but I've been unsuccessful. Usually due to logistical concerns, because sometimes I'll find, like, if I start forging, sometimes I'll find way more than I have room for at the moment, and that becomes a problem for me. The way I like to play, I run a tight ship on all of the room that I have for things. Definitely not for everybody. Found a piece of railway. No shit. That's wild. That is truly wild. Now, actually, as it currently stands, I don't think I have any... I don't have any welding torches anywhere. Maybe I have one in my... Hang on. Okay, I have one welding torch. That's it. So I'm not gonna use it for any of these burnt wrecks that I can just stow out of the way. I've been reticent to reload the welding torches in my trunk for no good reason. I should have done that a while ago. You know, the funny thing is my server probably still has... So the other day, I found out that the new map website, map.projectzomboid.com, it just doesn't seem to work for Firefox builds right now. Chrome works fine, but yeah, any Firefox or LibreWolf, just it didn't load for me. But I do denigrate my my bitchbox computer, the one over there. I denigrate that one with the presence of Google Chrome specifically for that. Okay, I didn't leave it running then. Never mind. But I was going to look at the map website. Here we are. So we're going to turn the overlay on for forage biomes here. So the magenta is farmland. You go into the magenta zones and you forage around for crops. And there's like a 1 out of something really big, or 1 out of really big number for any crop that you find, which again, it's not... Where the 1 out of really big numbers after it settles on crops, as opposed to something like firewood, because I don't know if you guys look at this. This is all farmland. To the bottom of the map right here, this is all farmland. But it's also full of other things that are not farmland, thanks to the wilderness overgrowth. Anyway. Since we've got the end in sight within the next 5 days or so, there's no reason not to just not to show you guys what happens when you get to the end of the road. If anybody's ever been curious, there's nothing stopping us from just taking this road all the way to the end. It does end, by the way. It comes to a short drop and a sudden stop, but I'll say no more. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding. Do I need another ambulance in the fleet, guys? Do I? Don't answer that. Don't answer that, because the answer might surprise you. Ooh, this one is not. This one's not a perfect engine. Usually the wrecked ones actually have surprisingly good engines. This one's only 79. That would be the worst in my fleet. So nope, I don't care about it. I don't care about it. There's a house down that road, and it's actually a pretty decent base location, but we're not in the market yet. I'm just kind of surprised that we haven't run into more interference on this road. Shortly after this bend here, we run into Louisville airport crowds, and I'm just going to bypass them for now. I'm not quite equipped to handle the entire airport yet, if for no other reason than time. If we started trying to clear the airport, we would run out of time immediately, and then we would just have to turn around. So scouting out the area is the name of the game right now. Okay, so when I came here on Nora, okay, there it is. I guess if I just don't make any noise at all, they won't make it down here to this road. Cool. But yeah, like I said, I want to show everybody what happens when you get to the end of the map. Not all ends of the map are the same. If you go to the other side of Louisville, the map goes on forever, including the road. Well, it goes on forever until you hit the energy limit, and then it stops going on. Every piece of software has its limitations. It's a lunch break right there. This is unacceptable. No, that didn't work. Yeah, I would get out and screw with them with the knife, but not when there's this many around me. No, thank you. So we're now going past LVA, Louisville Airport, and would you look at that? There's an arbitrary blockade. It's as arbitrary as it looks. You can just go around it. And look at that, another arbitrary blockade. It's as arbitrary as it looks. You can go right around it. Don't ask me how that worked. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the edge of the map coming up here. You be off the edge of the map now, mateys. Here, there be trees. Lots of them. Yeah, we were here on Nora. We came here on my previous character, Nora the Explorer. And we tried a few things. We tried Molotovs. We tried cutting aways. We tried actually walking in there. There's no point. It is just extremely thick trees for more or less infinity. No good foraging opportunities either. So rather disappointing. Like I said, short drop, sudden stop. That is the edge of the map, for this side at least, the east edge of the map. The north edges of the map are far more interesting. This road here, the Clark Memorial Bridge, onto 31 West on the other side. 31 West goes on forever, as do the zombie spawns on it. So you can continue down that road until you hit the energy limit. What is the energy limit? 2,700,000,000 something. I forget the exact number. But yeah, that's chunk that part of the map up here. Now, having been to the Louisville airport before, I suppose we could spend the day exploring it. We have exactly one pipe bomb with us or 2 pipe bombs. We have 2 pipe bombs with us right now. There's no chance whatsoever that we could take a huge chunk of the airport away with just 2 pipe bombs. But we could scout the area out and maybe we'll have to look at the spawn distribution. That'll get us some helpful information. Remember, I just fixed the trunk of this thing, so I don't want to have to repair it again unless that's going to be the last time I repair it. Which is why I'm hoping we'll nail ourselves a very, very nice vehicular device here. Now, I'm not doing this because I even want to do a pipe bombing yet. More than anything, I just want to see if I can get everybody out of the road all the way down there. Because honestly, if I can just get everybody out of the road right now, and just kind of leave them in a bit of a blob in this area, we can pull them further to the north and blow them up along with a bigger group later. Just a couple of switchbacks up here, really. I think that'll be it for now. Like I said, not looking to assemble a mega group. Not yet, at least. Oh, I remember this parking lot. Yeah, we got a good spot to bomb them in that parking lot, but we would want to merge this group along with another group. Gas station right there. And in this universe, it's not looted and trashed. Don't you love how some of them completely forget that we're even there once we turn the lights off? Terminating pursuit. Terminating pursuit. 10-4, terminate. So this exterior road here, it actually goes pretty much all the way around the airport. There will be kind of like a back entrance, and then it cuts off. There's no more asphalt, but you can continue going around depending on foliage. Here's the tarmac going out this way. So the main body of the airport, terminals and everything over there to the left, top left, leaving. Now up here is entering the tarmac zone. Nothing unexpected here. This is where the back entrance is. This is also the guard shack. Last time we came here, it was looted and trashed, so it'll be very interesting to see what it looks like when it's not looted and trashed. We cannot climb this fence. We could sledgehammer it, but it might be more useful to not. I can't remember if there were airport security truck spawns in front of the building. I don't think there are. No. And even if there were, we could see them by now. Inside the building, I don't think either. To the extent of my knowledge, I don't know of any vehicles in this game that actually spawn inside of buildings. Maybe some parking garages, maybe. But even my memory of parking garages is getting a little woozy. I'm just going to zip past these guys, no engagement yet. And this is what I meant. We got a back entrance here. One truck, two truck. There's two different types. Hold on. Two different types of airport trucks. What? Okay, interesting. Didn't know that. I don't recall ever seeing that yellow checkered one before. Nor I never had any of those. This is where the question mark is on foliage. Theoretically, we can go all the way around the airport from this side. But that's a big theoretically. That might prove to be a very bad idea. I'm seeing a path. I'm going to try to take it. Because that actually would behoove me, if I want to clear the whole airport, getting a beat on how many are outside the airport, that would be just as beneficial as inside. Oh yeah, very few blockades and foliage up here. We're good. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. No foliage. You had to open your mouth. I still see paths. We're good. Understanding which trees you can drive through and which ones you can't. These trees with the white leaves might look the same, but this small one, we can drive right through it. This big one, we come to a complete stop. There is no gray area between them. And you can only really go by size. Yep. Catacorner bullshit right there. Oh, what? What is this shape? This doesn't make sense. Oh, no, it does. Never mind. Never mind. I forgot that's the landing strip right there. That's the landing strip. Takeoff goes the other direction. I should have known. I've never actually gone all the way around the airport from the outside. This was it. This is theory and practice here. This is theory and practice. I am pleasantly surprised to see that there's nobody outside of the fences this far down. On my previous run, I never would have known if there were, because I would have made so much noise. Oh, look at that. And one or two up here, I guess. At the end of the landing strip, it seems. No surprises about what's on the other side of the fence there. End of the... Why is the game in window mode? Because that does not cause any problems with HDR. It's a lot easier for HDR compatibility. Also, I'm a desktop streamer. That's just how I roll. Actually, I think there's an NVIDIA setting that we can make it so that your HDR settings don't get messed up at all. Where is it? NVIDIA control panel. This is just a public service announcement for anybody who has an HDR monitor and notices that whenever Zomboid goes full screen, it seems to fuck with your HDR a little bit. What you do, this unique to NVIDIA cards, go to your manage 3D settings. Go to program settings for Project Zomboid. That's going to take a minute to populate. It always does. The setting you're looking for, I'll just show it to you, is going to, at the very bottom there, Vulkan OpenGL present method. Have it prefer layered on DXGI swap chain, as opposed to the auto prefer native. Set it to the bottom setting, and it will stop messing up HDR when you go full screen. That was originally because that solution was not well known before. I never knew about that before, so I thought the only way to get around Zomboid fucking your HDR settings up whenever you go full screen. I used to think that was the only way, was to just play it in windowed mode. So I got used to playing it in windowed mode, and I never stopped. That is a public service announcement for anybody who wants to do full screen and still wants their HDR monitor to work afterwards and not have washed colors for no reason. I never fully understood why it did that. I'm just going to chalk it up to Java silliness. I'll be real with you guys. At any point, I could get out and sledgehammer a hole in the fence here and be back on the tarmac. But I kind of... morbid curiosity is pushing me forward here. I want to explore the full radius of the airport and identify anywhere where there actually are pockets of zombies. So far, it's only been at the end of the landing strip and places outside of gates. Shut the hell up. Meta event to the top right, I think. Quick bite to eat while we're waiting for movement patterns. There's no waiting. No waiting. Never mind. Going around this way, and I think this is where it curves back down. We'll start to see a lot of them as we get closer to the road in this direction. Perfectly normal to see a lot of them as we get closer to the road. We're actually getting them way too far afield here. Hang on, let me check the map real quick. The outer edges of the airport don't actually show up on the map. That's unrealistic, actually. Airports, and I know this from growing up around one. I live right down the road from IAD, Dulles International. Airports are very, very, very clear on maps as to what the outer boundaries of the airport are. They don't want people randomly wandering in and causing security problems. I actually have this, where is it? I have this old map of my area. What did I... It's in one of my Zomboid folders. At one point, I was going to make a Zomboid version of the place I grew up in. I was going to make a Zomboid map for it. But I never got around to doing that. Here it is. And on this map, we've got Dulles Airport. IAD over here. This is what Dulles Airport looks like in 1993, which is where the game takes place. As you can see, the outer edges of the runway here, very, very thick line right there. Very thick line. Very thick line indicating do not cross. You can see it even goes a little farther out there. Very, very thick line on the outer edges. You probably don't even want to, in this day and age, remember this is 10 years before 9/11, or like 7, 8 years before 9/11. Even in this day and age, they're probably a lot more cautious about it. You see the red highlighted zone? That's probably where airspace restrictions were to kick in the 90s. Again, that's probably way, way, way wider in this day and age. But yeah, no, the map's not showing the outer fences of a airport. No, that's very unrealistic. Very, very unrealistic. Shame on you. Shame on you, Zomboid devs. I demand more detail on my map. I only brought that up because, of course, now I can't even see where the fence goes on the... There, I can barely see it, bottom right-hand corner of the screen there. Just barely. Being as our goal was to explore the outer radius, I don't see that happening. Those trees are a little too thick right there. So we will have to kind of give a wide berth on this direction, which is fine. Like I said, we will see a large chunk of zombies as we get closer to the road. For anybody joining, welcome. We are in the exterior area of the Louisville Airport, scouting it out for the day. LVA is going to be our last, basically probably our last objective for this character. Last hurrah. We know that the save is going to get broken in the next 5 days. Hype is happening. I am probably going to request off a few days from work next week. Most likely. I'm also considering streaming to other platforms when I start my new character. Cannot make any promises. I need to experiment with the technology and see what I can do without spending a cent. I will. I know there's Restream.io. I know there's a couple things you can pay for to get your stream mirrored to other services if you want to spend money. I am not the kind of person who will ever spend money on something like that. If some stupid ass fucking website can do it, I can. That is my mentality. I will find a way to do it, or I won't do it. Got a little easier to drive next to the fence here. That's good. Less offensive, as it were. I think I see a path behind me, yeah. If anybody's just wondering what kind of general mentality helps you off-road like this, you're focusing your eyes on where the trunks of the trees land at the bottom, and just imagining the tile that the tree is going to block you on and avoiding that tile. It might sound straightforward if you're a Zomboid veteran, you understand what I'm talking about there. If you're not a Zomboid veteran and you're not thinking about this in terms of tiles and grids, it can get a little bit... This might be a visual noise right here, what you're looking at on screen right now. But there is a procedure here, and it's actually relatively straightforward. You got to go slow enough so that you can see behind the trees. That's one of the key things. And as I was saying earlier, make sure you remember which trees are thin enough that you know you can run over them without coming to a complete stop. These ones are not, for example. Now, if you start a new game, a lot of the trees that I'm seeing on screen right now would not be there for you. There is a wilderness overgrowth mechanic. They call it erosion. In the case of trees, it's the opposite of erosion. There's new trees appearing everywhere. A lot of bushes and trees that were not originally there will start to grow in over the course of 200 days. So it isn't until you're 200 days in that you'll start to see the density of smaller trees that I'm seeing right now. On extinction mode, that is half the time. Erosion kicks in after 100 days. Not that I think most extinction mode players have that to worry about. Unless they are playing with modded settings. Or cheats or something. Okay, so we are outside airport territory. Now this lake goes quite a bit. This lake is bigger than it looks. And I remember seeing a lot of zombies around this lake on Nora. I did do a full radius of this lake on foot with Nora, so nice to see that there are not that many of them. Okay, back to the... I lied. I lied when I said that I was relatively certain we would start seeing huge groups as we got closer to the road. We didn't. Okay. That's got to be the luck of the draw then. Must come down to my map seed. Map seed is in the description. I have had some people tell me that map seed contributes to vehicle spawns, and I have had some people tell me that it doesn't. One of my homies in the chat wanted my map seed because they thought that it would help them find race cars. I eagerly await to hear back on that, because I don't think it will. But I would like some confirmation one way or the other. That would be amazing. If we ever get that someday. I'm pretty sure map seed exclusively refers to the map. But now that we have explored the outer radius, I'm just going to do a speed run through the inner radius and try to identify where the densest groups are. We are going to keep our distance from the main buildings of the airport. They are up here. The loading docks are right here. Huge quantities of zombies in there. We keep our distance. They don't exist yet. Here. Okay, so last time I was very reticent to make a hole in the fence right here. Doing so never caused me problems. So I am going to make a hole in the fence right here, because I do believe that no matter what the spawn densities in this area are, our attempts to deal with them will not be hampered by a hole in the fence right here. Three wide is probably fine. I don't expect to be going back and forth through this a lot, and I prefer to avoid muscle strain if I can. We are a humble level 2 long blunt user, so we will get muscle strain fast from a sledgehammer. So now what we can do is explore the end of the landing strip here. We're in the middle of runway 4. You can't do a wee on the middle of runway 4. I feel like I got to, after 4220 comes out, I'm gonna do a Michael Rosen rates the Project Zomboid traits. Yeah, I'm absolutely gonna do it. So that's unfit, no breathing. Yeah, absolutely, it's gonna be fun. Is the most appropriate content for my channel. Originally created way back in 2013, 2012 as a YTP channel exclusively. It's since turned into a general shitposting and low effort channel. Hence my unedited live streams and whatnot. Okay, I am very whelmed right now. I am very whelmed by these quantities. I expected a larger chunk before we turned back this way. But, alright, so be it. We're here to explore, and we are exploring. Now, on the meta, today is a Friday. Friday nights, once we get into like Friday evening, YouTube viewership tends to fall off. So I do think I don't have any pressing concerns tonight. I have one shopping endeavor that I need to do. Not time sensitive though. But no, personally, I don't have too many things on the agenda, but I do know that my YouTube viewership tends to fall off pretty sharply once we get in past the afternoon and into the evening. So I will probably do maybe another day, maybe another 2 days in game here, and then we will probably call the stream. So we might take a bite out of the airport. We might try to establish a field base just outside of the airport. We will see about that. So we've made it to one end of the runway and another here, and literally nothing. The whole left side, the whole west side of the airport is basically nada. That's interesting. There's an unexplored little section up there. How far in this direction was it? A little ways out. Runway 60. This is a very small runway. Perhaps we'll call that a taxiway. So this is why I thought the airport was wider than it actually was. Was this runway, or taxiway, whatever this is, 60 here. Yeah, it looped back very far in this direction. Yeah, that's good enough for me. I don't need to like jump over the fence and just, go between those trees just for the sake of a little chunk on the map. That doesn't really matter. No, that's fine. We're mostly here to scout out where the zombies are, and we've very thoroughly identified that the left side of the airport, the whole west side here, is a complete ghost town. Which is fine. The right side is not. We have already confirmed that with prejudice. And starting at the end of the landing strip here, on both sides of the railing, but not very significant amount until we get closer to the gate up here. The gate, and when I say gate, I mean like away through the fence. Okay, you know what? It's a little late in the day for this. I'm going to go ahead and do a pipe bombing. Just one, and I want to see if I can secure one of those airport security trucks. I don't even think I don't have the capacity to tow it home with me, and that's fine. I don't need to. I just want to see if I can secure it. So let me get a timestamp real quick. We are at 6 hours, 45 minutes. So I'm going to put that at like 6:46 for my notes here. And we're going to see if we can nail everybody from the hangars up here. It's actually been semi-recently that I've done this. So I know how to do it without relying on a point of reference like I normally do. We're going to use the corner of this runway, where the edge of this little gravel area goes. So here's a pipe bomb, and here's a remote controller. We right-click, link the bomb to the controller. We place it at this tile right here. Because I know how wide these runways are, and I've kind of memorized it, I've spent a lot of time here, we know that we've got a blast radius on the outer tile right there. And I know for a fact that we're going to bring enough homies for this to be worth it. as you can see. We also confirmed there are lots of them on the other side of this fence here, some distance into the woods. So by tooting the horn, we're pulling them from a slightly longer distance. And we are going to slow roll it parallel to this building. Maybe fast roll it. See, the groups of zombies that we wanted to pull in kind of went all the way to the end of that hangar there. So what we're doing is we're stopping here and just doing a few times to make sure we have the attention of everybody all the way on that side of the hangar. And now we slow roll it back in this direction. We'll pick them up from both sides. Back side of the hangar and all the way down here further on the tarmac. The tarmac is just, it's just a fun zone. They just spawn wherever they want out here. Sometimes it'll be dense, sometimes it won't be. I predict we'll be in the shadow zombie threshold for this one, boys. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Now, I don't want to get too close to the other side. I would like to do... There's a fence on the other side of these hangars on the bottom row here. Those fences will separate the groups to such an extent that I don't want to bother trying to pull anybody around the fences. That's just too much work. This group up here, everybody on this side of the fence, the north side here. Yeah, this is sufficient for now. Oh, yeah. So our bomb, bottom right-hand corner of the screen there, you can actually see it this time, because we're not using a tall POI. As long as we understand the size of the area, we can use terrain itself as a POI. And that's the goal this time. Now what we're going to do is lead these fast shamblers past the point of the bomb and then just loop all the way back around for another pass, because as you can see, lots of them lost track of us. So we'll have to do 1 or 2 loop backs of the full distance here. But we've got optimal movement up here. Everything is asphalt. Everything is asphalt. So we don't got to go all the way to the edge of the hangars anymore. We also don't got to go too far to the south here. Everybody who is going to join the party from that direction has already come up a little bit here. Now, of course, we're not going to be able to do this at 5. We've got plenty of room to dodge these guys, but we won't be able to slow roll it without taking damage. They did that in the Dawn of the Dead movie, the 2009 Dawn of the Dead movie. I would say that it was a relatively realistic detonation of a propane tank. And the silly part about it was one of the guys got up on the roof of the van they were in, and he threw the propane tank with a flare stuck in its whatchamacallit, in the nozzle area. And when he threw it, a zombie actually picked up the propane tank and almost looked like it was ready to throw it back at them. That does not fall in line with any other zombie behavior we've witnessed, so I don't see that happening in any better zombie media like this game. Go ahead and fire up my flashlight here. Or my headlights. We are out of food because I'm a doofus. That's okay. This is why we carry around jerky. Little distance from the fast ones here. And mosey back down to 5. See how the ones far at the edge there, we toot, and they actually react as opposed to the siren. Very rarely do we actually get eyes on zombies that are like right at the edge of the render distance. Nobody else coming from the hangars. Very slow process, but it's working. Anybody else coming in the gate up here? Doesn't, no, look at that. There's still a few coming in the gate. That's okay. We want as many to come in through that gate as want to. See all these guys around the corner here? That's what we want to join the party. The hot chicks playing hard to get. Yes, this is the hottest party in town. Let's go. Everybody in. No, you don't need to keep working on your makeup. You're good. Let's go. You can only do so many loops up here. I don't even remember what they did with the propane bomb in the movie. Like, I feel like they talked about it a little bit and then they just did it. Probably for good reason. They, Hollywood's always shy about teaching people how to make bombs. We have probably had critical mass this whole time. If anybody watching is not familiar, critical mass just means I can drive a circle around the entire group. We've been waiting for the group to assemble before we actually started doing that, but theoretically we've been capable of driving circles around the whole group. So definitely no shadow zombies, that's fine. Definitely no shadow zombies. That makes sense because we're only dealing with outdoor zombies right now. None of these guys are from inside the airport buildings. That's where the true crowds come out of this place, is inside the airport buildings. I no longer see anybody trying to go around the fence. That is the threshold I was looking for. So I'm actually not even going to slow roll it anymore. We're literally just going to chill here. Literally just going to chill here. We, interestingly, I never really noticed this before, but now that we're losing daylight, we're losing the ability to see at the very edge of our look radius here. See how they're disappearing? Okay. Interesting. That doesn't mean they're not there. They'll still show up. I'm going to go a little faster on this top loop here. Make a good thumbnail for next time. Spooky. I'm gonna do a semicircle actually. Just this blob of slow shamblers. I don't want the slow shamblers to lose any progress coming in the right direction anymore. The open terrain is actually working a little bit against us when it comes to the slow shamblers, because simply going back a little bit has actually worked against us and made us. It's going to take just a little longer to get all the rest of the slow ones down here because of that. It's all right. We're on good track here. Alright, let me get a measurement here. So bombs right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So basically one of these big, huge concrete tiles. And then a little bit more. Getting very close here. We could probably get about 85% if we just blew it right there. But I can do better than that. We have literally no excuses this time. We should be able to get... If I was willing to take some more damage on this truck, we could get 100%. I believe in the power of just allowing yourself to take a little bit of damage. Get my UI ready here. Next pass. Actually, might just do it on the top pass here. Hang on, no, bottom. It is still easier with a street light. Okay, here goes. Nope. Fucked it up. That's alright, I fucked it up just a little bit. Without a street light, I think I still did pretty okay. I'm actually gonna keep circling them real quick. We're gonna try to clean that up with the shotgun. I'm gonna call that 80%. Far from my best example. What is going on with the shotgun? Oh. God damn it. I didn't actually get all the shells out. Okay. We're okay. I mean, it's slow shammers. We did not actually lose hardly any damage in the trunk. Okay, so you know what? I'll take this as an overall bonus, an overall positive experience. We could have gotten better efficacy, but we took so little damage that I'm here for it. Yeah, I'm here for it. That was great. So we're extremely late for bed. We do have a little bit of coffee, but you know what else we have? More or less, a safe place to sleep up here. All of the windows of this building and the one next to it are barricaded. The doors are taken out, but the number of zombies in this building are questionable. I actually have no idea exactly how many. Let's find out. There are beds in here. This is a sort of like a... This is like emergency services hybrid here. Cops, EMS, firefighters. Silent asshole. All those unlocked. Laundry room. Medical. Medical includes medical beds, the most lightweight, comfortable beds in the game. I don't see anybody out back. Doesn't mean they're not there, but I don't see anybody. Okay, looking fine there. Curtains don't show anything behind them. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to steal one of those medical beds and I'm going to put it behind a bathroom door. Bathrooms have no windows. And, whatchamacallits, there's usually enough space to deploy it. So you're sleeping behind a steel door in a room with no windows, basically. That is sufficient for apocalypse. Don't try it on extinction. Zombies can open doors. We'll be sleeping without a pillow tonight. It is what it is. And do not mind the fact that you can hear a zombie mouth breathing. It's not aggroed onto us, so I don't really care. Alright, now, they have a tendency to displace randomly. So I can no longer assume that I won't just open this door and have one right in front of me. Yeah, we're looking okay. The one that I hear mouth breathing could be literally anywhere. So this being a emergency services garage, we do have a shot at a light bar. It's not a very reliable shot, but it's a shot. I'm already very disappointed. I am now doubly disappointed. I am now triply disappointed. There's only like 5 more loot tables, or 5 more loot boxes in this entire room. I'm quadruply disappointed. Are we going to hit quintuple? This is one of the last ones. Yep. So this is an example of a fully intact loot source that could spawn light bars that just didn't. Light bars are stupidly hard to repair. They're just that stupid. None of these lockers are going to have a chance at spawning it. Nowhere else in this building either. That is the game we're playing right now. It's alright. I'm not too mad about it. I'm just a little mad. A little salty. So the mouth breathing is mostly over here. I predict a number of them in this office space area here, and obviously upstairs there's a chance. Let's see, I didn't even get myself a timestamp for that bomb detonation. Let's put it at 7 hours. 7 hours on the dot. Approximately 10 minutes ago. That back looks fine. So look at that. Corners are bullshit. Didn't work. Now about this person trying to break in. They'll never break this window. But you know what we can do? We got a knife. It's the knife that slips quietly between the bones. This is probably an amazing way to level short blade. Because they'll never break these. I need to just make sure that I do not get any surprises from behind here. See, this is why I wanted more people to come around. It's stupid, but it works. That is possibly one of the best ways to level short blade. We probably took a lot of damage to our knife just now. Not too much. Yeah, we're level 4, and we just got, like, I don't know, a little bit of experience. I haven't been keeping track of it, so whatever. Second sleep. We actually got cold last night. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to run back out to the truck, grab a something warm real quick. Looks like we got fog today anyway. It's rolling in. I can already see it. Yeah, I'm just going to put on my cowhide jacket here. And just like that, I am very heavily insulated. So insulated that my character will start bitching about how hot it is very quickly if I don't swap that back off. So again, just like before, they displace overnight, or while you sleep, so I think we're good. Fewer options for them to show up. Okay, you know what? She's right there. She's in the elevator. We have an elevator zombie, boys. If she was upstairs, she would have come downstairs by now. We've made enough noise. Elevator zombies are actually pretty dangerous because we can sledgehammer our way into the elevator, but then they're right in front of us. They always know where we are when we start sledgehammering. That makes a lot of noise. I'll break them free. I will free them from their pain. I went through a lot of effort to take this place, but I'm going to armor up. My coat of plates, my fingerless metal gloves, and my bone joker to the neck. Suddenly we are very well protected. I don't expect to get grabbed or bit or anything, but the chances are never going to be higher than a breach like this. This trying to breach with a sledgehammer is one of the most dangerous things you'll ever do when you know there's a zombie on the other side of the... Here's what I'm going to do. So you saw that I started to hit it, but I was really close. I took a few steps back. Now I can still do... Okay, so thumb is on the space bar. But she didn't catch me. Okay. Come around. Yeah. Bastard. You fucking bad. I knew you were in there. You can't surprise me. We're good. And that was sheer echolocation that I was able to figure out where that guy was. I can't even blame the surround sound for that. That was just squarely in my right ear or my left ear the whole time we were trying to do everything with the other guys. So I armored up for not necessarily nothing, but yeah. I very much fully expected him to be right on the other side of that wall as it came down, because that's sometimes what happens. Sometimes it's what happens. They can hear you when you start sledgehammering, and they usually react to it. Sledgehammer back on the passenger seat as well here. And the trunk never took significant damage, so we can put that back. And we can put that steel sheet in there for later. Alright, so, The fruit of our labor was never this building. This building is just a place to sleep last night. This is the fruit of our labor. We've got 2 of these. The LAA airport security truck, and I don't even know what this is. Airport utility vehicle, I guess. I didn't have one of these spawn for me on Nora, so I don't even know. Let's see what the engine horsepower is. That's the most important part. Pretty green numbers. Engine quality is 80. Horsepower 180. So, as I predicted, regrettably, the engine quality is 20%. 1 out of 5 times we turn the key, it won't start. This is a preserved vehicle, so I can already tell you the engine quality is 85. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can't say anything extremely bad about that. I mean, the fact that it's a preserved vehicle means I can literally just get in and start running it right now. Assuming we find keys. Are either of these? Yes. Well, which one? Nope. Okay, so we got keys to this one. But this one does not have a charged battery or gas. Is this key? Yeah, here we go. Airport security D6. We got keys to everything. That's all we need. So one part of the mission was a complete and total success. Where did this guy come from? Don't see any more upright foot mobiles like him. I'm just going to put away the trapper carbine. It's just weighing me down at this point. Literally pointless weapon. I'm not going to be shooting it at any significant distance in this fog. Okay, now that I no longer hear any mouth-breathing noises, I think we're set to check the second floor. I'm going to take a quick peek at the zombies that I killed nearby. Does anybody happen to have a key to this joint here? Because that would make the iron bar doors much easier to deal with. We can check desks too. No. There is no warning for the helicopter event other than they did fix the radio. You do get air activity detected on the morning of. Now, I don't think that this place has a very significant third floor. So I think the second floor will have already spawned in and come downstairs and been dealt with. We'll check that in a moment. Be another reason why I would have loved to have found the keys. I'll check upstairs before we go in there, and if we don't find the keys upstairs, I will just bring the sledgehammer back in. Okay, so there is a stairway going up. I think that just goes straight to the roof. I do not think... If there was going to be a third floor, we would already hear mouth breathing above us. I do hear some limited mouth breathing to my right. Possibly in here. Possibly upstairs, then. Got the kitchen here. This is why I was holding off on eating. Ah, look at that. We got some chips. I like how the chips almost match my helmet. Almost. As far as base opportunities go, you could hardly do worse than this place. This place is pretty decent, considering how most of the first floor is already barricaded with an invulnerable barricade. I shan't just leave random flags not stolen. We, of course, capture the flag here. Clear. Male showers right there, and individual bathrooms here. I never actually went into the showers. Forgot that these are four tile wide showers. Spacious showers, like we're talking handicap accessible showers here. If it was not for the fact that I knew that some zombies literally can't hear. Do you hear how close that was? I don't know exactly where that was, but it sounded deadly close once we got up the stairs there. That's why I did a push in this direction, because that's the direction it would have had to go to get to us. It doesn't sound like it's aggroed. I wonder if we've got another elevator zombie. I can't even rule that out. The chances would be astronomical. They already are, but I mean, 2 in a row. Let's just make noise.
Hey!
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What's up, homie? It's upstairs, waiting right around the corner to ambush me. Appreciate it, Marty Lambert. Got any friends up there, Mr. Lambert? Ooh, I was facing the wrong way. So he was probably, we heard it in my left ear, so he was probably right here. Like 1 tile back from where we would have, if he was standing here, we would have gotten a red crosshair when aiming up the stairs. So he was probably somewhere like right here. Friggin' talk about springing a trap. This is why we have procedures for handling stairs. Okay. So we've got a safe place that we can go to once we go to the airport here. I don't know if I'm going to build this up into a super functional base. The best part about this place, I can steal the beds that are here in this building and go to one of the other buildings if I want to. And the fog is gone. Perfect timing. Neither of my guns will reach him. Reason I should have brought the carbine. Oh well. Speaking of the beds, give me a pillow or something here. Nope, no pillows. We got antler boppers, but no pillows. What? I mean, they're goofy, and I don't hate them. But, no pillows in this entire place. That is a government facility right there. Yeah, no pillows on the beds themselves or the... Hang on, we got one room uncleared here. Yeah, okay, now we're clear. So we have safe places to sleep here. There's just not a pillow in sight. Not in the entire building. That would be a terrifying reality command. It would get old really fast. The sound of the helicopter would kill me. I would be rip. I'm getting in yet. I need to check the engine. Wow. 71. So don't be fooled by all these pretty numbers. It will still fail to start 29% of the time. Welcome to Project Zomboid, everybody. Now, here, public service announcement. When you see these MM vans and you don't yet have a sledgehammer, get a little hyped. Hop in and check the passenger seat. Not in this one, unfortunately. But you do have a not too bad of a chance of a sledgehammer on the passenger seat of one of these bad boys. Yeah, didn't get it this time. But the bright MM is what to look for. There are others. I cannot think of them off the top of my head, but MM is a clear and obvious example. If you don't want to react to anything, then... see who else shows up. Who answers the 357's call? Anybody? Bueller? I'm okay with it if they want to be quiet up here. I am okay with it. Look at how many we killed by poking through the shutter. It's kind of wild. Okay, so I do think we actually are going to go ahead and that up here, but we're not going to build the base this stream. I'm just going to get this place functional so that I can come here and crash when I need to. And we'll probably during the warm-up phase of next stream, we will bring some of our assets here, not all of them, just some. Not enough water to wash the vehicle. I'll have to refill. The radio we just peeled out of there. I want to check and see if either of these D6s need a new radio. This one's at 98, that's fine. D6s can only receive a premium tech radio. Yeah, that one's perfect, okay. This is a clear and obvious loot carrier right here, LV Airport. Just get the superfluous stuff off of the seats and whatnot. I think this is where I'll put the bedroom. Sleeping in the bathroom was a temporary measure. Very temporary. No natural light on this side. Something worth considering. We'll need the sledgehammer for this door. That leads to the dog lockup. There are no dogs in this universe. Not currently. Perhaps someday. Double checking behind these trees. I'm pretty sure, 99% sure, it went nothing. But trees block line of sight, so treat them like corners. Yeah, we're clear. That's a lot of natural light right there. It's a shame I couldn't keep the barred doors. That'd be pretty swell. Alas. I mean, actually, there's no reason not to. I mean, I can leave this open. They can't get in here. This fence is. They can't even attack it. They could only impotently hiss at me and walk around the entire building. So we can literally keep that open during the day. Get some natural light in here. Now we broke the window over here to stab these guys through the stabby stab holes, but again, all they can do is impotently walk towards. They cannot attack it. Now this is where we might actually find some guns and ammo. Not very much, just some. This is evidence lockup for the criminals people come across in the airport. Nothing overly substantial. JS3T with ammo straps. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know if it's a recent thing, but they all seem to have them now. Ooh, a whole ass police duffel bag. Now that is a find. There's more weapons in there, most like. Ammo itself into my main backpack. Empty magazines into the satchel. Oh, a lot of this ammo is just stuff we're actively using, so it can go, without missing a beat, it belongs straight in the trunk of the truck. A fair amount. I actually cannot quite fit all that. Put some of it in the satchel. Okay. So that is all of the gun's ammo. And some of that will just go straight into the trunk of the truck. Some of it will go back with us to Jericho. Yeah, the only ammo straps I have ever found so far, to this day, are just the ones that I've found on the pre-existing guns that I've looted already. So like the JS3T that I just picked up. That is an example. That in fact JS3T is the only gun I can think of upon which we have seen those. So 357 mag, ACP, 12 gauge. All platforms we're currently shooting. And therefore have a home in the truck here. I'm going to go ahead and use the welding torch we recently looted here to slap another steel sheet repair. This will be one of the last ones we ever do in this truck, most likely. Hate this game sometimes. There's no steel sheets on the floor left in this building. There's just not that many doors for them to break. Let's try the other building then. I know they broke several of the doors up here. Hello. Customs? I don't remember exactly what this building's supposed to be. Possibly a flight school. Well, we came for steel sheets and there's 2 broken doors, no steel sheets. That's the luck of the draw. Okay, no repairing the trunk then. Whatever. Just stay in my backpack then. Put away the rest of this loot that is not very necessary. Actually, this can all just go here. I have no need to bring that back to Jericho. CD player, yes, I do need. We're on a constant deficit of electrical parts. None of this was for heavy duty. Just a standard tire over here. Couple of respirator filters. One of them's almost empty. I yank the filters out of them anyway. Alright, the guns go with me. Am I just going to hand carry these? That might be the most prudent course of action. What if I just put them in... I've already designated that this is I'm gonna use this as an RTB vehicle. Yes, okay. We'll just put these gun bags in here. And we'll take LV Airport once we fill it up with more loot. We'll take it home with us. Okay, I do believe I'm committed to this, starting this operation here. So because I have committed to starting the LVA operation, what we're going to do now is we're going to leave the fire truck here. We're going to take... airport security home. Are we? Yeah, we're going to take this one home. We're just going to leave it at home. It's going to be a part of the fleet. Part of the base, part of the fleet. Part of the base, part of the fleet. How much longer will I be streaming? Probably the rest of today. Tomorrow morning in-game, so the morning of tomorrow morning in-game. That's probably where I'll call it. And I'll probably be back here in this location with our first shipment of stuff. I'll probably, since I'm leaving my combat truck behind, we'll come back here with my race car towing the ambulance, most likely, the expedition ambulance. I think that's how we'll do it. And I'll probably take a blue generator in my backpack, maybe. Or maybe I'll just take a yellow generator in my, if I just took a yellow generator in my, never mind. Can't do that. Don't have my frame packs. I don't know if we technically got close enough to spawn in the airport just now. Rare for me to be able to save this gate before it breaks. Usually gates like that are long gone. This is for another day, by the way. This big fight right here, this is for another day. All of these LV airport shuttle buses are absolute dog water by themselves, but they're usually full of really good parts. I would predict that most of them are full of big, bright green, 100% quality parts. It was in, whoa. That was like a 1 second pause right there. The game had to load whatever it is we were going in the direction of. Oh, look at that. That's a rare looking van. I think I might have seen this van once before on a previous character. Never on this character before. The name is very obvious. It's going to be a propane carrier. Ooh, mobile library service. This is a new one. We might even see entire collection of books in here. But that will be a fight for another day. We're just kind of exploring stuff on our way out here. Quick check of the map. I'm pretty sure that is most of LVA. Yeah, like we go across the street here, maybe go around midfield, and then LVA, there's not as many buildings as it seems. It's just that all the buildings are huge. So LVA, it seems like there's more buildings, but really it's just a smaller number of buildings that are just all really, really, really big. This is the other side of the distribution, the docking area. The docking area is the one that we, that's how we entered the tarmac. Very, very, very big building. Probably right up there with the, yeah, I know. That I definitely got sussed out by the length of that pause, but I think it's just loading in all the buildings here. All right, that's Louisville Airport. I do believe that is all, yeah, all major real estate, except for, of course, the interiors of the buildings. Yeah, we'll look at the interiors of the buildings when we actually start clearing this place out. That's going to be this weekend. Today being Friday the 24th, Saturday the 25th, Sunday the 26th. We will be hard at work clearing Louisville Airport, at which point, after that, starting next week, I will probably secure some days off of work, and we'll probably be starting a new character. Now, on the meta, I do think that I'm going to be looking into starting to stream on other platforms. The devs of this game seem to, at least Christian, seems to be lurking in Twitch specifically. So that'll also be my cue to look into restreaming options from a technical standpoint and see about, I mean, if I'm gonna be streaming to more than one platform at a time, might as well look into things like Kick and DLive as well. Whatever they're on about. I've never even spent time on those platforms. Twitch I've at least looked at before as a viewer. Very rarely, but on occasion. I don't like Twitch very much. I know I've said that a few times. I don't like it as a platform. I find there to be a rather disgusting amount of nepotism towards the people at the top. Like, truly freaking heinous amount. But, it is what it is. It's also a place to find new viewers. Decent people who are just there for the content. So, we'll be looking at that. That's probably what I'm going to be spending a small chunk of my evening today on, is looking into restreaming options that do not involve spending money. I don't need somebody else's web server to do that. I've got a web server right over there. We are not taking Southside to re-enter town. We are just literally going all the way down 841, taking the second to last turn before we get to the crossroads there. You can see now why I'm very obsessive about clean streets. I want to be able to go nice and fast down a road like this that was previously surrounded by Zeds. I'm still keeping an eye on things after we go past 60 miles an hour, though. It's not guaranteed to be safe. Well, okay, so another thing about that is I don't know how other platforms do this, but I can confirm with almost 100% certainty that here on YouTube, because my channel's not monetized, there should be no ads on any of my streams. I do have multiple connections viewing my stream on a monitoring window up on my top monitor there, and I have never once seen an ad on any of my streams. Doesn't mean that other people might not. I don't know if, like, for example, one of the ways to watch my streams where you'll get the most out of it is if you pull up the YouTube TV app on somewhere where you've got, like, a home theater plugged in. YouTube TV, regrettably, is the only way that you'll be able to get surround sound output by YouTube. But I stream in surround sound. YouTube actually receives it in surround sound. It's just that 99% of people who watch YouTube, mobile devices and desktop clients. So that's... Okay, not 99, that's 70% of the YouTube audience right there. Never be able to experience it even if they have surround sound plugged in. Regrettable, but I do very much recommend giving this game a shot in surround sound if you've never tried it. Yeah, I have seen Twitch chat is definitely an acquired taste. And I don't know how I'm going to, I don't know. Don't know exactly how much real estate on the screen Twitch chat is going to get. They'll get some. I'm going to stream no platform, they'll get some real estate on the screen, but in questions of proportion, I don't know if it'll be quite equal. We'll see. Things to think about. For now, I need to get my character some food. She has been operating on scraps for a minute there. We are now definitively in weight loss, and we are still a little chunky, though. So we want to keep losing weight. Yeah. And, the uncivilized nature of the platform, the lack of... the fact that you actually need moderators in chat, otherwise it goes nuts. The fact that it's that less moderated makes it even worse. that the top creators can get away with some of the dumb shit that they say and do. And they just get, like, what, a weekend off? Oh no, a 2-day ban. Oh no. Oh no. A 2-day ban means fucking nothing to people at that level. Just saying, just saying. So what we're doing now is we're cooking some stir fries and roasts that we made previously. There was no point in cooking them before because we were in a point where we wanted to lose a lot of calories. But now we can afford to eat a little bit of calories. Yeah, appreciate that. I am definitely... So here's the thing. Just for anybody, if anybody's not familiar with the reason why I'm here, the reason why I'm doing this. One, it's fun. It's a fun hobby. But two, I'm building an online presence because I want to publish a book at some point. Streaming is kind of a means to an end for that, aside from the fact that it's fun and I enjoy doing it. I think most of my audience wouldn't be here if I wasn't having fun. The whole point of streaming is to have fun. Fun is contagious, after all. But no, I'm doing this partially because I want to build up just an online profile in general, online footprint, that I can someday exploit to share something that I have, truly been passionate about, which is the book that I've been writing for well over a decade at this point. Science fiction, high fantasy sort of thing. Elements of hard sci-fi. There's a little bit of softer sci-fi. The foundation is hard sci-fi, so. But very long time before that's going to be published. Until then, I'm just biding my time, saving up money for a down payment on a house, that kind of stuff. Wait for this to finish cooking. We do have some stuff in my backpack I need to exfiltrate, not much. Most of it will go straight into the SWAT van. Yeah, I'll just fast forward through the rest of this. And most of these roasts can go into the fridge. Whenever I make roasts and fries, because they tend to be very variable, I like to name them based on how much hunger they reduce. So these are, I think these are all 60 stir fries. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I actually planned these pretty well. My past self planned these pretty well. They're all, 60 is exactly how much food or hunger that you'll eat up in a 24-hour period, generally speaking. So we can put those back in the fridge, and I think these roasts all are going to come out to 80s as well. Pretty much. 70s. I'll just call them all 70s. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate. This just helps me remember if I start eating like a quarter of it, how much a quarter of it still is after I've started eating it. All right. That takes care of cooking for several days right there. And I've got a game and kale salad for the rest of today. So now we are just emptying and sorting loot. Humans are space orcs. Yeah, no, there's no humans in my series. When I say high fantasy, what I mean is no interaction with modern Earth whatsoever. And that up to and including the entire species. There are no humans in my series. Everybody is human-like. I mean, they're very, 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 very similar to humans. Just anatomically different in a couple of key ways where they can... basically, the baseline. Everybody has a baseline that is a little bit beyond what a standard human can do. So it's, it's almost like... I don't want to make it seem like it's a superhero story, because it's not. There's superhero elements, because, some people have abilities that are amazing. Some people don't. And the interaction in between. How meaningful those superhero abilities are, those sorts of things. Just to give an example, the story starts out from the perspective of a guy who finds out that his girlfriend is she's a bearer of an ancient artifact that basically makes her invincible. But it's very untested, and one of the only reasons she's carrying it is for the explicit purpose to not use it, to keep it from falling in the wrong hands. So she's actually not... She's only sharing it with him because the knowledge of that fact that she's carrying that. Only sharing that with him because she trusts him that much. Not for any specific reason. Obviously the story will evolve beyond that. There's the fact that she's carrying it becomes very relevant shortly thereafter. But yeah, it's basically her family has passed down that relic for generations upon generations with the explicit goal of just not ever using it. They pass it down the female line, and the ladies of the family line have just never actually used it for anything other than keeping themselves safe, basically. Other relics of similar veracity show up in the series, and all of them will have very different custodianship. Bullets go in there, and then... I knew we had stuff in my satchel here. That all goes in there. We can assemble another carton of 9mm. But yeah, like I said, when I say high fantasy, I mean in the sense that Lord of the Rings is high fantasy because there's no interaction with modern era whatsoever, but there's still men in it, obviously. They're all still humans or extreme human-likes, you know, elves and dwarves. They're not humans, but they're close enough that you can... what does it say? There's half-elves in that series, isn't there? Yeah. Yeah, the Numenor. Aren't they all half-elves to a certain degree? Don't quote me on deep Lord of the Rings lore. I'm more of a movie enjoyer than a book enjoyer, but I recognize the books are amazing. Read a little bit of them. Now, of course, every single one of these step vans in front of us is something full of loot that needs to be sorted. I'm going to be real with you guys. Most of this loot's never going to get sorted. Our save is going to get broken by the update, and we're never going... It's a tradition for my characters at this point to not actually empty all of the loot at Jericho. It's an ongoing tradition now. It's an ongoing tradition. But this might be the last time it has to happen, because this is the last time that we, for a very long time, that we're going to have to worry about a save breaking update. Theoretically. We'll see if the devs hold on to that. Do the relics... Yes! Okay, so the relics are... There's some really deep lore. It's in the name. They're called Expathos. That's the name of the first entry in the series. The series is called Eternal Cadena, and the first title is called Expathos. It introduces there's even telling you how many relics there are would be spoiling a little bit, but okay, there's 6 of them. It spoils nothing to say there's 6 of them, but it's just like the first. It's unclear how many of them for the first like 5 or 6 chapters of a 25 chapter book. So, you know, most readers who are actually hooked by it will find out rather quickly that there are a total of 6. And there's a couple of interesting rules behind them. For some things, I could sit here and nerd out about the back end of the lore, how they operate and why they operate that way. But again, spoilers, of course. I don't want to be overly specific right now. If only for no other reason than the fact that some specific fine points of the lore might not be verified yet. I am going to contract an editor to work with me. So I'm not going to go through a publishing company. I'm going to self-publish in the truest sense of the word. I'm going to literally self-publish from my own platform, running on my own hardware. With, okay, maybe I'll lease some distribution nodes, CDNs, from Amazon or something like that. But CDNs as in like top-down CDNs, as in they're just going to be mirrors of my server right back there. And if, you know, that does not give them any publishing rights whatsoever, that's the important thing. I'm a little bit of a weirdo when it comes to my obsession over the truest sense of self-publishing. A lot of people will say, yeah, I'm a self-published author. And then you ask them, well, where, how do I get your book? Oh, you go over here to Amazon. I'm going to say something a little controversial here. Amazon is not self-publishing. If you go to Amazon, you're handing the rights to your IP over to Jeff Bezos. Now, for the vast majority of authors, you don't necessarily have to worry about them, you know, stealing it to make their next Amazon slop movie for Prime. You don't have to worry about that, necessarily. But what if things become murky with your rights in the future? Your book might just disappear from Kindles all across the world someday. That's already happening right now. Books just disappear from Kindles because something about the rights get fudged, and Amazon is, yep, nobody gets this anymore. We're just going to reach into everybody's Kindle and delete it. No, there is no such thing as self-publishing through Amazon. If you hand over the rights to Bezos, you're going to kiss them goodbye someday. It's just a question of how that's going to play out for you. So, yeah. Like I said, I'm a weirdo. I fully accept that. There's nothing wrong with publishing on Amazon, by the way. If you're not a weirdo like me, no, I'm not. You'll never catch me saying don't publish on Amazon. It'll get your word out there, and sometimes that's the most important thing. Sometimes that is very much the most important thing. For me, how I get it out there is actually kind of almost more important. I mean, I don't want to get into too specifics here, but I've already got a legally enforceable plan to happen if I die under suspicious circumstances. If I die under suspicious circumstances, my estate will be liquidated, and the proceeds will go towards a legal firm that will ensure that nobody can ever use my IP for the full 70 years after the author's death. Or 70 years since, whatever the fucking law is that Disney keeps changing right now. If there is any sort of suspicion around the circumstances of my death, my IP will be unusable for 70 years hence, or whatever the maximum legal limit is. But if it's natural causes, public domain, right away. Public domain. I'm not the kind of guy who's like, even if I have a family someday, which is something I definitely want to do, I'm not going to be the kind of person like, Tolkien set up his estate, and now the Tolkien estate gets to say how Lord of the Rings progresses. J.R.R. Tolkien has died. He's been dead for many years, but his estate still gets to make editorial decisions on Lord of the Rings. No, that's not what I want to happen. I do not want my kids are not me. My kids, they're not born yet, but they're not me. They're not going to be the ones in control of my IP when I pass away. The only people that will be in control of my IP are the people who will maliciously prevent anybody from ever touching it if there's anything suspicious about the circumstances by my death. Otherwise, if I die of natural causes, and it's independently verified in a couple of ways that I'm not going to publicly disclose, then it goes straight to the public domain. So, either nobody will be able to touch it, or everybody will be able to touch it. That's kind of the way I'm going with that. But like I said, this is all really just hyper-specific to my plans. Very hyper-specific. I can't shake the feeling that there were a couple of tasks that I could do on the overnight hour here, other than just return with the race car and the expedition ambulance. But that does feel like the most sensible thing to do right now. Let me see about getting some stuff out of the expedition ambulance here. And, seeing if I can I think I can make room for a generator in the expedition ambulance. Then that will have everything we need. No, it's not way too much. Let's put that, and then filtration bag in the trunk. The race car does not have a lot of room, and it never will. Zombies no longer spawn in default settings. Yes, oh, so homie was asking, how do I go about building a base? To answer your second question first, there is pretty much, as far as I know, there's no such thing as a preset building where zombies will never spawn. You can never take it for granted that a zombie will not spawn in a specific building. It's basically random. It's basically random as to whether zombies will spawn in any given building. Now, you can assume that some buildings are going to have a lot less than others. Guns Unlimited, for example, probably always going to have a lot of zombies in it. That's probably just a given. Because it's a gun store. And a lot of people would go to a gun store in an apocalypse. Makes perfect sense to me. But when it comes to bases, okay, so I can talk about Jericho right here. I call it Jericho. It's a grocery store. Why did I pick this place? Let me show you. I can illustrate it very cleanly. Look at this wall. Look at this wall. Look at this wall. Look at this wall. Not a single door or window. All right? Now look at this wall. Look at this wall. Look at this wall. Look at this wall, baby. Look at this wall. Not a single door or window on that entire side of the base. Now this, okay, admittedly, this was a lot more important when respawns were a thing. Respawns are disabled by default now. We play all default settings here. That's what we do. So, admittedly, the fact that there's an entire two walls, the north wall and the east wall, completely untouchable by zombies. They have to go around the base. That used to be extremely important for respawns. Now that respawns are not necessarily a factor, I have long hence cleared out these buildings out here. These buildings and the streets beyond them and the streets beyond them have been cleared with extreme prejudice, so I don't have to constantly be checking over here for respawns. But let's say I did. That's the strategic value of a location like this. I'm looking for places with the doors and windows being already taken care of for me. Not always going to find that. Sometimes I don't even care. If I need to sleep somewhere safely, then I'll usually go to a second floor of a building and then sleep behind a hard wall. Or a hard door, rather. Zombies can always jump in the window for lower floors, but upper floors, they cannot. One of our light bulbs burnt out there. Otherwise, beyond that, strategic assets are the most important thing in my choosing of base locations. Now that B42 is going stable, there are so many videos, standalone videos about Project Zomboid that I'm probably going to be doing in the not too distant future to help build my channel up. Yeah. Obviously, basing and choosing a base location and everything, that'll definitely be a topic I'll look at. So I can definitely talk more about that in the future in a standalone video. But as of now, the gas is one place that is heavily influencing my decisions for building bases. I'm gonna need to pull that soundbite of the game director Cerellian when he was interviewed by Mr. Atomic Duck, and he said those infamous words, gasoline spoilage. I'm gonna need to download that clip because I'm gonna need to reference it many times. I was going to do green in this floodlight. What's going on here? This is within range, but whatchamacallits. I don't know what's going on with that. That should have been within range. It was before. Okay. I don't know what's going on with these floodlights. Oh, I don't have a light bulb, do I? That's got to be it. I thought I had multiple. You can tell if it looks like I'm running out of gas, IRL, like my brain is getting a little bit slower. Yes, it is. This always happens to me in the afternoons. It's not as big of a problem if I have a set goal and I can just laser focus on a specific goal. That's not the case right now. As you can see, I'm trying to decide exactly what to do to prep for the airport assault next time. And I'm hitting option overload. There's so many things I could do to prep. Yeah, option overload has hit me. Oh man, Showing Head is hilarious. Boxy age like fine wine. So we've got some crops growing. Their water levels are quote-unquote fine. I don't suspect we'll be able to harvest these. Our save is probably going to break before we can. I don't know, though. Can't guarantee that. I might be playing a lot in the coming days. So we've got about another hour and a half here. I think we've gotten enough stuff out of the ambulance here. Yeah, we can fit one of these premium tech generators. So we're going to take this one here, stick it in the ambulance, and we're going to commute back to the airport. And we're going to commute back to the airport with food, lots of it. particularly my kale, some uncooked eggs, and these stir fries and roasts that I made. Probably everything else that's in the fridge here is either going to go bad or get used up later. We have no more room in the freezers. The freezers are as they are. Alright, let's see if we can make it back to the airport base that we've just tried to establish. Let's see if we can make it back there within the next hour here. Since I'm towing a vehicle that has its own light bar and its own headlight, we're going to double up on the lights here. Alright, it might take a little bit longer than the overnight here, the remaining hour to get back, but our plan now is we're going to get back to the airport, we're going to sleep, and then we're going to call it there. I almost forgot we need to get a pillow. We're going to get several pillows, like 2 or 3. Because there's no pillows in that entire building. Where am I storing pillows? There's 2 on the seat right there. Beautiful. We've got strawberries here. These are almost ready for harvest. We'll probably be able to harvest those before the end of the of Dani's journey here. Yes, yes. That actually is that holds track. That holds track with me, Kraken. I was probably still actively listening to every video that Thunderfoot put out back when I first found Shu. The old guard, as it were. I never was one of those folks who watched The Amazing Atheist a lot. I found him quite cringe from the start, and he got worse with the cringe over the years. I haven't seen anything from him lately. He might be one of those guys who mellowed out. I have no idea, to be honest. If anybody has seen any of his videos lately, let me know. Is he still as cringe as he used to be, or has he mellowed out a little bit? Creators tend to change over the years, for better or worse. If anybody is a viewer of Sargon of Akkad from back in the day, I was featured on his gaming channel a few times via Victus. Via Victus was banned by Destiny at one point, and Sargon never got it back. That's one of his YouTube channels that was banished to oblivion. And imagine getting copyright claimed by fucking Destiny and actually accepting that and not trying to get your channel back a few years later. Yeah, that's regrettable. That's regrettable. That was back in my Ark days. We would play some Ark, some rotating security shifts of protecting the dinosaurs in the base. That's why I don't do survival crafting multiplayer anymore. It always becomes rotating security shifts. Eventually. It'll catch up to you. Man's doing the Lord's work in these days, in my humble opinion. Make of politics in the UK what you will, but he's been working on what is it? Restore Britain, not reform, restore. Trying to keep track of it all. Now, of course, very, very contentious topic if you're scared of the far right wing. Personally, I'm scared a lot more of controlled opposition than anything politically polarized. What's the right word? Left or right. When both of your parties are just all doing the exact same goddamn thing, every single administration. I'm scared of that a lot more than I am of either side, politically speaking. I don't really care if an opposition party, a true opposition party, comes from the left or the right. There needs to be somebody who's not the fucking deep state that takes control. The Greens might be that. I don't know. I don't know enough about the Greens in the UK. I've heard a few cringe things. There's a few cringe things, but I have heard a few things that make them seem like they're absolutely not just more of the same. So make of that what you want. But yeah, if anybody's more familiar with that, do let me know. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily like say that we're buddies or anything. He recognizes my name whenever I come up, but I go by Sunderbraze everywhere on the internet except for this channel. This channel was always supposed to be my shitposting channel. My main channel, youtube.com/Sunderbraze. I've been a little bit scared to touch that channel. I'm gonna be real with you guys. By sheer accident, I've accrued almost 100,000 subscribers. The problem is, it's just because I made a soundtrack remix at one point, and those can get really popular. Those 80,000 subscribers that are currently there, they're not really mine. They're Klaus Badelt subscribers. I just happened to make a copy of one of his themes from Pirates of the Caribbean that went more viral than the original. If you just look up Jack Sparrow's theme, you'll see my channel will be the first result. YouTube really loves promoting people who are not monetized and yet still have viral videos. Wonder why that is. I wonder. But yeah, like I said, I'm terrified to touch that channel until I have some much more well-produced content, right? This channel here is always going to be the home of my slightly lower effort content, or my content that is a test bed for higher effort. So you might see some high effort here on this channel, but largely speaking, if I ever start going like, really well-edited stuff, it's going to be on youtube.com/Sunderbraze. And I haven't really drawn attention to that yet because I haven't really... I'm definitely not starting that anytime soon. Not anytime soon, for sure. Now, what I'm doing right now might seem a little dangerous with this ambulance and everything, but there's just enough maneuver room that I can get past everybody. I mean, I've got a race car. I can do a lot of crazy things with a race car. Remember, we are keeping our distance squarely from the distribution center here, or what is it? The docking station here, the docks. Keeping very square distance from that. Now this, we made this opening ourselves. There should be no zombies here. I don't know where these guys came from. I know where they're going though. And the only reason that I felt confident doing this transfer that we're doing now, and actually setting up base this deep into the airport, is because this route here is relatively easily workable at the moment. At least it would be. Got Carl over here. Put this guy in the ground. Yes, that is always going to be a problem, Kraken. It takes what you need in order to be a politician and actually succeed. You either need extremely thick skin, and I mean like we're talking like superhuman levels of thick skin, or just be a fucking liar. And I regret to inform you guys that it is 200,000 times easier to just be a fucking liar than it is to have the thick skin necessary for what's going to come at you when you go into politics. That's why it seems like so few real people actually get into politics. Why it feels like everybody who's a politician these days is just some skin suit wearing asshole, because they probably are just a sociopath who are totally okay with being liars and frauds and cheats. I think the same is true for CEOs, but don't quote me on that. I think with CEOs, you're not always as much in the limelight. With politicians, that being in the limelight is your job as much as being a movie star. Alright, so made sure that we're not going to come back here and just be funneled when we're trying to go in and out of this area. We're not going to need to do too many trips, by the way. This is not going to be like it was with my other bases. We're not going to be bringing many ammo carriers here. The vast majority of this place will be handleable with pipe bombs, as opposed to weaponry. We probably will not need that many reloads for firearms up here. Some, but not that many. We have all this room out here. We'll be using it. If anybody is ever concerned about the fact that I talk about politics occasionally, I usually do my best to make it not a core theme of this channel. I do not ever want to be a political commentator. It's just a rabbit hole. People start to either love you or hate you to the point of extreme polarization, and I'm not interested in that. Every once in a while, I'll give a extremely milquetoast take. And I mean it when I say milquetoast. I'm pathologically equivocate. Is that even a word? Equivocist? Somebody who pathologically equivocates everything? Yeah, I don't know. Don't know if that's a word. If it isn't, I just made it up. Copyright 2026 under raise. Sidehack Publishing LLC. Or something. Alright, so here is our new forward base. Not the prettiest place yet. During the warm-up tomorrow, we will make it pretty. Alrighty. We've done good things here today, folks. We have wrapped up one of our bases. Done a couple of bombings. Blew up quite a few zombies. You would think there'd be some wolves right up here, but no. There are no wolves, just wolf noises. Last thing we'll do before calling it today is put a pillow down and sleep. I do want to I want to get the perishables out of my backpack and the generator placed. We do know for a fact that there's a fridge here because there's an entire ass kitchen upstairs. I want to say that if we put the generator right here-ish, we'll catch most of the base, or most of the building rather, and it'll probably be powering way too much crap. But I just want to make sure that it's just catching the fridge, and then we can at least get things into preservation here. Wow. I don't know what's going on with this lately, guys. It seems like lights don't cost any energy. I mean, look at this. We're only being billed for a fridge and a generator. That's it. Like, was that in the patch notes? I don't recall that being in the patch notes. Usually the first thing I do after powering in a generator is shut all the unnecessary lights off. I'm still going to do that, but it doesn't feel like I have to anymore. It doesn't seem to be showing up that I'm being billed the energy cost for it. Now, in terms of what lights to turn on and what lights not, this one is a no-brainer. See how much real estate this one light switch powers? Yeah, we're leaving that one on. Otherwise, upstairs we've got a fridge. I'll probably later on, like tomorrow, after we get working with cleaning up this place, tomorrow I will probably take the fridge itself downstairs. But for now, I just want to get this stuff preserved again. Usually when I peace out, I'll take a screenshot of my base. There's not much of a base yet to screenshot, so I'll just screenshot on the roof up here. With my vehicles visible, ideally. There we go. And we'll have Dani bid farewell. Hello. Yep, stable in 5 days, aggressively calm. That is, we were looking at that just earlier. They also have a, there wasn't any new particular, like, patch notes related news of what's coming. But they did, in the blog post today, release a very neat looking video. I recommend everybody give that a look. That was a pretty cool looking video. Last thing we do today is we sleep. Because we never actually got our second sleep. And we brought 2 pillows, not just one. One of them goes on here. Now, I'm going to be real with you guys. This is actually not very safe, what I'm about to do. Theoretically, somebody could make their way and break through one of these 2 windows. I think we're going to be fine. I've got a weapon in my hand in case that happens. Yep. We are now concluded for today's operations. I will be... So look at that. We just got another level of running. I had no idea I was ready for... We are running level 9 now. That's the highest I've ever been. I don't think I'll ever get to level 10. So basically, if anybody's not familiar, you get experience in running. Like, basically every second you spend running, there's a dice roll for you to get, like, a couple of experience points. We're getting plus 75% to that, and then plus a little bit more because we're a fast learner. But the sheer amount of time it took us to get to level 9, no, we're not going to see level 10 on this character. It's fine. But that is pretty neat. That is pretty neat. Alright, but like I said, we are out of here for today, folks. Like and subscribe, usual YouTuber stuff. I don't think I'll be starting other platforms anytime this weekend, but I'll be looking into it. So, I'll announce more on that later. For now, I will catch you guys in the next one. Peace out, folks. See you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 a.m. Eastern.